Click record. Yeah, just pause it.
So we're going to be talking through a lot of the challenges. We have so many customers that are going to be attending. Next slide. So let me touch base a little bit on the agenda. So the way we have this structured is we're going to have a little bit of a keynote speaker with some of our co-founders. They're kicking things off with Trinamix, as well as some of our partners directly from Oracle. We could not do any of this without Oracle, the platforms, the tools, et cetera, that they're enabling. And so I want to give a quick shout out for our additional co-sponsors that'll be involved throughout the day, from OpKey as well as Affordable Robotics. So thank you very much, for your participation and from your guidance, and as throughout today, some of the use case discussions. That, as you can see, the reason we broke this down is the panel discussions we get into in some of our presentations are going to be very specific to functionals. So, because while generally speaking, and we're going to have some generalities about AI, what the types of AI utilization can be from tools and use cases, it quickly gets back down to where the rubber meets the road in terms of, well, if I'm in finance or supply chain or customer experience, et cetera, I need to know specific impacts to my role and my positions. So we got it broken down like that. We're going to be doing some demos throughout the day. We're going to be sharing, some various customers are going to be up here sharing challenges. To go ahead, next slide. And so this is a list of kind of the logos that both on-site as well as remotely are going to be in attendance that have RSVP'd for this event. Now, some may be dropping in on the internet through the finance or supply chain section, et cetera, but over 500 plus attendees, both Oracle partners as well as Oracle customers. So when this started off, I can tell you, having been around the Oracle ecosystem, we start off with a vision of, almost sometimes a small group of 30, 40, 50, and it grew and it grew. And just because of the impact, we knew right away, this is a topic that's just like an avalanche of participation in terms of it's on everybody's mind. So next slide. So a little bit, we're not here to do an advertisement in Trinamix, but I want to kind of set the stage as to why is Trinamix participating with Oracle and the other partners in this. And as soon as I hand things off to my co-founder and CEO, he'll go into more depth about this. But our co-founders came, several of them came out of Oracle product development. So we've got this long-standing partner relationship. We've been co-developers on certain applications. There's been a lot of tight relationship over the years, to say the least. And so when you look at some of these things about where our history was at from the on-prem days, now evolving in the cloud days, we're full end-to-end. So we're seeing these AI impact use cases, both from how Oracle's presenting about what's embedded in terms of the applications, as well as the new tool sets we'll talk about today from like AI agents and the foundation platforms. So it's just important to understand that, from 1,500 employees globally to the customers across multiple verticals. So there's probably not a vertical that we don't touch. And the number of Oracle implementations, we're kind of definitely leading the edge in my mind, because I've been around and seen so many partners when I was inside Oracle a couple of years ago to when I start to look at that and think, what kind of impacts are we going to have? So as you can see, the footprint in the map up there, and we are probably the fastest growing partner in the ecosystem, as you can see in the stamp on the upper right. So just an expression, we've already had the logo slide. We told you about who's all involved, but some of the projects we're in, from small to large, when you start to looking at some of the leading brands that we've done projects with, from Cisco, General Electric, Meta, these evolve from name brands that most everybody recognizes in their house. But what that usually means behind the scenes is they have usually levels of complexity that comes with it. That they just don't want the standard, I'm running MRP, I'm running HR in this format. They always put their unique slice in their unique take on each activity and take it to the next level. So whether it's number ones and twos, from number one in the networking from Cisco, number one in power, starts to feel like the Jack Welch days, like number ones or twos, we're just not in that business, right? But NCR, a lot of parts distribution, and so all the cash machines that they work through to number two grocery from Albertsons and how they acquired Kroger. So it's going to be an exciting day, and from that perspective, we're going to go ahead and hand it off, and I'm going to call to the stage my co-founder and CEO, Amit Sharma.
Thank you, Russ. And my name is Amit Sharma. I'm co-founder and CEO for Trinamix. And I've been around for around 25 years in the ecosystem. So I guess I know most of you. And thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to start this event, pivoting to AI. And as you know, AI has taken a lot of inspiration from nature's intelligence. We have done the same thing. So we are pivoting to how nature uses AI. So I want to start our story with a small discussion about golden winged warbler. So these are the birds. They're everywhere in the Midwest. But one fine day on April 26, 2014, they disappeared from Midwest and they decided a major migration to the south. They went 450 miles south in the coastal area and did not come back for a long time. And people didn't understand why. Exactly 2 days later, Midwest was destroyed by 84 tornadoes. 35 people died and more than $1 billion lost. And that's when they decided to come back. Researchers later found that they were able to sense infrasound frequencies that nobody else was able to sense. And they were able to react. They got a head start of around 48 hours before everybody else. So they could flee and survive the situation that nobody else could. That's a great example of how nature and evolution has built intelligence in biology so that these creatures are able to sense, intelligently react, and also learn from their experience so that they can plan themselves better. This is what we need to do with enterprises today. They have to have these 4 reflexes. They should be able to sense, they should be able to reason, they should be able to act, and they should be able to learn so that they can not only survive today's tornado of the marketplace, but they can thrive in it. And that's the evolution of self-learning organization. So we're going to have this as a common theme for today's discussion, and we're going to talk about how they are different from what we've been seeing so far. So this is the structure of a self-learning enterprise. If you compare that with what we have seen in the enterprise system so far, you would see that most of those systems have been focused on ACT. Around 30, 40, 50 years ago, when initial systems started to evolve, they were just tracking the transaction. They're tracking purchase orders. They were tracking sales orders. They were tracking payments and receipts. And soon, they also started to have more reason. So if you look at ERP system today, most of them is a good balance between the ACT and the reason. But going back to the example of Mother Nature, learning that in last hundreds of millions of years, AI is now able to do sensing with intrinsic information and extrinsic information just in millisecond. So that allows us to have a great opportunity to have sensing and learning as part of the system. In the current ecosystem today, the sensing is learning done by human beings, and sometimes it's dependent on their behavior, their consistency, their thinking process, and their art of working with the systems. But now we have the opportunity to make it automatic so that we can continuously sense, act, and learn, and repeat this cycle to take your performance to the next level. Take an example from a food and beverage company. A company that sells beverages and food now has the ability to sense the market. They can sense the weather. The consumption of water, the consumption of beverages is highly dependent on the temperature. They can now sense that information and utilize that. The consumption of food or fast food or similar products are dependent on any events that are happening around there. So now they can sense that information. Now we have the ability to feel the anomalies, detect them, reason them, do fantastic calculations to understand how they are affecting the demand, act on it, and then multiple times check if this is the right representation of demand, if there's a right affection to the demand. So that's a cycle they can run continuously without having any dependencies on the human. So now if you take all of that and put that in a box, that becomes a microsystem. It's a microsystem that allows you to run the function very intelligently. And not only just microsystem, but you also have the ability to connect that with other microsystems. So if you look at an organization that has multiple functions, you have procurement, order management, HR, planning, WMS, you can have multiple of these ecosystems working together. And especially like for most of you sitting here, if you are using Oracle ERP as your ecosystem, then you already have many of those systems already built. So if you look at those red boxes, it's a combination of what Oracle ERP offers already combined with the agentic AI structure that Oracle provides. So for most of your processes, for example, printing a check for the supplier or receiving a payment from somebody, you do not need to reinvent the wheel. You can just keep utilizing what their so-called best practices. And we've done a great job, Oracle has done a great job building some of those capabilities. But then for each organization, you have some of those yellow points and orange points, which are points of opportunities, where you don't follow what everybody else was doing. You don't follow what Gartner is saying. You do something that nobody else is doing. So if you are an Amazon, worker, you want to do revolution in distribution. If you're in Walmart, you want to do revolution in negotiation. So that's where you break the barrier and build, your own tool. So that's where you can combine the agentic AI structure that is given by Oracle, also combined with other structure, and utilize some of that capability. So this is the architecture of a self-learning organization. You really have components coming at multiple different components coming from Oracle. You have cognitive layer coming from the top. You have the business application and playbook coming from there. You have Oracle's agentic architecture. You have model layer. Now Oracle supports multiple different model from there. You have data and governance layer. And you also have the OCI layer. At the bottom, you also have MCP. So now not only you can utilize Oracle agentic AI framework to do a lot of interesting calculation, at the same time, you can utilize MCP to communicate with other data layers. So if you are an organization, for most organizations, around 70 to 80% of their data is within their primary ERP. So if you use Oracle, you have a great opportunity to utilize OCI and Oracle's framework. But in case you also have other tools like MES systems, you have Salesforce, other systems, you have the ability to combine and interact with them continuously and still do the agentic AI framework to do a lot of intelligent calculation. We get a lot of questions about, we hear a lot about AI, but when is a good time to start? So I'm using the quote from Chris Leon here. And he especially mentioned when he was asked this question, when should we start? He said, if you've not started, we're already too late. And you'll see that if you see the picture on the left-hand side, there is a huge difference between the leaders and the laggards in every industry. And if you are on the left side of it, you would have huge disadvantage against those who are on the right side. So this is the time. This is the time to get started. And with that, I also want to mention that Trinamix is working hard to be on the right side. We have taken some dramatic steps to build some very interesting application to improve our own efficiencies, but also work with all of you as our customers. So I'll invite Molly to share some of that journey with you.
Thanks, Amit.
Molly?
That was a great start. Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our AI event. I am Molly Chakraborty. I head the AI product development team within Trinamix. And today, I will take you through our journey in this AI space. Next slide, please. But before I do that, I would like to also mention what has been the influencer on us in taking this journey. So there are many influencers, but some of them that are prominent are three. It was in technology driven. Over the last few decades, we have seen that there is an explosion of AI-related technology in the market. The second aspect is market-driven. As we see more and more customers and industry adopting the SaaS applications, they demand a lot more than before. And they are driving a lot of demands, and there is gap, obviously. And we are making those gaps possible, bridging those gaps through our AI and other PaaS solutions. And the third one is we do definitely follow the analysts in the market and their research. And many of our products had the influence from what the analysts in the market talk about it. In my next slide, I'll briefly bring up this aspect of it. Let's go back to the start. If you can click on the entire thing. Yeah. So let's go back to the start. Back in the 2020 COVID lockdown, we found that their customers are facing a lot of challenges. And what we realized is while they are having a fantastic state-of-the-art enterprise system, what was missing is what is going on in the market. and quickly connect that with their system. And so what we did is we built a control tower, which was the ambition of Gartner, and we took inputs from what the control tower should be, which was never ordered, never available, and not even available today in the Oracle space offered by any SI. So what we did in this is we collected the information that is going on in the market through several news channels, social media, pestle data, and then we contextualized that with your enterprise data. And then we identified the risks and the priority of the risks, and we presented that in the form of a dashboard, and also recommended the mitigation, the possibilities of the risk, and then allow the users to take alternate routes, alternate options, and then mitigate or at least reduce the impact of the risk. So this was our first product. And then going forward in the next, let's go to the next slide. In the next few years, we developed about 25 plus products, and it naturally came out to be categorized in several categories as listed here. One is the resilient planning and optimization. We use the conventional AI stochastic model and state-of-the-art optimization techniques to have some modules in planning as well as execution. Next is the generative AI. We have this enterprise AI product that we built in 2023. And we're proud to say that our Documentra product, which are both of them are built on agentic AI and generative AI, was a finalist in the Oracle Awards this year. And then the final area that we have seen a lot of interest by customers is a hidden treasure kind of thing, that through the generative AI's web scraping capabilities, we have been able to unearth a lot of hidden requirements that the customers are able to use, and then added to that with predictive AI, we are able to help customers improve their profitability and increase their growth. In the last slide, next slide, I would like to cover that we are proud, and our inspiration is our awards and accolades. So we got the Oracle Partner of the Year award in 2023, and that was because of not only the AI, but also the work we have done in the semiconductor space in the form of Fab Connect. In 2023, we were listed in the Leaders Quadrant by IDC in the MarketScape, and also in 2022, Gartner had an honorary mention in the Magic Quadrant about Trinamix. And we are very proud, and this is our inspiration for going forward and being innovative. I would like to end by saying that we are in the Cambrian age of innovation in AI, and it is really revolutionizing the way we do business, we run business, as Amit mentioned. The analyst firms are claiming that within 2030, about 13 trillion to 19 trillion will be injected into the economy by AI. And we are very proud to be part of that. And we were also very proud that we have been selected as the go-to partner by Oracle Senior Product Development Team to be participating and become the go-to partner in the AI Studio. I wish you all a very successful event today, and I'll pass it back to Ab.
Thank you so much, Molly. And I would like to make two major announcements here to show our commitment to AI and working with Oracle. So number one, launching AI labs. So Trinamix is launching AI labs where we would have, so right now we have 20 plus people dedicated to work in AI space, working continuously, building solutions, building products, and collaborating with Oracle on that. We are committing to make that number 100 plus in the next 3 years. We are also, contextualizing everybody who's working in the app space to learn AI. So you may have heard, this issue that even many large companies, even though they have a big AI practice, sometimes we deal with multiple different silos. You have industry practice, then you have ERP practice, and then you have AI practice, and they do not talk to each other. So you realize that even to get something out, simple in AI world, it takes months, sometimes years. So we are breaking that, issue, and we are combining our AI lab that's going to be in this heart of everything that we do. So AI lab will have those core AI, consultants, and we will have 1,000 plus people working with them continuously. So all the AI folks are contextualized with app. All the AI apps folks are contextualized with AI. so then they can work together. And we have now examples and demonstrations where we build AI solutions in hours and days and not in months and years. The second announcement, with the same, idea is AI Experience Center. So we have built new capability now. You can subscribe to our AI subscription center, by which you would have some of those folks, from AI background and also from apps background, along with infrastructure available to work with you. Now we have few customers already utilizing that. You can hire us on a monthly basis, subscribe to the service. We typically would take 4 to 6 weeks to, build, good top 2 to 3 use cases for you, contextualize that, test run them, deploy them in production and see that they work. So it's a very simple model. You start with, a 3 hours workshop, and then if you subscribe, you get, a definable output within 6 weeks. Another big announcement I would like to make is launching of Next Gen CIO Circle. So after having talked to many of you who are sitting in the room, many CIOs that we interact with are at different stages of development. Some of them have already started working in AI. Some of them are thinking about AI. Some of them have gone live and then starting their second engagement. So you want to create a platform so that all these CIOs can interact with each other on a quarterly basis. They can discuss models, frameworks, ideas, and issues and problems in order to adopt AI. We also have, a monthly newsletter going to within the same CIO circle, so that you can really be up to speed on what's changing and what's the best way to utilize AI. So this is an invitation-only group, and I'd be sending invitation to everybody that's sitting here. It'll have a huge opportunity for us to collaborate and continuously, come up with the idea. It's going to be an extension of what we are going to see today. With that, I would like to invite Gerald Jackson from Oracle to take this stage.
Thank you, Amit. I've done a few presentations in the past, and what I can tell you is when I hit this next button, it's likely going to move the slides backwards instead of forwards. I'm just letting you know. A little bit about me, so you know, like, who's this guy talking to you, and why should I listen to anything he's got to say? Well, I've been in this game around business and technology for about 30 years. I started off as my first project in corporate was joining a big Lean Six Sigma project at GE Aviation, trying to figure out how do we keep airplanes in the sky. I was involved with the internet introduction to business in the 2000s. I was early on in the business intelligence space, turning data warehouses into data lakes and bringing knowledge and intelligence into the fingertips of decision makers. I was involved with the Industry 4.0 business that many of you were engaged in, IoT, connected equipment, cybersecurity, and now I find myself at the forefront of the introduction of AI into business. And what I'm going to share with you today is really what's different now across all of those different genres, and what have we learned then that can help us be successful today and tomorrow. And so today I'm here to tell you that Oracle's AI strategy is the fastest, least complex, least expensive path to driving next level productivity in business today. And now I'm going to hopefully back that up with a couple of slides. And I told you I was going to do that. That one doesn't look like a...
The green one.
The green, oh, the one in the middle with the big arrow on it. Yeah, thank you. Now, Simon Sinek says start with why. Why AI, why now? And it's trade, productivity, and resilience. This is the theme that I'm hearing from CIOs, COOs, Chief Supply Chain Officers around the world. I just spent the last 6 months around the world talking to business leaders from every industry, and this is the theme. The smart guys are saying, we need AI because of these things here. Now, 85% of these leaders are expecting to have some AI within their supply chains in the next 18 months. As of the publishing of this research, it was only 46%. So we're seeing a rapid increase in adoption or attempts to adopt AI across the world. Now, there's lots of POCs out there, and few are hitting scale. And there's 3 dominant design patterns that we're going to talk about later in the slides and you're going to see where's the differentiation between these three different models of taking AI into your business. Now, a little bit back on the why. Everybody who's in this room knows about tariffs and global trade stuff, and that what I want you to understand is it's not just about managing the changes in global trade. What I'm hearing from customers is there's this thing called margin compression, right? No matter where you are in the chain, the introduction of these barriers is essentially reducing competition and driving up cost and price across the board, and it's compressing the margins of companies on both sides of the equation. And so with this margin compression, they're now looking to AI to figure out how do they get next level productivity in their organizations. When I say next level, I'm talking 30%, 40%, 50% productivity. That's what's required to combat the margin compression that they're seeing with an increase of global trade chaos, I'll just call it. Now, you don't get that by doing traditional things. You don't get 30, 40% productivity just by being a little bit smarter in what you do every day. You need a game changer technology. And I say that's AI at the core of your business is going to get you there. Now, the trade stuff is just one example of all the disruptions that we're having in the marketplace today. I think you did a great example talking about how the birds were able to sort of sense something's going to come. They reasoned and said, well, we got to go. And then as soon as the danger was over, they said, okay, it's time to go back. So that ability to sense and respond is going to be core to survival for companies in the 21st century. 10 years ago, this was a competitive advantage. So you see some of the leading organizations that were investing ahead of time in this sense and respond capability, and you saw it in their financial results. Now, if you don't have the ability to sense and respond, you're not likely to survive in a world of increasing chaos. Now, here's the hard part. Over my career and many of yours in this room and online, 70 to 85% of technology projects for business are failing to deliver the business case, right? Now, we've all been working on those 15, the top 20% that are successful, I'm sure. But the history has been that there is a chronic, perpetual failure of introducing modern technology into business today. Now, there's a couple of things that are important as we talk about AI agents, because the more modern the technology, the higher the failure rate to deliver results. Now, AI projects are on the top of the list of those that don't get to deliver the business case. One, they're stuck in POCville, right? You don't get an ROI on putting a lot of infrastructure in place and doing one or two use cases and then having a hard time scaling that because you don't have the security framework, you don't have the governance, you don't have the data at scale. And as Zuckerberg found out yesterday, sometimes you don't have the talent, even if you offer them $1 billion to join your team. Now, I don't know if I would have said no to $1 billion, I'm just saying. Now, customers are worried about this because they know that this pattern exists, but they're pressured because of the why that I just mentioned. They've got to do this or they won't survive. So they're looking to you and they're looking to folks like Oracle to figure out, how do I put in this new technology in a way that's going to help me succeed? And how do I avoid this horrible failure rate? Now, one of the key learnings is when you're looking to lean out your processes with technology, you're going to be more successful. And that means you've got to put the process, the execution, the running of your business at the core of your technology strategy. Now, this is old news, but it's old news that is rarely actually put in place because we spend so much time thinking about the technology. So this is landing us in this world here. This is where we are today. We've got 3 emerging approaches to bringing AI agents into your business. The number one most prevailing is design and build. Now, companies are taking millions of dollars and they're looking to their AI teams and they're saying, give me AI agents for my business. And you know what they're saying? Hey, I can do this. And you don't even have to change anything about your technology ecosystem because we're going to take all the data out of all your existing systems and we're going to put it into this new layer called a vectorized super data lake that large language models can interact with. And then we're going to, just build some knowledge graphs and some digital twins. Don't worry about that, but we'll do it. And then we're going to use some sort of agent development toolkit that we can put on top and look at this beautiful picture of the architecture that we can build. We know how to do this because we've been building data lakes for 15 years. Now we'll just build an agentic data lake. And then we'll get to how we can drive action and make this a two-way thing down the road. But right now, let us just get started. Please give me $10, $20 million and I will build this. This is the prevailing approach companies are taking to build intelligence in their apps. The next is vendor add-ons. Not getting a lot of traction right now because it requires you to upgrade to the latest and greatest and then buy something that goes on top of that. And then you're going to get to agentic magic. Not seeing a lot of traction there. The third one I'm a little partial to is what I call embed in the DNA of the app. The applications of the 21st century must be intelligent. The applications of the 21st century have to have the agent inside. Otherwise, you got to do a lot of stuff. So my assessment has been, please don't build. You're going to take longer. You're going to spend more. And you're going to be doing POC after POC after POC. And we have examples of this throughout the last 25 years of digital transformations, right? If you build it, you're going to be slower. And then ultimately, you're going to wish you bought it. Vendor bolt-ons, very clunky, really hard. Don't recommend it. Obviously, the answer is embedded in the DNA. Now I'm going to tell you what Oracle is doing around this concept of embedding it in the DNA. Now, we've talked about what agents and AI can do in your organization. I want to highlight the last one. Although you said, hey, we've been focusing on action a lot, I want to talk about the power of intelligent action. Because if you got intelligence, I had a manager, his name is Keith McKenzie. Keith, if you're out there, I'm giving you a shout out. He said, ideas and intelligence without execution is hallucination, right? So we can do all the fancy business intelligence, put all the data at your fingertips, but at the end of the day, productivity comes from more intelligent action, more relevant action in the time that it's required to be taken. So how do we make that connection between knowledge and action faster, better, more consistent? And that's what I want to talk about, how AI agents embedded in the applications can get you to better action faster. Now, what is an agent? This is a bit of an eye chart, but let me just sort of walk you through it. Ultimately, an embedded AI agent is where we take a large language model that's already trained. So yes, that means most companies, you do not need to build your own LLM. You don't need to go build a small language model. You can basically take all the investment that has been done by Cohere, Llama, all these others, and you say, now I have what I call the smartest college grad from the best school you can think of that I can now employ into my processes. That's essentially what a large language model is. They know physics, they know history, they write better than all of us, right? They do math. And so the question is, well, how do I take that not quite super intelligence, but how do I take that intelligence and just embed it into my applications? So that's basically what we've done. We've taken the language models and we put it into the app. Then we say, well, you know what? That's not enough. Let's allow you to take all your business policies, the things that make your business unique, and we'll let you upload those into the application as well. So my policies, my repair manuals, my HR stuff, like all those things that are unique to my company, I can upload those into Oracle Fusion as well. And then, well, I know that sometimes I don't have everything in Fusion. So what if I need data from other systems like, my legacy ERP or those other, 3-letter acronym companies? Well, agents are applications ultimately, and they can use these things called APIs. So they can pull data from any data source. And then you can give them other tools like they can write emails, they can send text messages, they can sort of interact and collaborate. So we've built this. This is what we mean by AI agents. We take this intelligence and we embed it in the application, and now they're ready to be put to work. Now, I'm going to reiterate this again, because this is like super, super important. Your business, your enterprise systems are where you run your business in real time. In real time. Now, if you take a data lake approach to this, you're no longer working with real-time data, no matter how quickly you sync stuff up. But when you bring the agent into the application that you're using to run your business, you're doing it with real-time transactional data, and the actions that you need to take can be done in real time, right? Now, this is how you can augment each of your employees, and when you're comfortable, you can automate. So we talked about, ultimately, we want to have a self-driving supply chain. You can't have a self-driving supply chain if you don't let the intelligence drive a little bit, right? It's like a self-driving car when all you get is GPS, but you still got to do the steering wheel, right? But when you have like supervised FSD, I just want to do a show of hands for the folks in the room. How many of you in the room have used like supervised full self-driving? We got one hand, two hand. How many of you think that is radically different than driving with GPS? Yeah, the same hands are going up. It's a game changer. I took a road trip in an EV from Seattle to Los Angeles and back. From Seattle to Los Angeles, I was just using regular old, GPS and a little do the braking, adaptive cruise control. On the way back, halfway home, I was getting a little tired. Well, okay, no, I wasn't getting tired if my wife is watching. I was getting curious about how much different is this experience going to be if I turn on the agent in the car to help me drive. So I just sort of pulled over and charged the car, and I pushed the button, turned it on, and then I started driving supervised. About 3 hours later, my wife turns to me and says, "I'm going to ask you a question, Gerald, and you have to swear that you're going to tell me the truth." I was like, all right, I love the way this is starting. And she said, "Are you driving the car?" And I was like, I mean, my hands are on the steering wheel. And she's like, "Because you don't drive this good." So she noticed that the actual driving experience was better when I was actually assisted by an agent. And this is what we believe is the future of computing. We believe this is the future of business, where you've got your end-to-end processes infused with AI agents to help you drive your business to the future, right? To success. And what we do at Oracle is we think ahead about the processes that you need to run your business. We use our decades and decades of years of experience in manufacturing, supply chain, HCM, and this is just a supply chain example that I'm showing you here. And we think about these use cases that are going to drive productivity, and we embed them in the project. So we're building agents ahead of time, right? Based on feedback from our customers. The folks here in Trinamix are the innovation guard. You're out front, you're out beyond us using the AI Agent Studio, rethinking the way business processes should work, and they're adding to this list. More bubbles precise to what your business needs to be. And then on top of that, for some of you who really want to get your own hands dirty, the studio can be used by you to think about how agents can maybe cut across different perspectives in your supply chain. An agent can go from supply chain planning to procurement to inventory, maybe even to HCM, and really be your co-pilot as you try to transform your business to be more resilient, more sense, and more respond. And so with that, I hope you have a good sense for what we're doing at Oracle to help you run a better business, why we are the fastest, less complex, best ROI path to intelligent business operations. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gerald. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move forward. We're a couple of minutes behind, but we're pretty much on schedule. I'm going to call together Sanjay Agarwal, who's going to lead our first panel from a procurement, planning, et cetera. And we've got a number of different customers who are eventually going to be coming on stage. He'll introduce some real interesting stuff.
All right. Thank you, Russ. Before we go into the panel discussions, let me introduce myself. This is Sanjay Agarwal here, been in Oracle ecosystem for about 25 years or so. So pretty deep in Oracle. I've been introduced to Oracle when it was 10.7. So some of you might have seen those green screens as well. so pretty long timer in Oracle as well. But next 60 minutes, or rather 50 minutes or so, we are going to spend on two of the microsystems that Amit talked about. We are going to be talking about planning space. We are going to be talking about procurement space. So that's the agenda for next 50 minutes or so. But before I call the distinguished guest that we have, I have 4 guests on the panel today. I'd like to ask Prantik to give a little bit of a overview about what we are doing in planning space, in procurement space at Trinamix. We have done a lot of work developing products, developing functionalities and such. So wanted Prantik to.
If the panel is on, then we can.
Okay, all right. So that's fine. So basically we have 4 guests, as Prantik mentioned. So if I can have Sanchita, Dhaval, Giri, and Vikash, if you can come up on stage, please. And we'll do the introduction in a bit, but at least I want to invite them to the stage here. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Sanjay. Thanks, panelists, for joining us in the planning and procurement track. Before we start the panel discussion, we will share a little bit of what Trinamix is doing in this part of the track. But a quick introduction for me, I'm Prantik Chakraborty. I'm a Vice President, Sales and Strategy with Trinamix, mostly focusing on industrial manufacturing and high-tech segments from a solution and delivery perspective. I was having some fun time and cracking jokes with my wife in kitchen. And I was laughing, my wife was laughing, and the toaster was also laughing. I shot the toaster. This fun time. Okay, was that a good joke? Okay, so here is the history behind the joke. So our content team said, hey, guys, this is an interesting discussion, but start with some humor. And I thought, okay, it's an AI panel. Let's go and ask ChatGPT for some good joke. And ChatGPT gave me 5 options with highest probability. So this was the one in the top 2 probability. So hopefully, and I'll have to go back and give some feedback that that prediction was good. So let's see. And that's going to be our life, prompt engineering, getting the right answer, and then helping business to improve their efficiency. And in the next 5 minutes, I will talk about what we have been doing in the planning and procurement space to improve business efficiency. So this is the first example. So again, we are pretty big in the planning and forecasting space. So this is an example of a customer in CPG space. So what's happening, right? So we have been talking about traditionally, when we look at forecasting, we have been looking at historical sales of data. But it's not sufficient anymore. We have to now start looking at what's going to happen in future, the events, and then in this specific case, the consumption of water, the bottles, depending on the region, is also much dependent on what's the weather pattern, the summer part, and then how it's moving on, right? So these are what we call causal factors. But this is something that we input to the algorithmic model. So Oracle provides a very sophisticated demand management tool where you can map all these causal factors. And then on top of Oracle demand management solution, we can also incorporate external models. And then based on those external models and then the causal factors of temperature, weather, we come up with much better accuracy of forecast. Again, so AI, but why AI, right? What's the value? In this case, the value is the accuracy of forecast goes up anywhere between 15 to 20% when we kind of do this causal factor mapping. And forecast accuracy improvement means you are investing less on safety stock to take care of risk or risk mitigation. So real kind of add to the bottom line cost of sales, right? So that's one customer use case. Now, the second use case is in the same segment, but it's interesting. While if the temperature goes up, the consumption of water and drinks and sparkling water, this typically goes up. But in the area where it's winter, if the temperature goes down, then you need heating. So this is a customer who builds and sells propane tanks for consumption, retail consumption. So in that case also, when we kind of look at the weather pattern, look at geography, then we do data scraping, and then we map this back using Oracle standard algorithms and then external algorithms, we can predict the consumption of propane tanks more accurately compared to what we have been doing traditionally. Now, interesting thing is, Gerald was talking about what is happening now, but Oracle has been delivering these solutions and flexibility in the demand management solution to incorporate external model, and it has been out there for last couple of years. Customers have really now started adopting, getting additional data and mapping them as causals to demand forecasting method, and we are really seeing significant improvement in the accuracy. But these were the two cases where weather pattern and temperature was mapped to the forecasting process as a causal using the external algorithms. And we are seeing more and more. So this is the third example. And this is where, again, we have historical data, but this is predicting what will be the sale of the jerseys, depending on a particular team. We are seeing this across all the sports in United States. So we are scraping data, getting performance data for the star players and MVPs, depending on the sports. And then based on his or her performance, what will be the sell of jersey for that particular player? I mean, you must have heard about Messi. After Messi joined, the amount of sales that happened through the jerseys for Inter Miami that skyrocketed. But that's the same trend happening in the other sports also. Now with all this external model data scraping capability that we are adding on top of our Oracle Demand Management platform, we are able to predict this uptake of jerseys or demand at a very short lead time and much more accurately. So that's another example that we are looking at. This is, again, a very, very interesting Bay Area company. They're in kind of gaming, sports, hardware, and accessories. And then this segment, because they're kind of going into CPG, it's a very competitive market. In this case, we are talking about one accessory, and there are multiple players in this market. And then the pricing is absolutely dynamic. So what's happening is when you are looking at next week pricing, you are also, they were kind of reactive. And then in many cases, they'll figure out that their competition did a price discount, a steep price discount, and then they took a slice of the market that our customer was not able to predict, right? So now they wanted us to start looking at dynamicity of the pricing. What other competitors are doing, not only their pricing, but other competitor pricing, and that kind of data, real time by web scraping, it's available. So we are getting that kind of data. Then we are comparing what is competition offering, what's the OEM current price, and what kind of discount that needs to be offered so that the OEM is at par or in a better from a competitive offering perspective. So not only getting competition's data, but then keeping that in mind, that's the reference point. We are computing what will be our OEM's price point. And then, of course, we have to look into their product team, their sales team, because you won't just go and provide a discount, right? Then sometimes you end up not selling and end up with a lot of inventory. So what is the optimum price point? What is the profit? What is the revenue uptake? So all that is being computed. But the biggest differentiator here is able to get your market data, competition's data, real time, and based on that, kind of calculating an optimum selling point for their accessories so that they still maintain and gain a decent market share. So this is something we used. So again, going back to the Oracle space, the first couple of cases we use Oracle standard solution, and then in this case, Trinamix has built the entire AI platform using Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. So where all the components are there. And Gerald mentioned we are slowly moving to AI agent framework, but this has been something we have built using Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, where all this compute is going on and using some of the standard model that even OCI offers. Moving on to the next case. So this is one of the largest retailer. Again, they have a lot of presence in Bay Area and across the nation. And they sell retailer, right? They sell everything, but mostly in the grocery and food area. So this is a solution where, based on their overall demand volume, they wanted to have more strategic and intelligent relationship with their suppliers, the buyers team. And there are many suppliers, what is the right price point, what is their volume, and not only that, especially in the perishable segment, even if you're getting a good price discount, you don't want to go and buy so much that you cannot sell because there's a perishable aspect of it. And not only that, you have to also store in your incoming warehouse, right? And you have to make sure that that's not going through any quality degradation. So there's so many factors. So weather is a factor here, where they're growing, the nature of the component, the perishable product, how much you can buy, what kind of volume discount you're getting, then how much you can store, right? So that you can eventually sell. So one part of the solution is finding this optimum buy point. The second part of the solution is how you will get those products through their logistics system into their warehouse and how much they can store. So it's not only just the volume calculation based on what the suppliers are offering, but also how much they can really get in store and then how much they can sell. So again, becomes a pretty complex discussion and like computation, but again, using all the scraping technologies, the algorithms that is provided, we are able to run multiple simulations. So that has been a stochastic model. So again, I go back to the ChatGPT example, right? ChatGPT told me, okay, you can crack these 5 jokes. This one has the highest probability of catching their attention. So this is the fundamental of the new model where you can run multiple simulation looking at all these factors and then come to a point which is optimum. So the solution that we are using is providing us the optimum supplier, the price point, how much to buy from there, and then how to get that material in the right time. And also, if you look at the truck, right? How to get the trucks to different distribution center and how to load the truck, because even within the truck these days you have to figure out a segment where you can put the perishable product, you have to figure out a segment where you can put the non-perishable product, how to go from a LTL to FTL because you have the cost aspect of it. So the solution is figuring out not only how to predict the price point, but also how to get the material in an optimal fashion so that there's a good revenue mix and keep the right amount of inventory. So again, across the board, there's a lot of solutioning is being done using the AI technologies that we are building, using OCI, using Oracle standard products, and customers have really started getting good ROI from these technologies. At this point, again, thanks for being here. I will hand over to Sanjay, and then we will hear from real people doing real thing while we talked about some customers, but we have panelists here who are deep into this AI enablement and looking at their operation. So I'll hand over to Sanjay to talk with our panelists and take us through their journey. Sanjay.
Thank you, Prantik. Before we go into the panel discussion, actually, what I wanted to let everyone know that there is a Zoom session running here. So people on the Zoom session, if you have any questions, feel free to put in the chat and we will take those questions up towards the end. But before we get into the panel discussions, a quick introduction. Sanchita, you want to introduce yourself?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm representing Vodafone Procurement Company today, and we've innovated a lot over the last 5 years, coming from ML world, the GenAI world, and the agentic world. And we're looking to talk a lot about procurement AI today.
Thank you, Sanchita. And we have Dhaval as well from Meta.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. This is Dhaval. I've been into the enterprise domain for about 20 plus years now. And in Meta, it has been almost 10 years now working on the procurement and the supply chain tooling and system space. I have worked across building products to implementing products out, which is commercial off the shelf, and also building a lot of procurement-enabled products for Meta's reality labs, or whether it is infrastructure, data centers, or whether it's indirect spend management at Meta. AI has come in like a flood into all the areas, and it has become a culture now for Meta to kind of embed AI in the DNA, like you said, for all the applications. So now every thought process that goes around building a product requires AI as a component, and how we can make it more efficient. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhaval. And we are lucky to have Vikash also here. So Vikash, you want to introduce yourself?
Working. Hello.
Yeah, it's working.
Hi. Um, I was a supply chain professional before I joined Oracle 25 years ago. And since then, I've been part of supply chain management application development team. I currently am responsible for strategy and roadmap and some of the outbound work for a few areas of supply chain, including supply chain planning, manufacturing, maintenance, costing, quality, AI, and analytics, a few other things. So I'm just happy to be here, mostly to catch up with our customers here, and hopefully to have get their feedback as well during the break hours.
Thank you, Vikash. We have Giri from Juniper as well. Giri.
Hello. I'm Giri Manda. I'm representing Juniper Networks. I have been in the planning space for 25 plus years, started with the standard MRP and going back to advanced planning and now ML and then AI. So continuing this journey for the last 25 plus years in the planning space.
All right. Thank you, Giri. So,
Sanjay, I just wanted to interrupt. I really loved how Gerald said we are building super intelligence, then kind of retracted. Dhaval is here from Meta. Not sure if Mark has kind of IP'd that, but we are all drinking from the hose, no? Yeah, so really fun times. Yeah. Go ahead, Sanjay. Sorry.
All right. Thank you. So let's get into the meat of the discussions around two of the microsystems that Amit mentioned, planning and procurement. I know AI as a domain, right? It's going to impact the planning. It's going to help the planning and procurement at the beginning, at the initial stages. So wanted to understand from maybe question to Sanchita here. So I know Vodafone has done a lot of work and has started a lot of work in the procurement area. Wanted to hear from you how AI can help businesses in the procurement area, in the planning area.
Sure. So a little bit about Vodafone Procurement Company. It aspires not to just source for procurement in telecom as well as Vodafone. It is now a company that's trying to source for other companies as well. The aspiration is to become the Amazon of enterprise sourcing. With that kind of an aspiration, the scaling does not work with adding more sourcing managers. So what we are trying to do is to get AI sourcing managers trained in an assistive as well as augmentative fashion so that it can source for a wide range of categories for multiple customers. So we are starting right from being able to ideate with business users as to what you want to buy. What is the problem you're trying to solve? And then it breaks down the conversation into requirements, breaks down the requirements into acceptance criteria and evaluation criteria, and then goes out and creates these drafts of RFPs that are highly compliant and very, very backed by category agents that then do the category research and bring the best of research there. After being able to draft the RFPs, it goes out and does supplier discovery. It finds out everything about the supplier, their features, price comparison, customer reviews, and then brings in the right qualified suppliers to have this RFP sent out. Not only that it finds the suppliers, but then drafts emails and finds the right contact to send the RFPs out to. And when the RFPs come in, that's when the real decision-making starts, where we are able to bring in 10 to 20 different RFP responses and then evaluate them through LLM reasoning, as well as people feedback in the loop. And we are going ahead and creating this for 10 to 20 vendors with very, very strong risk-managed approach. So when we are able to do this at scale, what it affords to you is that every time you run an RFP, there's a 5% drop in business cost. So because this is such an expensive and arduous process, you run an RFP once in 3 years. But with this kind of an automation, you can run RFPs every year. So the idea is not about improving the productivity of time saved and cost saved in terms of efficiency, but it's about reducing procurement cost every year 5 to 10%. So that's what we are bringing to the table. And decision-making AI is definitely helping with this. Yes. Actually, that's very interesting because on the flip side, we are doing the same thing. We are able to log into government websites, download RFPs, qualify them, bring them in, respond to them, do RFP scoring and checking, and then sending it out. So I envision a future in the next 2 years where buying agents and procurement agents will interact with each other. 20 years ago, we already had automated stock exchanges where buyers and seller agents are interacting. So there's no, it's very easy to imagine how it's going to work in enterprise business as well.
Thank you. That's interesting. From a Meta perspective, I know Meta has always been on the forefront of newer technologies. So wanted to listen to you or your thoughts around how AI is going to help in the area of procurement planning space.
No, absolutely. And I echo with what Sanchita said. It was during the journey of the procurement that I've seen at Meta. I think one of the most important things for the strategic sourcing team to come up with is the right kind of insights. And at Meta, of course, we work on the infrastructure side, the reality labs, and there's a lot of direct spend. But the classification of data, whether it's direct, indirect, and within indirect, if what is addressable, what is not addressable, has been a challenge over the period of years because the company is growing and more data and more systems are coming in. The systems are more disparate, and to collect the data from everywhere and create a more insightful information for strategic sourcing to make the right decisions for cost savings and stuff. So in that whole process, I think AI really helped a lot. We definitely, from the direct spend point of view, there is planning systems, there are enterprise products that has helped us, drive the entire demand planning, supply planning, and then release planned orders from there. The data is pretty much classified and structured, which is almost, it could be around 50 to 60% of the overall spend. But with a company of this size, the spend management is very important, and the indirect spend also plays quite a bit of a role there. And cost savings there is an opportunity for Meta. So we have actually invested a lot in identifying within the indirect spend what percentage, which probably is around 60%, is something which is addressable, which means that the strategic sourcing team can directly work on that data if there is more insightful information and take more strategic decisions, work with the vendors for better negotiation, cost savings, and identify the right vendors. Looking into different systems, contracting systems, definitely into supplier management and external data that we can source through in. This is one of the areas where we have kind of invested and trying to see where we can minimize the cost in the indirect side of it. And AI has been really advantageous on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talking about structured data and unstructured data, I believe unstructured data is where AI is helping us a lot. Let me ask a same question to Gary. I know Juniper has been a pioneer on new technologies. They try to adopt new technologies all the time. So Gary, what is your opinion around AI? How is it helping in the procurement and planning space?
We have a lot of use cases that we implemented in the planning space. Again, we started the journey about 5 to 6 years back. We started with the demand planning, product segmentation space, starting with small, right? First to start with channel forecasting, and then we moved to demand sensing using AI. Again, last couple of years, the COVID happened, and then now the tariffs. The traditional statistical forecasting based on historical data is not always going to give right results, especially how the demand patterns changed the last couple of years. And now that's where we are using AI mainly. Again, it's semi-autonomous right now, human in the loop, where, say, as a demand planner, they have multiple forecast measures. You have multiple naive forecasts, you have statistical forecasting, booking based on the booking forecast, shipment forecast. Now we have demand sensing, channel forecasting. So now it's more like we are trying to see like a perplexity way, like when you search Google search, you are getting multiple links. Now the perplexity came, and now you are getting, hey, what is the right answer, right? With the multiple algorithms. So that's where we are trying to go with all this developed multiple models been developed the last couple of years. Again, we have multiple use cases starting with demand planning, global planning. Again, we receive supplier commit from the contract manufacturer. We are in the contract manufacturing space. So we do have a use case called judged supply commit. So every week, planners are spending a couple of hours judging what we are receiving from the contract manufacturer supply commit, right? So now we have used AI to judge the supply commit that we receive from the contract manufacturers. And also on the component planning space, we do have component risk index. We have PIVO reliability. So we using, again, combining all the demand risk, supply risk at the component level. Now the inventory entitlement is another use case that we are working right now. And then we want to get into the MEAO. So these are the various use cases, and identifying the supply chain risk across the supply chain is overall objective, and managing the uncertainty across the supply chain.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. And I do know that in 25, Oracle is bringing in a lot of new enhancements as well. So maybe let me ask a question to Vikas. So Vikas, I know Oracle is investing a lot of money in AI space. I've seen a lot of things in planning and procurement area. So wanted to understand from your perspective about these areas and AI stuff that is coming in from Oracle.
Sure. I had a slide, if you can pull that up, and then the investment is paying off, but it's true. So earlier this morning, one of my friends said, generally conferences start at 8 o'clock, starting at 10, little late. And I said, intelligence arrives in its own time. And it has, this type of intelligence has arrived. So we have delivered, and I'll come to what are the issues we have solved. But in all through Fusion applications, there are hundreds and hundreds of both predictive, but mostly generative AI capabilities and AI agents available. We have, production-ready deployments at production-ready agent being deployed at thousands of customers. It's not like a starting point or something. I'm focused on supply chain management, and this is the list you see. It's the same slide Jared had, just a little bit more updated, because I'm from development, so I have early science into that. So these are all 70 plus number is not important. Are agent predictive AI capabilities that are already available. Predictive AI or machine learning, if you want to call it that, had always been there, and primarily in supply chain planning and logistics areas. I've highlighted the area where most deployments, I've highlighted the areas where we have 100 plus customer deployments in production. So demand sensing and forecasting, Giri mentioned about that, Juniper, other customers, is one of the largest deployed use case of machine learning. But I'm going to focus a little bit more on our generative AI and large language model investments, especially the two use cases which are currently most deployed. First one, I want to call upon what was just mentioned in Vodafone. All of that process, from negotiation to RFP, to be able to improve supplier attachment, all of this is available as a part of Fusion procurement now. So one of the use cases, so if you start from negotiation process, you want to find out what should be the requirement for a negotiation, what should, type of suppliers you're going to third geography, or you're doing janitorial services. It's not really something so you can ask, what are the suppliers based on this qualification that I should track? It can create a synopsis of negotiation, send an email out to those suppliers. In supplier portal, those suppliers can also use generative AI to respond to those negotiation and then it summarizes RFPs and presents for approval to the sourcing manager. So the one that is highest used up there, as you see, the registration attachment. So when you are registering a new supplier after you have awarded a contract and stuff, then it's just significantly easier. They send a lot of files. For example, your security policy files, your resident or your the product compliance files and insurances and other documents that come with that, along with all the requirements. So be able to say to what extent they meet, have they met everything, and present a summary. So this is they've been deployed by hundreds of customers. The other one in procurement area that is being deployed is highlight for approvers. So purchase orders get approved, depending on the amount or criticality by a variety of people who have other day jobs. So either they're spending too much time approving those. And by the way, is very little is known as to why somebody is approving purchase orders and for what reason. It's just like a hodgepodge of stuff somebody put in. Everybody wants to be risk-free or risk-resilient, so they put in a lot of things in place. Now, all of these approvers, they have a day job. So either they are spending time that they're sort of nobody is paying attention to, or they are not doing a good job reviewing. So just summarizing a simple agent, it's not a big thing. It's just summarizing all that information for approvers, putting it in the front of them. Hey, this is what it is saying. It had 20 lines in that purchase order. This is a summarization. This is what it is saying. A simple email, and then they can approve that. So that is one of the largest deployed use cases already. A very, very simple thing, saves a lot of time and effort. Now, what we have done, I'll just quickly finish. What we have done to get to this starting point. There were 3 or 4 hurdles to adoption or operationalizing AI, especially generative AI. First of all, of course, where to start. I've done all the experimentation, where to start. You have starting points. Second, security. Will my data be secure? That we have figured out. We make our own vector DB, we make our own deployment. We have Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, generative AI services, which do all of that work in the background. So your data is secured within your firewall. Third, what about accuracy, data governance, guardrails, enterprise scale guardrails. So that is the third element, be able to measure the output of large language models, be able to put in guardrails in place so that you can be accurate. Nothing in AI is 100% accurate all the time, but it can be as accurate as possible and makes it easy to deploy. Otherwise, you typically have a system, do some POC, take in front of users, and they'll say, no, it's not correct. I would not use that. So we are trying to overcome all of these hurdles for you to essentially democratize AI. I mean, large companies have done a lot of investment initiative easily. They certainly can take it to the next step with Oracle, but other small and business companies, great way to start. Stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Vikas. So let's transition to some of the actionable things that different organizations are doing in AI space. Let me start with Giri at Juniper. Are you working on some of the AI technologies, implementing some of the AI things to improve on your business processes? I know you are working on some of the control tower initiative and some of the other things. Can you share a little more details around what's happening in AI space at Juniper?
And you need the data for any of the AI projects, right? So we started with the data quality about 4.5 years back to make sure, because most of the data comes from the partners and also external systems, right, within the internal systems. So we made sure that any data that comes into the data lake has a good quality of the data. We put a lot of controls in place to make sure whatever is used for any AI models, the quality of the data is good and it's accurate. Once we have that data lake built with the good quality data, then we started with all these AI models in the use cases which I mentioned in earlier, right? Currently, we are trying to, we do have a digital twin that we created in the MRP space, because we do receive data from partners and we do have internal MRP systems. We are trying to mimic what partners are doing, especially with the COVID, right? The business didn't want to completely rely on what partners are doing. So they wanted to create a digital twin, and we are trying to compare what partners are doing versus what our own planning systems are saying and what our AI models are telling, how the inventory projections are going to be for next couple of quarters, right? These are the use cases that we are trying to do. And also in the AI space, again, now with the demand planning, most of the AI models are in place with respect to demand sensing and channel forecasting. Now we are trying to invest in more on the causal AI, especially with the market intelligence. People have a lot of market intelligence, like the S&OP team and PLM team. They do receive market intelligence from the market. But how do we systematically implement that market intelligence and use it in the AI models? That is one thing that we are still looking into it from the causal AI perspective. Those are the things that we are trying to do.
That's awesome.
Human in loop context of what Giri has been talking about. So again, we have been working with Juniper since 2017, implementing cloud solution. And I have been trying to get Giri to speak in some of the conferences. And every time something or the other will happen in production, there's a failure, partner data has not come in, data quality is bad, the plan cannot run. And now Giri is here discussing what they have done. So what AI is doing and the technologies he have implemented, there is a lot of quality checks that is happening. So those disruptions are gone. There's a lot of automation. And then the predictability of end-to-end process, that has improved drastically. So Vikash, also going back there, now we are able to sleep a little bit better, maybe. So able to start conference at 10, but otherwise we'll start at 8 and try to get back by 4. But Giri, wonderful job that you have done there. And that's the real output that we are having, people coming in here and sharing how technology is also improving our personal life as we are in this ecosystem. Back to you, Sanjay.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Giri, for, I think we talked a little bit about planning. Let's transition to procurement. I know Vodafone has done some exciting work in the area of automation in procurement area. Can you throw some light on some of the procurement area automation and some of the AI work that you have done?
Sure. I think the most exciting thing is moving from automation to being autonomous. Because what it takes you is automation gives you a lot of efficiency and experience improvement. Whereas when you go autonomous, you are talking about results. Because you can have agents get goals. And then the agents iterate to improve its planning process till it gets those goals through self-reflection, through planning, as well as learning, right? So what we really focused on is results. And in procurement, what's the result, right? Reduction in purchase cost. If you talk about automation and time saves, $2 million a year. When you talk about purchase cost reduction, it's $100 million a year, right? And now, how did we build the business case of $100 million? It's not just about finding the cheapest partner, but the cost of finding the cheapest partner is also cost of risks that you have. So are you able to bake in the risk premium when you're purchasing? So being able to have the entire supply chain visibility to see who has what kind of risks and dependencies so that you're able to build the risk premium in the total cost of ownership of that vendor. Now to do that, there's a second level. So in Vodafone Procurement Company, every sourcing manager is given a savings target. They're just like salespeople. And they will go behind every dollar they can extract from every contract, whether it is during sourcing or when they are continuously monitoring the contracts. It's called obligation management. So sourcing managers are going into contracts to see all the penalties and all the discounts that the vendors have promised. but there's no triangulation between what was promised in the contract and how the vendors are performing. So for instance, if there are penalty clauses of delays in delivery, we are extracting the rules from the contract, looking at when the purchase order was raised, when the GR was received, and then saying, hey, we've literally had $50 million just extracting penalties from vendors, including volume discounts. During negotiation, people throw all kinds of deals, but nobody is there to monitor them. So we are able to look at, triangulate between invoices, contracts, and the provisioned systems to be able to say, hey, I should have already been eligible for discounts now. Now, this is where Vodafone has gone the farthest. It's called design to cost. Every networking equipment is broken down into parts to nuts and bolts, including what material is being used to build that. Copper, aluminum, titanium, whatever it is. Yesterday, there was a huge drop in copper prices. Vodafone purchase managers are right there in front of Nokia and Ericsson trying to get clawback costs. So that's because when copper prices increases, Nokia and Ericsson will immediately increase the price. But when it reduces, they're quiet. But these guys are able to go back and track every little dollar from those reductions. So that's the result as a service, because I do believe personally that in a year or 2 years, nobody's going to buy a lead management system. People will pay for leads. They will not buy a ticketing management system. They will pay for tickets resolved. So similarly, nobody's going to buy a procurement system. They're going to pay for savings achieved. So we're at that kind of economy that's coming, and therefore you design for results and don't design for automation.
That's awesome. Very, very interesting. In fact, some of the, at least one of the large organization, without naming the organization, is doing something similar, and very, very interesting. So thank you, Sanchita. Up next, Dhaval, as Meta is home for Llama and many other AI initiatives, can you share some details around procurement automation that you are doing in your organization?
Yeah, sure. First of all, very well put, automation to autonomous. I think that's where we are inclining all our efforts and making sure that we are able to add AI to all the business processes. As far as the example that I took for addressable spend management and categorization, that's one space, because as we go towards most cost savings, definitely would like the data to be structured. We worked on the AI applications where AI model helped us categorize data, whether it's based on the taxonomy that we have built out. The most high level taxonomy to the granular level taxonomy and categorization. When the invoice comes in, how do you categorize that? Put it into the most higher category. Run the AI models to identify, go into the contracts, go into the sourcing documents, go into the purchasing documents, identify what categorization perfectly fits the L2 and L3 categories. That model of going into these different things is something that we have invested in, and it's reaping good results and creating good insights for indirect spend for Meta. Similarly, I think we are also introducing a lot of intelligence around approvals. Everybody who wants to buy stuff needs that thing delivered as soon as possible. We want to decrease the PR to PO life cycle time or delivery cycle time per se. In that whole model, approvals play an important role. Like you said, approval is kind of everybody needs more information so that they can quickly approve it. These models are also helping us, generate that insight for the approvers quickly. And not just that, it also, based on the approval authority of different people and different people in the hierarchy, it automatically finds out who should be approving that. We don't want redundant approvals. It takes a lot of time when a PR is placed and it has to go probably 10 to 12 different approvers. Finance need to do that job. It can't be in the finance queue for 2 days. How do we expedite that? AI has helped in that process as well. One other example that I could take, if you have time, is we have users, like I said, they want to buy stuff as soon as possible for their day-to-day job. People go and they could either use expense reports, they just use their P cards or Amex or something to buy stuff, which might not be compliant directly. We want to protect our company's company by channelizing users to go through the right systems for procurement. How do we do that? We identified that we need to guide the users not to procure through any systems and go through one centralized channel. But we don't want them to be, the system to be a bottleneck. So we kind of, came up with the guided buying approach and let the system recommend. I don't want the user to go on Amazon catalog, directly buy stuff, because there could be additional good pricing, good terms on the other side of it. So the models will recommend the users. That's where we have used AI. And they can also help users to go to the right channel, not just any channel that they prefer, but the right channel that complies with business policies. So these are a few test cases.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dhaval. One question to Vikas. I know there is a lot of buzz around AI Studio. I know the topic itself is big, but I think there's a lot of buzz around AI Studio. Can you throw us maybe a little bit of a light on that, maybe a short one?
Sure. That AI Studio, so I described a lot of work that has been put in behind the scene using Oracle Cloud Infrastructure technology to be able to deliver all of those AI agents to you as a part of embedded, as a part of application. So all of that work, which means enabling business objects, for example, a purchase order or a sales order or an item description. These are all examples in technology parlance of business objects. Then tools, the calculators, what you need to operate upon these business objects, user session to be able to recognize who's asking so that we can provide that security. And you can continue asking in the same user session so it's aware of what you have asked previously. So these are some examples of that APIs, both external and internal, who can call. So this whole, infrastructure that with help of or within Oracle Cloud Infrastructure we've been built, and all that has been packaged now in a way that you can use to extend. You can configure agents we provide to your need. Change the prompt, change APIs, add other things, as well as add your custom AI agents. And that framework, everything we have developed, we are making it available to our customers shortly. That is what is called AI Studio. Now, of course, that wouldn't have been possible unless we had this whole infrastructure, entire stack, top to bottom. All the large language models, Meta, thank you, and Cohere and OpenAI, they are being trained on Oracle superclusters now, as are other machine learning models too. That is why we are able to provide all of these services at scale. Just to give you, we have 2 million API calls to generative AI API calls every day from our customers. So it's a different scale, and we have thousands, if not more, people in data science world who are just working on that. So it's just, as we say in every other area, it's very difficult to sort of get that kind of a pool together in one place. It's not exactly easy to hire. So we are very hopeful. Large language model API costs are being reduced by 50% every 4 months. So its production is even higher than the maturity rate on earlier put in semiconductor and everything else. So it's it's tremendous pace. We are very excited. We are already delivering teams of AI agents now with AI Studio. Just to give you a quick example, for example, you have a product return. Nobody wants product returns, but they do. So now product return, be able to pull the right record and be able to understand your policies, whether this return is acceptable, one agent. Then be able to sort of figure out what is the options for that. Based on your policies, what are the options? What are the disposition options? Where do you need to route that return? So you do that. Thirdly, you summarize all of that information and communicate to the customer. So these are series of steps which may be individual AI agents, but collectively, that's a teams of AI agent. That also is possible with AI Agent Studio. And initially, with a human in the loop. And as AI matures, which we are doing already, then autonomous systems which cover the entire workflow autonomously without requiring human, your choice to what extent you want to keep that. So that's all is there.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vikas. I know I have few other questions, but in the interest of time, I think I'm going to cut short and ask if anyone has any questions from our audience. Sanjay, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, my question is for Vikas. As AI is just flourishing in this year or later last year, but there's still a lot of inventions, a lot of innovations are happening. What the Oracle is doing for the educating the customer, or what are the steps you guys are taking for the adoption of it, basically? Still, this is a pretty new. And this is more question is planning, supply chain, a lot of those areas. How you all their thinking level to ensure that they are thinking in the right side also.
Yeah, I think.
And one more thing. What's the carrot for the Oracle for this adoption? Is if you have sold already your Fusion licenses, so what will motivate your salespeople to sell them this new technology person who has already adopted, let's say, that Oracle planning system?
So okay, now it's working. Our intent of AI to, while cover our cost, is not, it's not a way for us to money. We still want people to deploy. This is a way to instill that 30-50% productivity that Gerald talk about in our Fusion customers. So it's not a separated exercise. Although we understand that there are hybrid systems in place, multiple clouds, and multiple external factors to be able to enable all of that. So it's still being able to improve the productivity and adoption of our Fusion applications as far as business applications concerned. And I'll come to your first question in a moment. The second aspect of that is where, which is our OCI brother, and VG is here. You can talk to her later. So currently, if you think about AI agents or team of AI agents, they have circular reasoning. So you ask them something, they will reason, give you an answer. Ask them same thing again, they'll start again. They're not starting from the time they left. So which is where is the next step in our development to say where we can actually, to fully automate, we need to start, okay, what they had already, reasoned beyond that. So that all of the development. Now, in terms of adoption, we have a lot of such conferences to have this message out. And it's less about like selling AI, but more about how to operationalize that. In Cloud World this year, the whole message would be how to operationalize AI based on I mentioned some of the hurdles people face, data, mostly how to clean that data. Even AI is leapfrogging some of those efforts in terms of data has been, okay, you can clean the data. You can at least summarize. You can fix the data yourself. You can get external API scraping. What's the big deal? All of these integration technologies, BPMs and RPAs. I mean, what's the big deal? External API can go scrape all of that data itself. So B2B messaging, we have EDI for like 30, 40, 50 years. What is the big deal in mapping data? Generative AI can understand semantic reasoning. It understands what the purchase order is and the sales order is, and it can relate the two. It's not such a big deal. So, it's a challenge to continue to communicate, but our thing is that you start. Wherever you want to start, and then go along with that. And that's where we are, making it a part of Fusion applications. If you have them, you get that. I'm not sure long-worded answer that.
Oh, thank you so much. And my last point was indirectly I was trying to ask is Oracle is going to charge for how much agents we are going to utilize, and is going, because a lot of other competitors are getting into that.
No,
Yeah.
if you have Fusion applications in place, there is no charge for using what we have provided. Regardless of what large language models we have used, there's no charge for that. Now, if you want to develop your own custom models, yes, you pay a little bit. But again, the point of that is to cover our cost. It's not priced to profitability. So if you use OpenAI models, there are some costs of APIs so we have a whole pricing scheme. But if you're using Fusion, you're using out-of-box agents and changing them. You can change them to your need, change the prompt, or change the APIs, use business objects. Within the confines of what we are providing, you can configure all of those agents at no cost to you if you have Fusion application.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience?
Hi, my name is Jing Chong Hu. I have one question regarding the legacy systems. For what I learned and experienced, Fusion has the capability, especially for Fusion SCM and Analytic Cloud. You can bring the legacy data into the system to analyze and to develop the trend of the data. My question to the panel is, what are the lessons learned or suggestions you have for us when we implement the agentic AI, especially in handling the legacy system? Thank you.
Any thoughts? Sanchita, Dhaval, Giri.
These legacy systems are Oracle systems or they are homegrown application?
It's it's Oracle system. And also for Fusion, the beauty of it, you can pull even the Excel data if your legacy data is stored in Excel, actually.
I mean, we have faced challenges where we have used or we have data sources which are unstructured. It could be spreadsheets, it could be any other document that is kind of pulled into the models. The quality of the data is very important, especially when you're using AI. When you're training the models, you need the models to understand the context. You need the models to understand the domain. And when you're talking about AI across the procure-to-pay space, you need the models to learn contracts, other procurement, purchasing, invoicing, and particularly on the supply chain side when you're talking about supply chain aspects. So I think the quality of data is pretty important. There's a lot of human effort that goes in to kind of understand and do experimentation with the models so that the models are not hallucinating, not giving wrong information, and testing the data before you testing the models before you actually implement that. So I think quality of data is something which is very important, and we have, like in our side, we have invested a lot of effort in getting the right quality through experimentations.
I fully agree. Thank you.
One last question. I see multiple hands, but go ahead.
Hi, I think it's a great conversation so far. I have a quick question that I heard Trinamix has done a lot of work in AI. Have you guys done a lot of work in invoice scanning as well?
So
Yeah.
we can have a separate discussion. So we have a solution called Documentra. So basically, it can ingest any kind of document, online, offline, structured, unstructured data. So what's happening in the invoice scanning space, both, let's say, AR and AP, of course, Oracle provides scanning capability within Fusion, but in many cases, the invoices are still coming in a variety of different formats. So right now, where the solution is, we within the Oracle solution, we expect kind of a structured single format of data, right? Then it gets scanned and then you can do your matching. But we continue to work with customers where they're sending Excel, they're sending PDF, all of them are different formats, and customers are sending invoice, just typing in mail that, hey, this is what we are going to send from a dollar perspective. So Documentor and where AI is going is really understand all the source of data, unstructured data, then using the technologies to kind of convert in a single canonical model that can go into the ERP and then do your three-way or four-way match. So we have those solutions, which is now agnostic of ERP and agnostic of data source, and we can help improving the invoice scanning and accuracy of match.
Yeah, and in
Thank
fact,
you.
Vodafone has done some work in invoice scanning. You want to share some information there?
Sure. So I think the industry has evolved from OCRs to vision processing. So you can use a lot of vision models that are super accurate. They are semantically understanding the document, then having to have a syntactic basis to extract. So that's definitely there. But the beauty of using these vision models are also that you can integrate, like from an agentic point of view, all the validations, right? So is this a duplicate or not? Is this a fraudulent invoice or not? So it is able to even look at logos and see slight variations in logos, or seeing the the color of the invoices that are coming in and seeing if there is a certain change. So fraud detection, especially not just invoice, but also a lot of the mortgage processing documents, those things are being really, really captured well when you go to vision modeling.
Thank you.
Trying to
Fantastic.
stop myself from inserting, Oracle into this. So we do provide docu services and document vision. What we are working on is that next stage is of machine vision, which is you take a picture of a damage, and we are developing that agent right now. It'd be able to understand what is the damage, what is the repair assessment, what is the cost estimate of that, who's the technician who is skilled to do that, be able to summarize all of that and point to supervisor, hey, assign this thing to this agent, this is the problem, just by machine. So that's an example of advancements of machine vision.
All right. Thank you, Vikas. Thank you, Sanchita. I think I saw a couple of more hands, but in the interest of time, what I'll suggest is we'll take it offline. Otherwise, our schedule will get derailed. But thank you to my panelists. Much appreciated. Thanks a ton for taking time today.
All right, let's go ahead and continue with the sessions here. If I could ask the stage, we have ARAPL, but also known as affordable robotics. We're going to go in the next steps, and he's joining. One thing to take interest of, as you can imagine, AI with all the data services and large language models. If you haven't and you're not aware of it yet, you should look up Project Stargate. If anybody has not, a lot of people, I can see people nodding heads out there in the audience. Certainly worth looking up. Over $500 billion in spend. Oracle deep investment. It's thinking through, as the larger and larger models, complexity happens. How do you get that speed? And Oracle knowing the data center structure. So exciting stuff. All right, Daniel, thank you so much. In the stage, thank you. Yeah.
Well, we'll wait for the clicker to show up. My name is Daniel Cuellar. I'm with the ARAPL. I'm the Vice President of Sales. So we also look at the acronyms. Thank you. Affordable robotics. So today we're going to talk to you a little bit about big arrow, big green one. There you go. The future of autonomous robotics. So we manufacture, we install, and we support advanced robotics and some of the more advanced automation you might find in many spaces today. So it could be anywhere from logistics, could be manufacturing, but we were started in India. So most of our manufacturing is in India, but we're really unique in the space in that we're a very strong software company. So the ability to develop our own software is part of that secret. So today we're going to do a 15-minute drill on where we're at in robotics and what the future holds. But what we're going to say is much like you'll learn today, well, the future is here. So at Affordable Robotics, we've introduced the autonomous vehicle, but it's that generative AI that's making it possible for it to plan, adapt, and switch and make its own decisions. So I think one of our first speakers talked about being able to sense and then make decisions and adapt. So I explained it to my wife this way. It's like Waze. We've got 75 of these robots throughout the warehouse, and it's the ability to sense, redirect, and make new decisions, even to the point where if you need to hand off a task from one robot to the other because the battery's running low and needs to go get a charge, or it's got more tasks than it can compete. So again, the true autonomy is finally here. So today, the 15-minute drill, and I lost 1 minute because of this clicker. But in 14 minutes, we're going to talk about what does the new autonomy look like? What is smart automation, challenges and opportunities, and what's new in autonomy? And again, we're going to do it in 14 minutes here. If you could hit the play button for me. All right. So this is an example of one of our facilities where we use this reach to go all the way to the dock. This facility is managing returns. So they go in these gaylords, and then it's 100% autonomous. So we've had a digital floor plan. So we've mapped out the entire warehouse. Every location has a digital location. So we will go and pick up this pallet. And again, when we started with this facility, there was hundreds of employees. You imagine the challenges. This particular location couldn't get people to show up to work, or weren't really productive, weren't consistent, and we were getting a lot of errors. So the ability to pick up the pallet where we wanted to pick up, so we get the right pallet at the right time, and then put it away in the right location, and then pulling orders, being able to pull the right orders in the right time. So previously, they would have to stage orders the night before to guarantee that the orders were ready for that driver. With our forecasting and ability to plan ahead and give them consistent productivities, the robots can pull the orders within minutes, and they can work together. Again, autonomously working together. Hey, we have a task. We got to pull these 26 pallets. Who can do it? Again, the robots are all talking to each other, and it's our generative AI and our software that's driving this intelligence. So you will see some humans that are still in this warehouse, not a lot. But they do work well with other humans. They'll slow down, they'll caution, and they'll stop. They also work really well with other material handling. So if there's other material handling, they work well with them. So I like to think, if you've seen that scrubber that's running around Sam's Club, works well with Sam's customers, we work the same well. If you go to any one of our facilities, you'll find that each one of these is flawless. There's not a scratch on any of our forklifts. That's because they don't run into other racking, they don't damage product, they don't have accidents. So I think when we talk to our customers about the benefits, we like to start with safety. Hey, well, how would you like to have a safe environment with 0 accidents for 2025? Hey, pretty good deal. But when we go to places like, well, we went all over the place, but Nashville, where it's really tough to get people to show up to work, or because many companies that are entered the logistics space are now paying $25, $30, $40 an hour, are driving what used to be a very slim margin for 3PL. So the 3PL was just barely making it at, I remember, $15 an hour. Now you're having to pay $25, $30 an hour. So this makes a lot more sense. What if we give you a robot that shows up on time, works without breaks, doesn't take lunch, can charge in a matter of minutes versus hours, runs on a clean lithium battery, doesn't make mistakes, doesn't sue you either. So again, there's all sorts of applications. For the sake of time today, we're going to limit to just loading trucks, unloading trucks, pulling orders, staging, moving A to B. So at a minimum, the most simple task that we could ask is loading and unloading trucks, and it's all done autonomously. There's no human there. Same thing with moving A to B. It just makes more sense if you have a large warehouse. Why not move from A to B? Again, it's that cutting edge LiDAR, the sensors that we use, the vision, the navigation, the fleet management, and the secret sauce. Somebody talked about failure rates earlier from Oracle. That 78% failure. Well, I've been doing this for 25 years, and I've worked for the largest automation companies on the planet. And I've worked for Walmart and UPS trying to integrate some of these systems. And that 78% is driven by that software. It's going to be the software failure. So I think we cracked the code there. We have the secret sauce for the navigation, the fleet management system, the best path, and then all safety. So again, cool videos. You can look more on our website if you'd like. But all right, so it's 6 core capabilities that we're looking at. So again, sensing, perception, the 3D vision that we use, the navigation, and the AI, all for sensing so that we know our environment, we have everything mapped out, and we have great navigation and vision that's driving it. The autonomous reasoning, ability to plan, replan, adjust, switch over tasks, all of the robots running the warehouse. No humans. Motion control, safety, again, creating a best path. So if one of our robot noses or senses that there's traffic or congestion in one of the areas, able to redirect the rest of the fleet and say, hey guys, I think we need to work on this area, or can I get some help? Again, robots running the warehouse. The navigation, again, the SLAM, the accuracy, the reliability. One of the big issues we look at is the inaccuracy of the inventory in the warehouses. Again, humans putting stuff in the wrong place or just getting the wrong product. Hey, it's a tough environment. So the robots know where they're at, they know what they're picking up, they know where they're dropping off. So we're getting these digital scans throughout the warehouse and gathering data and more data. So, and then the generative AI, the ability to sense, react, plan, and replan, all of it done by the robots. And then the last piece of that is the task management, being able to manage tasks in a busy environment. We got these orders coming, this driver's late, we need this truck, all of these different factors that make it difficult to run that operation or manufacturing. So again, being able to retask, and again, it goes back to that software. So what's driving this? I think we touched on this earlier, but accidents are becoming to be even more expensive in 2025 than ever before. So I don't know about you, but every time I turn on the news, every other ad is for an accident attorney. So accidents are becoming challenging. The litigation for breaks is becoming challenging. The litigation for lunches, vacations. It seems like the 3PL, they're experiencing even more of this litigation. Robots don't like to sue people, so we like those guys. Labor challenges, getting people to show up to work and get to that productivity standard. More and more, I know my family, they expect everything same day. So if you want something same day, sometimes maybe those humans aren't going to be your best option, but being able to have predictive labor, being able to add more robots to an operation or robots working for the most important task and prioritizing what needs to get done during that immediate decision. And then again, e-commerce, the growth of these larger warehouses, bigger spaces, a lot of driving spaces. It would be make more sense to have one of these robots driving A to B than a human driving A to B. And when we first go into an operation to evaluate, create some sort of engineering study, we look at who's driving in these 1 million square foot warehouses. If you're sitting in a forklift and you're going from this side of the warehouse to the other side of the warehouse, well, it's almost a no-brainer. And we say, look, why don't we just take the simple tasks off your plate for the first week, and we take all of the A to B moves, and then you could repurpose those people, which often happens. You'll find that a place with 500 employees is struggling to put people in the right place. But what do we take 30, 40 of these tasks, give them to a robot, and then you can repurpose those employees. So it's one of those things. Then the last thing is the electrification of industrial equipment. So some of the operations here in California, we're transforming the propane tanked forklifts into our lithium clean powered energy. So our batteries can run longer, they charge faster, environmentally friendly, and it makes a lot of sense to pull all the propane tanks out of these warehouses and run with smarter, more efficient robots. A couple challenges and opportunities, just what's going on in the industry. It's the high initial cost. So there's a cost involved in installing these guided AGVs. The upfront investments are usually high. So number 4 is where we kind of fit in. We have leasing models, rental models, and we have a very low cost entry point. So our affordable robotics is where we play. So with a very little down payment or no down payment, we go in, we give them cutting edge software, cutting edge technology, great tools to get going. And the last system that we installed, we were up and running in 3 weeks. So if you go buy a larger automated system for $12 million, which is not unusual, well, might get running in 1.5 to 2 years. And that's a tough pill to swallow. Hey, come back and see me in 2 years. And if we go back to our 78% failure rate, it's even a tougher pill to swallow. Hey, it's going to be $12 million. And it's going to take 2 years. And you got a 15% chance it's going to work. Man, it's a tough sell. So we have a different pitch. What do we give you? A low, no money down payment. We prove the concept before you even buy it. And it's up and running in 3 weeks, and your ROI is in 6 months. Hey, it's a no-brainer. And if you want to do the rent model, we got a model for you. And if peak rolls around and you need to staff up, give us a call. We'll be there to help you. And it's all done by one company, us. So we manufacture, we install it, we support it. We answer the phone when you call, and we go out and fix your robots if you have anything. There's no middleman, there's no integrator, there's no party. Hey, here's our CEO. You have a problem with me, call him. But we try to make it simple. We try to make it affordable. We take all the mystery out of robotics automation, and we tell you the future is here. I tried rolling this out 20 years ago when I worked for Swisslog. Well, I've only got 15 minutes to tell you nightmare stories, but today it's real. I see it every day. We've got hundreds of videos. I'm in a warehouse every single week where we've had successful implementations, and we can integrate with Oracle. So again, all there. So last slide is what's new. So the lithium battery is a game changer. If you could have a lithium battery in your phone that can go 24 hours, well, think of our robot where it goes and charges when it needs it. It manages its own battery when it needs to charge. It'll just go bump up against the charger. So no plugging, unplugging, no more acid batteries, no more acid wash stations. It's clean, good power, seal battery, and ours come with an 8-year warranty. So typical battery just keeps on running. Again, it's a game changer in the industry because think of how much time is wasted charging a battery or downtime or the expense of these batteries. So autonomous forklifts, again, with that obstacle detection, it's something that's been around for years, but we think that we cracked the code on that. It's really safe. It slows down, it stops, and works with just about everybody. The hydrogen cell, something, again, we're working on. It's something rapid refueling, and customers that have very large fleets and need to run those 24/7 with no downtime, that's the future of our forklifts. We see it coming really quickly. And then the unique analytics platform that allows, again, real data captured, the downtime reduction, everything from maintenance planning to task planning. All of it is there. It goes back to that software. So again, all of these things coming together. This is just some of the fleet that we offer in our forklift line. We do some other things, order picking, each picking, but the focus for 2025 is providing people with reliable, clean energy at an affordable price. And if it's not up and running in 3 weeks, then I'll give you the number to the implementation and CO guy back there. Now, but we have a high confidence in our equipment. We are in that 25% success side. So we haven't played anywhere near that 78% failure. And I've been in that 78% pace. It's a tough speech. And if you go to the larger shows like Modex, well, I can walk you down the aisles and tell you that's in the 78%, that's in the 78%, that's the, and there's really a small group of automation companies that are playing in that space that you come running, we deliver, and it actually runs because we try to keep it simple. It's not complicated. I'll tell you, my 10-year-old presented to what does dad do? So she was going to start off with, my dad sells and makes robots. So that's too complicated. Let's make it simple. So I dumbed it down for her. And I think really what we're trying to do for all our customers is make it very simple. Within a 1 hour conversation, we know what you need, how many you need. We give you a commitment date, and we're live, and we're delivering an ROI within a matter of months. So thanks for your time. I left a couple of brochures here if you have any questions. If not, I'll be in the lunchroom if you have any questions. Thanks for your time.
All right, moving right along. It said we've got a lot of good content. It said what we're collectively doing, because there's a lot of questions going online. I mean, it's just, if you ever been to one of those sessions where you see like it's like a stock market ticker tape rolling, and you're just trying to, that's what's going online right now with hundreds of folks that have attended this event that are online right now. So we're going to be collecting that. We're going to be looking through it with Oracle and kind of parsing through some of the thought process there. And for every RSVP that's been through this cycle, we're probably going to be collecting all this and sharing that en masse for some of the responses, because there's a lot of good information that's being shared and a lot of good ideas. So thanks again. So for the next panel, we'll talk about supply chain. I want to invite Manoj up to the table for the next session.
Thanks, Russ. So I would invite all the panelists for the operations session. Shri, Ankur, Deepak Shahab, and Arvind. And I would also invite Prantik to come and present some of the exciting AI cases that Trinamix is working on in the manufacturing and operations domain. So Prantik, please take us through those exciting cases for the first 5 minutes, and then we will go to the panelist for Q&A. Thanks.
Sure. Do you have the click? Okay. Thanks, Manoj. So again, just we are following the same pattern when we are starting each of the panel. We are sharing some of the work we are doing on the AI side using Oracle capabilities and some solutions we have developed over OCI. And then I'll quickly take you through some of those. And again, we are also seeing some patterns in the industry where, especially manufacturing, transportation, logistics space, and operations space, what are some of the interesting use cases. And then after I quickly share, I'll hand over to Manoj so that we can learn more from the panelists. So again, some of these you probably have been hearing, especially on the logistics side, optimizing route using AI. So what is, again, from an Oracle perspective, this has been out there for some time. Oracle transportation management and trade planning solutions are pretty advanced, and Oracle has been embedding a lot of AI capabilities. But now we are going beyond that. We are also looking at, because a lot of carriers and transportation fleet agencies, they are including smart vehicles in the operation. So that's where we are also capturing additional telemetric data kind of. So it's all about capturing the real-time data and then sense that if something might go wrong, we might not reach a customer location because the vehicle is not there at the right time. And based on that, predicting, or if there is another alternate route, we can figure out helping the OEMs to deliver the solution at the right place at the right time. So again, the entire transportation fleet management and by getting the right mix of route and fleet, that is becoming very interesting with the AI technologies coming in. The second case is, again, robots, and then the lines, again, they are coming together. Again, going back, robots have been there for some time, industrial robots, but now we are able to get more real-time data. And this is where we are looking at cross-docking scenarios because of any transportation disruption. If there is a chance for optimization, getting that event real-time, and then figuring out through cross-docking if we can still meet the target delivery date or time. Now, in these days, it's kind of becoming tracking at an hourly level, not daily. So that's where AI is helping a lot. Again, getting lot of infrastructure data from smart vehicles and then using Oracle Transportation Management and some of the Oracle solutions to get to optimize cross-docking scenario. This is very interesting. This is kind of moving from kind of industrial manufacturing space to CPG and distribution. So this is one case where, again, through visual detection, again, in the last panel, we were talking about a lot of visual detection coming in. So two things happening in this use case. So they are getting the food, different variety of food getting delivered to their distribution center. And then they have to, because they're buying from their suppliers, and then they have to send to their customers. So real time, we are looking at the grade of the food, how ripe. So in this case, the banana example, right? So how ripe is a banana? And then if it is at the right level for distribution or sending outbound, they're getting picked, packed, and shipped through a part of their distribution warehouse. But the customers, the OEMs in this case, they're also figuring out that, of course, the quality is not uniform when they're getting. So some of these incoming material, if they're not at the right grade, they're getting picked, but they're now going into their treatment chamber where they use kind of processing steps to get the banana to the right level of maturity so that maybe in a couple of days they can send. So all this is becoming pretty automated. Again, there are solutions on the Oracle side we are using, but the customers are also using some of this visual detection technology on ground in the distribution center to optimally pick, pack, ship both the outbound and then kind of defer something that needs to go out a couple of days out. So very interesting and a lot of cost savings there. We talked about shipment consolidation pulling. In interest of time, I'll move on. So this is, again, a very interesting case. This is going trade and transportation, right? In many cases, again, going back to the Oracle technologies, Oracle transportation and trade management, we are finding the route, we are finding what international location the material will move through and generating all the trade documents. But in many cases, what we are also seeing, customers are seeing that there is hidden ownership because we are using a 3PL and they have their parent company. So there might be last moment of material movement because there is a parent company involvement. Are we really kind of changing course? No, it is more from a risk management perspective. We are able to figure out, scraping market data, that there is hidden entitlement or ownership for the distribution partners in the overall flow. And this is being flagged as a risk. So customer can look at that risk, which they were not aware previously, and take the right decision, lower the risk, maybe kind of get another partner, or choose the right partner in pool of partner who doesn't have this kind of risk scoring or fraudulent transaction risk that is coming in. So it's a very interesting case. A lot of customers are looking at the fraudulent connection, fraudulent ownership, and risk potential identification. Connected vehicle, again, I think this has been out there, started with Tesla. There are a lot of new technologies coming in, but with connected vehicle technologies, again, it's more of less risk driving and then generating the data. Where we are seeing a lot of investment is happening is basically telemetric data. Based on telemetric data, you're able to identify how's the usage of the car, where you need to go and go for servicing. So Tesla has already enabled that. If some of you who have been in a smart car, you can figure out where to go and charge. But on the service side, what we are seeing opportunities where, based on the telemetric data, there is prediction of what kind of spare parts needed, where to store that spare part, and when the car is at a point of service, the right parts at the right service center, because that data has been already captured based on the car driving usage, and then the parts are right there. And especially if we see a real-time risk of some parts failing. Predictive maintenance, again, in the Oracle stack, it has been out there for quite some time. Again, you might be aware of preventive and predictive maintenance. These concepts have been out there, but now what is happening with the ERP solution, capturing, so IoT layers, are there, part of Oracle stack, part of customer stack. Customers are kind of gathering a lot of data through the sensors. And then that data is coming in. We are able to predict where a line, an asset might fail at what point in time. And then based on that, take actions where you can come up with a maintenance downtime in ahead, and then kind of avoid risk of production failure because the machine was going to go down. So a lot of our customers who have now invested on their IoT layer for quite some time, and data is now getting generated, and we have enough data pattern. That data is coming into Oracle Solution Framework in cloud, and based on that, using some of OCI, and now we are going into the AI Agent Studio, we are able to kind of predict when a line or a machine or an asset will need maintenance, or maintenance event is coming up. Let's see, there are a couple of more, I believe. Yeah, I won't spend a lot of time. I think we talked about visual defect detection. The technology is similar. The food example that we took, in that case, it was more getting material in and then checking the quality in the distribution center, and then doing a pick, pack, ship at the right time. But in manufacturing also, in manufacturing line, we are looking at figuring out quality or defects based on visual detection technology. So that is reducing the amount of quality issues that we might find later when the product has shipped out. So again, concepts have been there for quite some time, but now these use cases are getting enabled using the AI technologies and Oracle Cloud, because now the technologies are embedded within the Oracle Cloud solution. Adaptive and automated manufacturing. So this is where, again, you have seen industrial robots. They're all smart, but mostly they have been automating by segments of assembly. But where we have started to see some trends where robots are talking to each other up and down the assembly line so that they can hand over one from the other. As robots are kind of going through different segments of operation. And if there is some challenges upstream in the line, they can communicate to downstream robots, and then you can go for maintenance. So human in loop in all this process, because now it's not only the lines are connected, they're smart lines, but the robots which are operating in the lines, they're talking to each other. So the downtime aspects, they are getting minimized. So it's kind of what's the benefit? The lines are up and running, more OEE, and then the material flow out through the lines are more predictable. So we are seeing some of these cases. I think we talked about carrier selection. I'll move on. So this is another very interesting. This is between transportation and planning. So for a long time, we have seen transportation aspects not that well connected with planning aspects. And when we are saying talking about planning, it's more like what's the demand. So in the first panel, we talked about these days we are able to map the environmental causal, political causal, the transgeographic challenges that's happening. These are getting mapped to demand management processes, forecasting process. So you are able to generate a more accurate forecast, and then from there you can derive to fulfill those customer demands, depending on which industries you are in, especially in the CPG and distribution industry, where you need more real-time information to make the products available at the right time because the flow is huge. So this is where we are seeing the technologies are coming in both on the demand planning side and the transportation side, where you are able to predict the volume uptake based on events. And then based on that, then you can pass on that information to fleet and transportation planning part of the solution, where you know what volume, when it's going to go up with a high level of accuracy, let's say 90% and up. And then you can now have a negotiation with your 3PLs, because we are now talking about higher volume. And then you get the right budget from them, but also they're able to optimize their route based on this volume prediction. So now all this cross-functional solutions are coming together. They're not only getting more integrated, but we are also able to capture the impact of what is happening in real time in market, in geopolitical scenarios, in trade and transportation. Those events are getting mapped, and now you are able to take better decisions, both from a material management perspective and also from fleet management perspective. So this is where some of these handshakes are happening between planning and transportation planning part of the solution. So these are kind of some of the new trends we are looking at. And last but not the least, again, manufacturing, distribution globally, there's a lot of awareness about carbon footprint reduction. So this is becoming a part of a lot of companies' KPI, how sustainable their production, operation, distribution is. So based on understanding of where and how you are producing, which entities you are using to distribute, what locations they're going through, we are able to generate the overall carbon footprint and do multiple simulation. Again, going back to that concept with AI and some of this additional data coming in within the AI layer, we are able to run multiple simulation and then able to produce scenarios where you have high carbon footprint, but of course you might have high customer satisfaction, customer on time in full, versus if you have to lower the carbon footprint, you have to look at some other strategies so that carbon footprint is low, but you are still able to achieve customer satisfaction. So carbon footprint based decision making is also becoming very important. Again, what we are sharing is we have seen these concepts evolving over last 2 to 3 years, but with AI and then the simulation capabilities that's coming in, once the data is within your ERP layer, we are able to make this decisions with the technology much, much better. So there's a lot of interesting use case our customers are looking at. At this point, I believe this is the last one. Yeah, I will hand over to Manoj so that we hear more from panelists what they're doing in this space. Manoj.
Check. Yeah, excellent, Prantik. Thanks. It was really exciting where we are going, right, with AI. So with that, I would like to take us through the panel discussions. I would first invite Arvind from Oracle to introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Arvindan Sankramurthy with the Oracle Manufacturing Cloud and Supply Chain Management Cloud Product Management. Been with Oracle a long time, 25 plus years. Worked on on-premise applications and really excited to work in this new era of AI for supply chain applications.
Yeah, thanks, Arvind. I would like Shri to introduce himself and also take us through like what his vision and what opportunities Shri sees in the business for AI. So Shri.
Can you guys hear me okay? So excellent question, Manoj. I see a lot of people here in California, they're doing a lot of cool stuff. So I come from a pretty traditional background of 150-year-old company called Xerox, which is in print business. So when you talk about that, it's a different challenge. You talk about change management, you talk about tool selection and the model, how it actually evolved from Xerox perspective, right? The go-to-market strategy has been different if you are being there, where in a service market and manufacturing market, operating 136 countries, it's totally different. It's a federated model. Everybody is to do whatever they have to do to meet the numbers. So now in the wake of doing a transformation and getting an AI, this has been a fine challenge for us to pick up. So a couple of them not in supply chain. I can tell you 2 things which I have been doing. One on the legal side to begin with, which is totally off topic, but I just wanted to bring you up to speed that we had too many different legal systems, particularly from a contract management perspective. No inside. So we are putting something there where these self-authoring, self-commitment so that it can be connected back to the contract and the data discovery for the contract side of the home, right? It has a lot of optimization. It's still, it's work in process. We just implemented for legal. Now we got to go and pull it back into the Q2C space for sales contracts and procurement contract. The second aspect is on AP. As I talked about, 150-year-old company, you would not believe how many leaks in APs are there today. So one, fraudulent payment. You will not believe how many fraudulent payment happens in this day and age, because that's the way the nature of the business is. We support a lot of data processing in a lot of different government offices, government regulations, plus the regular consumer. Or you talked about all the AP scanning and visual scanning. We do all that behind the scene. This is what we do. So still some of the suppliers around 30 to 32% still we get paper invoices. And we don't know in the day of cybersecurity stuff, how many of these things are fake payment. So we are putting together a model, and the selection was very tough because, as I said, we are going through a complete revamp of transformation from a manufacturing company and service company to an information company. So how do you pick up AI and what do you try to do with that? And because you had to pick up something which is going to run through the transformation as well as run all the other stuff of change management, adoption of AI, that becomes very important. So we picked up that. So it's still in the infancy stage. We're only doing for North America. Right now, the number looks like that we are going to get more than 15 to 20% savings out of that, just from a leak perspective. It's amazing, right? But we here in this room, everybody is digital. When I come from that side of sea, I said, oh my God, you guys are beyond Mars. We are even just trying to take off right now. So that's something which we can talk, but those are some interesting examples.
Thanks, Shri. Really interesting. Next, I would like Shahab to introduce himself. I know TDK Shahab is like doing a lot of interesting things in the AI domain already on your product side. So I would like to understand, I mean, first introduce yourself and also take us through your vision and the opportunities you see in AI. Thanks.
Okay. You guys can hear me? That's fine. How many of you have used the cassette tape? There you go. Now I know your ages, right? Okay, so, the reason I started that was TDK, right? Hopefully that rang a bell, right? I grew up, back home where there used to be a cassette tape for being by TDK or Sony. Those were the best ones. So TDK is that company. So now you know, right? TDK has been growing inorganically, so meaning they have been buying a lot of companies outside. They are pretty much these days in every component. So we're in the electronic component business, we are in the EV business, we are battery business. The company that they acquired that I work for is called InventSense. We make sensors. The sensors go into a lot of robots, think of robotic vacuums. We have 9-axis sensors. That means they can do accelerometer, the gyro, the magnetic, so all of that, right? Nintendo V is how we started. You take the controller up and the mouse goes up on your screen, right? How fast you move, how pressure, you can apply on that controller. So that's been the journey. I started with them in 2019, TDK InventSense. And yeah, in the AI space, TDK, as I said, they've been buying a lot of companies. So when I first started, I saw a gentleman, his title was VP of Industry 4.0. And I'm like, what is that, right? This is like 5-6 years ago when they had a vision for how the manufacturing, how the automation, what we can do basically in order to improve our own 100+ factories, by the way. It's a 90-year-old company with 100+ factories all across the globe. So you can imagine the drive for efficiency, not just within, but now with the AI over the last few years, and I'll talk about more in a minute. With the AI, now we are taking that same concept that we had with Industry 4.0 and with few more acquisitions along the way to take it to our customers now, right? So that's kind of the story that we have in TDK.
Thanks, Shab. That's really interesting, and we would love to see where TDK goes next, from the cassette player to the AI sensors to where now. Deepak from Nextracker, I would like you to introduce yourself and also share, your AI vision with us.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, so just to give my background, I have been in solar industry for last close to 17 years. Nextracker was founded in October 13, with a little over 9.5 years in Nextracker, heading all the materials management, revenue forecasting, inventory management with the company. So it's very interesting. So we are a relatively young company, but we have grown much faster, cumulative like 30% on an average. We grew in the span of 10 years to over $3.5 billion in revenue. The challenges come with growing company. So our focus has been on the product. So on the front side of the product, AI has been part of the original solution. We have We are the only company which deployed a product called Crew Capture, which basically, so trackers, I don't know how much people know about trackers. Trackers, essentially, we design power plants, right? So these power plants in different geographic locations, could be in remote, like where no one will live, right? A lot of times you only have latitude, longitude when we start designing. And you have to design based on wind speed, snow loads, different types of panels in the industry, and we design all the structure. And as sun moves from east to west, you want panels to be in perfect position so it captures most of the energy. These are very capex intensive plants. So, and then seasonality is there, and as Earth rotates, and so to capture all of that, we optimize tracker, which is basically, in general, we can capture up to 17% more power. And there is a feature called True Capture, which could boost our features by 6% more. And that was a solution which is purely AI driven, which we implemented originally. Now we got further into automation with automatic robots, which can install stuff in the field. They can imagine, they can do O&M. We map our entire solar tracking system through AI, through drones, capturing every single aspect of it, put a digital twin on it. So I know Gerald was against design and build, but in our industry, we have to do design and build because there's no one else doing it right now. And we are so confident our solution is the only solution which is bankable. So when we do this power boost, there is in industry, they have to go and get certification. We go and say, customers, you take our solution, do a revenue sharing, or give us even benefit this solution a year later once it proves to you. So that's there. I felt, honestly, we just started the journey on the back office operations recently. And I felt, I was looking at Suchitra's, and that was discussion. I felt like we are way behind. But again, we started a journey on that, optimizing logistics, invoicing, supply chain planning. We just started. We basically are working on data security, data readiness as the fundamentals. That was our phase one. We have also beefed up a lot of the team in the back end. And just now we got through generative AI. We have given it access to all the teams in the company. So we are learning through it. And it's very interesting. So next is agentic AI. I'm looking forward to a lot more developments. Thank you.
Excellent, Deepak. Yeah, we would look forward to next tracker kind of pioneering in the AI domain. Last but not the least, we have Ankur representing 10x Genomics. 10x Genomics, I believe, Amit's presentation earlier, right? AI coming from nature. So I believe 10x Genomics is a perfect example of where nature's AI, which is our genes, right? And what we can do with technology with the nature's AI, right? So I feel like it would be an interesting story. It's already an interesting story, what we have at 10x Genomics. So Ankur, why don't you introduce yourself and also take us through what opportunities you see at 10x, what vision you have at 10x with AI. And we can see the vision of 10x anyway. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mahesh. And thank you, Trinamix, for organizing the event, getting the opportunity for collecting all the deep minds in the industry together. I think we are in the biomedical firm, and we started like 10 years back. The mission of the company was doing hard things and making change in the science and the biology to touch human life. And I'm a part of the enterprise architecture team, so technology and science together. And the mission was, hey, how can we streamline things? We started the journey that people using their software to build their own codes and going different directions. But with the mission company had, we have to come together to create a data pipeline so that the data is accumulated, and then we provide a vision to the company. Hey, this is a central data centralized in a single platform, and data can be used by in multiple ways and forms. So the hard part was, hey, can we have, instead of having silos of the data residing in different places, in different departments, can we bring a centralized platform? That was the starting point when we started the journey. And the idea was, with this strategy, we have data in one central platform, which can be used by any one of the people who are writing a code, can be a Python script or a JavaScript or a SQL script. But the idea was, tools at the tips of the people who actually want to use the system, the people who are using the system day in, day out in daily operations. People sitting in the logistic team who's concerned about, hey, do I have the system stock out? I'm concerned about that. The people in the marketing team or customer service team is interested, hey, I have a customer order coming in, have a target of completing my sales in the end of the quarter. Do I complete it? Do I have it? Not sure they have it or not, but they'd run a query, hey, I'm falling short of my sales. What can I do to increase the sales? That's another use case. The other use case is people in the manufacturing team, they are concerned about, hey, I'll be able to complete my order because my customer service team is after my life. So do I have a shortage? Can I build in time? I have a schedule to complete. This week I have to deliver 10 products in manufacturing line. Can I do it? So all the people need data. And where the data comes from, and people are in queries, they're lost. Now people started using the system. There are different systems we are running across the application. We have Salesforce, we have Oracle, and we have Workday systems. Best of the worlds, they're cloud platforms, but are we able to extract data? People are able to use the system effectively and do their operations out of all these applications? So the answer was complex, and the people running in all different systems. Our mission was to collect all the information across the systems and give a platform that's usable for them. And that came to the concept of universal data platform, in which we build the pipeline to have this data collected from all cross systems and have one single system that will be a source of truth for all across the applications. With the verge of AI coming in, now it's an interesting part. Do we need to write SQLs to extract data from the systems which are running one single platform? And that comes at a time of using a large language models. And we have Snowflake system that we implemented 4 years back. Snowflake came with a Cortex, and as the name says, Cortex is mind of its own. It adapts, it reads the data, it analyzes the data, and makes the ability the people take a decision. So yeah, just a practical use case, if I have information sitting in the universal data platform, in a Snowflake platform, can I read through it without writing a SQL? The answer is yes. If you ask question, hey, today I'm in customer service team using the Snowflake applications. I give a command to the system, tell me, hey, my sales, which region globally is running short in sales? And I have a backlog. Tell me which region has a backlog. It comes in a second. It tells you don't have to read through it. Can you hear? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So you don't have to write a SQL. The moment you ask a question, you'll get a response in a millisecond. Hey, you are globally good, but you're running short in America region. And then can you segment me and tell me that which customer segment has is running short, and where can I focus my sales? You'll get a response in seconds. So you have data at your fingertips, and you don't have to run through analytic dashboards. You ask a question, you get a response back in a flash of a second. There's where data is residing. And the idea is using best of the LLM systems to run on their own and write SQL instead of me coding or anyone else coding to best of their ability. Can write SQLs, code SQLs, and that's where the world is going. You don't have to provide a huge input. You have the data in the single platform. And anyone in the company across supply chain can use this application in and out. And you have agents running in the background to give information in real time.
Thanks, Ankur. That was really interesting. I do remember, a few years back when I used to write SQLs and what it used to be. And now where we just ask a question and get an answer, right? So interesting. So I would move on to the second part of our panel discussion, where we would hear from our panelists what exact actions they have already seen in their organizations. So I would again start with Shri, if you can take us through that, Shri.
Again, good question. So a couple of things, right? So one, the governance behind AI aspect is super, super important, external and internal as well. So if I'm sitting in a place in an organization where I have to manage both of the aspect of it. I'm glad you touched upon a lot of generative AIs and all the other stuff. So just to humor you guys, most of you people have seen the ads, and then particularly women folks would correlate very well. You see a necklace which is bright and red. Those kind of colors are all been given by the cartridge from Xerox, but it takes 135 steps to make it happen in Adobe. So you got to go create those kind of solutions, which is generative AI, and then how do you host it? How do you make sure that it's available in secured fashion for your customers? It's not the traditional stuff because it has to integrate with their own systems. That's where the challenge is. And we can go deep into it, but then on the internal side, we are a very BPO organization. 80% of our work is completely BPO from a business operation perspective. So what do we do with the AI aspect? How we can create the data secure? How can you keep the data secure? That's super, super important. And that's always a challenge between the operation team and the enablement team. Where do we draw the line? And then I play that referee between these two guys. It's not an easy job. I can tell you that. But again, the challenge from my side, the way I see it, these are all operational challenge. How do you enable a platform where you don't stop the innovation, at the same time achieve what the business has aspired from a goal perspective? Yeah. And that's a very fine balance. And you will get all kind of opinion from everybody in the room. Why this is not right and that's not right. And that's where the business goals are very super important. What is that business trying to do? And it is a one single year, multi-year, and how do we go and plan for it? So to me, those are the things which you should keep in mind. And obviously the change management bag is huge.
Oh yeah.
So that you need to just go and manage it. It is very difficult. So organization has to change, not from a operational perspective, just from executive and the board commitment. And the org has to be defined in such a way that it can drive. That's the first step.
Yep.
So you had to go groundswell and tops down too. So both has to come and meet.
Yeah. And setting the expectations on both ends, right?
Obviously, right?
Obviously,
everything comes with an expectation setting. And so you can't make everybody happy.
Yes.
Let's be very clear. So that's the first mantra of it. And then how do you go back and position in such a way that the acceptance is there and people go and try it and come back and give you feedback. But in our case, because of its BPO, as many of the procurement specialists can understand, so we have that leverage. We can go back and we can say, you got to use it, come back. So that's something good going on.
Thanks, Shri. Excellent. Shab, you want to take us through your actions that you have taken in the AI domain already?
Sure. Yeah. Start with another question. How many of you have built your own AI anything? Good? Good show of hands. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So I think the point I was gonna make was it's not that hard anymore. Right? The tools that exist out there, we have heard from, of course, Trinamix and Oracle. Those are the enterprise great tools, but you could always learn at home. That's what I did, right? So AI, in a sense, you talk about agentic AI workflow. It literally is a 30-minute task for you to build at home. Just go spend that time so that you can learn the power of what AI can do for you. I think that's the start, right? When it comes to TDK, though, as I said, we've been exploring a lot of things. So TDK has been acquiring companies. 3 years ago, 4 years ago at this point, I think they acquired a company called Kixo, which was the auto machine learning company. So a bunch of engineers, basically. It was all for mostly the raw talent, right? But then with Kixo, they got the tool also, the auto machine learning. And lately, I think what we have done is we have formed a new entity called TDK Sensei. Sensei, in Japanese, of course, it's the master, but then it's really for the sensor and the edge intelligence. So sensor is coming from InvenSense, the company that I represent, and AI or the intelligence is coming from Kixo, right? By combining those two, what we are able to create is really a platform for industrial manufacturing AI, right? So it's the new thing. Our CEO was just here last week or the week before. And, the number one question he had from the audience was, what do you think, where is the next big opportunity for TDK? And it was the AI. Right, in that industry, in that, sort of the platforms that we have rolled out now called the Edge RX and Edge RX with the Vision. So another acquisition called Vision Systems. But anyways, So TDK is doing a lot of things. As I said, Industry 4.0 was many years ago with some of the acquisitions. Now we have these platforms. And not only we are doing our own internal factories, 100+ factories, we are also taking this to our customers. So we have very interesting use cases. I was inspired by the way that robotic automation, the gentleman before us who's talking about the robots, right? Of course. We take that also. We also put our own AI inside it, right? Some of the other ones, of course, I have my own Gen AI notes. I think one of the things that I would also encourage is maybe start small with a big vision, right? Look at one of the machines in your factory. Again, I'm talking about manufacturing in this context. But look at one of the machine, the one that you have, has a potential of applying, some sort of a logic to it, right? The AI, and build from there, right? Yeah, I think overall within, we were, while preparing for this talk, I also brought up, this is TDK's journey. What about our own IT, right? The team that I represent. So what we have done is, of course, the ChatGPT, we all know it's kind of open, it's public cloud, and a lot of security and data governance and other issues. So we have built our own TDK ChatGPT. So that's been a pretty good sort of a venture for us, because now we can tell our employees to use that, right? We want them to embrace AI, to leverage sort of the Gen AI. One of the other things we have also built is, and this is Salesforce, sorry, Oracle, but TDK uses Salesforce as a CRM platform. We have built, with all the comments that people are putting in on opportunities and activities and tasks and calendar invites and the meetings, whether it's chatter or, within the Salesforce platform, we're able to take all that and started to produce some sort of a sentiment analysis, right? Where are these opportunities going? Are we heading in the right direction? And it was very interesting. We took actually some of those opportunities. We did the, sort of the output, and it's like, okay, this is going down. For example, we sat down with the salesperson. I was like, what do you think of this opportunity? Yeah, I just closed it last week. This was going downhill, right? And so kind of proving the point, it's like, okay, Gen AI was able to read through all those messages and came up with the same conclusion that the salesperson, the human intelligence, right, that we had. So yeah, I think those are some of the things that I would focus, on. Upskilling, learn, please, start small, and just look for opportunities. There are a ton of opportunities. I drive FSD every day, all day.
I have a question for.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So something.
Please go ahead, Shri. Yeah.
Thank you. Something interesting, right? So learning is very easy, right? Anybody can go flash a credit card or use the freebies and all the other stuff to do it. But how do you bring that back to the organization? Because that's where the problem comes up most of the time. Right. So how do you guys manage that?
So that's where I think I'm looking at Oracle and Trinamix, right? They
There you
have
go.
the
You got the
tools.
answer.
Excellent. Right? Because we have the tools. We have other vendors also, of course. We have middleware platform, we have the data warehousing, and of course, again, Oracle, I know they provide everything, but there are a lot of other components that you can actually get enterprise grade with security, with data governance, with all those things thought through, right? So I'm not suggesting, use the personal tools for at work, but yeah.
No, but the cats are out of the gate right now. Everybody's going and doing a lot of stuff, bringing them back home. Hey, it's a big challenge. Trust me, I'm living every day. Every day I turn around, somebody is going and doing something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you control that, right? Yeah. And FSD, I mean, I just remember one really interesting story that just happened last night. So while we were prepping for this session last night, I had to drop my daughter to San Francisco. She is visiting for another conference from San Diego. So yeah, coming back, I just told my Tesla, take me home. And then on the way, I realized maybe I'm not going in the right direction. What happened? And then I realized it was taking me home to my earlier, the older home, What? And then I had to basically put the manual control back again and say, okay, let me go home now. So that was an interesting, I would say, hallucination or a manual control that I foresee. Yeah, data quality problem. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I had changed my home address in my Tesla long back, but I don't know why it picked up that old address. Yeah. So something happened. Maybe there was an upgrade or something happened. Yeah. But it was interesting. And my wife was sleeping. So yeah, she only woke up after I changed and suddenly, and she was like, okay, what's happening? Anyway, so coming back to Deepak. So Deepak, I know you have a very structured approach at Nextracker on AI adoption, right? So we would really love to hear your three-stage adoption plan, right, for AI.
Sure. So mostly on the back of office, right? The front side is we are going ahead with design and build, already way ahead. On the backend side, what we did is we basically first focus on the security policy, and we shut down all the users. They were using like different sorts of LLM models. Like everyone was using engineering was doing one, another one. So we said, no one can use. We signed a LLM contract with one of the biggest models. We wanted to have the data in-house. So that was the primary requirement. So data doesn't go out. Then what we have done is we have essentially given this generative AI access to everyone right now in the company. We have created a weekly forum called Annex Champions, where we kind of come and share ideas, like who is using what. And it's very interesting. I join the forum every 1 hour, every week. And it's very interesting how people are coming around, across the globe. So we're learning. Next phase will be going to agentic AI. We have not implemented it yet, but I'm personally using it. It saves a lot of time. So in procurement, we are using a lot of those use cases without agents, and it's doing a great job as well. Right? So we see all the bill of bombs. You can just give high-level definition, breaks down the cost. You can ask them, hey, which are the vendors we should contact, and it'll give you the list of vendors, contact names. It's something which could take weeks for a sourcing analyst or a sourcing manager to collect. And once it has learned my profile, next time I'm asking the same question, it's giving me, that data automatically. I don't have to even ask. So it has already learned from my prompts. So, I mean, these are the studies we're learning, right? So engineering team is able to take weeks to generate codes because customer was like, I'm using this module. Oh, I couldn't get this module. Maybe I want to use this module. Now it's just minutes, right? It has been learning on our history. So it's a learn and understanding phase for us now. I think by end of the year, we'll go to agentic AI. For now, we are just waiting.
Thanks.
Manoj, since I'm the last minute addition, I have one more question for him. That's
Absolutely.
a lot of great ideas.
Absolutely.
So few things, what jumps out of my mind, probably we should have talked earlier if I knew you're all going to sit together. So one, you talked about getting an LLM from somebody else, I mean, the top four, one of them, and training cost is always expensive. Have you guys envisioned and put that as part of the cost? That's one. You don't need to answer, but something to think through it, food for thought for the folks in the room. And the second is that where I see a challenge is that about the semantic layer. The top five who are coming back, it does not directly fit into the semantic layer for a company for conversational AI, what we're talking about. Have you come across that kind of problem? And what is your approach around it?
So on the first, we got a couple of sessions for training negotiated as part of the contract. So they came and did sessions. So they did that, and there was like a huge attendance. I think the next is this group itself is kind of self-feeding. It's very interesting. And when we actually did I can't disclose the name, but we actually did a session. The provider came in, they did awards for all the cases we learned, and they were very impressed. They were like, okay, they got ideas too. So I think that's how it's going for us now.
Yeah, but particularly I see a lot of these standard models, they kind of come short on the semantic side of because it does not directly fit with your business model. Extending that is always a challenge, and you have to make some kind of trade-off choices to see what it is and how that's going to work.
Yeah, and then the team is doing, and they're sharing, right? So engineers, they're going to say, hey, I'm using this way, and it's another way I'm using this way. So it's kind of learning for them.
Learning, yeah, self-learning. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Manoj. I'll keep
Hey, no, excellent, Sri. No, thanks for that engagement. Yeah. Lastly, I mean, Ankur, I would like to pose the same question to you. about your actions that you are taking. I think you mentioned some of them, but I would like to elaborate on some specifics.
Sure. I think one of the things I mentioned is we have made this tool available to everyone. We have the Snowflake database, we have the open model, and then people in each department have access to data. And this data is a semantic layer they're using to ask questions. They get results, and results are real time. And the feed, I think I heard Oracle talking about using Oracle applications. You don't have to build. I think, Vishal, you talk about the Oracle in-house applications, talking about we don't have to feed data as dynamic data. But I think the other engines, other models are collecting data on a runtime basis. And it's not a huge pipeline, it's not a huge build. The data comes in a flash, and the response time is really quick. The only thing is hallucinations and people getting wrong results. We have to constantly feed in, and the agents talking to each other, making sure the agents are giving the right data. You have a guide rails, and you also have, if you have the customer data coming into your platform, you have to have legal agreements with them, which is binding to that. And we have use cases in which we have automated. One of the use cases was customer service team, customer service representatives, taking the customer POs, converting to a sales order. There's a huge automation effort that we have invested in. We started 2 years back, in which our results of converting from a purchase order that we received from a vendor to a sales order was roughly 4 hours. If you interpret all the data and convert and enter a sales order by any of the customer service team, there's a huge time this used to take. That was one of the use cases that we have took as an example. Then how can we automate that? That became a journey of using AI agents, and agents coming in different platforms. One AI agent is recognizing the data coming through a PO, recognizes the purchase orders coming in, scan through the PO. One of the gentlemen asked about scanning solutions. It's a scanning solution, the agent can give it to you. So it scans the purchase orders, it reads through, scans through the data, and then he'll triage the data, seeing what is the PO content. The content is verified against your feed that comes in some prompts. So if I have a prompt that tells the system, hey, read the PO, and if it is a match, it's matching my prompt criteria, give me a red signal, give me a green signal, give me a red signal. So you classify the data into 3 different buckets. If it is green, it goes through the pipeline and it goes directly sitting on the converting to a SO. So 100% hit rate, it converts directly to SO. So lead time from conversion from a PO to SO is as less than 2 minutes from a 4-hour job. So we literally save huge amount of effort logged by one person. And then looking at long term, we had 25% success rate, and we're looking at 35% success rate by next year. That is a huge saving of time and effort in terms of monetary efforts also that being saved. So that's one of the use cases that we are following, and then we have other use cases to follow through. But I think we started with one use case, and we have others in pipeline.
Yeah, that's a great success for your use case. So I think I'll switch gears a little bit. I will ask Arvind to basically present the Oracle vision and strategy around AI, particularly in the operations domain.
So some of it is going to be a repeat. I know Gerald touched upon it, Vikash touched upon it, but I do want to flash a safe harbor statement because we're going to share some information which is not yet available in the general market, specifically 25D and 26A. So if you go to the next slide, we talked a lot about AI Agent Studio, right? So this is the platform that Oracle provides for all Fusion applications customer. It's a great starting point. I know the panelists here talked about all the different initiatives they started, but if you're a Fusion applications customer, you can jumpstart this whole effort. You don't have to invest in building this data pipeline and all that. You can use the Fusion data. It is Fusion native, works with the LLMs, and you can someone, I think Shah mentioned, you can start small. I mean, we have a library of templates that are available, which spans, I mean, this is focused primarily on supply chain, manufacturing, maintenance, procurement, order management, and so on. But we have other pillars also that have delivered agents in 25C. So you can start small, Fusion native, easy to start. You can experiment, test it out, see if it works for you. You can tweak it to, since these are templates, you can copy it and tweak it to your specific business needs. Yeah. Okay. Green button. Okay. So this is future functionality. 25D is not available. So 25C, the AI Agent Studio is available to all the customers. 25D is not available again. It's an eye chart. I'm not going to go through this, but just for reference, that we are continuing to invest in building these templates in 25D and continuing it in 26A as well. And we have agent. You can build some of these templates also have agent teams. So you can leverage some of those capabilities as well, whether it's a sequential agent or a hierarchical agent where one agent, the team kind of passes it on to another team to take over actions and automate it. So I know I'm between lunch. So any specific questions you have, I can help answer. And of course, we have all the Oracle experts here who can also answer as well if you during lunch. But definitely something request all customers to leverage because it's available today that you can take advantage of.
Thanks, Arvind. We're good on time? Okay.
Question myself, Arvind, we've known each other for a while, so I've got some background in this operations question for you. So I am kind of curious for the folks here and as well as online, what the vision is and strategy. So you might recall a certain customer down in Houston that we've had over the years, back in the MOC days, that they were, and this is oftentimes correct for operations, they're trying to get to that perfect product. And depending upon how you use your product, in their case, it was downhole. It's like these big pipes that had all kinds of technology inside the pipe for oil and gas. They wanted to get to that. So it's more than just OEE. It's more than just understanding, are my machines or similar type machines functioning the same from an IoT perspective on those anomalies. It goes that next level of like humidity in the factory when you built it, all kinds of different parameters. What are your visions for, I mean, I think this is when we get into that adjustable AI studio kind of scenario of pulling in different, categories.
Yeah. So it may be a slight digression, but recently we introduced something called Smart Operations for Manufacturing and Maintenance, and we have connected equipment capabilities, and these all feed back into Fusion applications. So you can use those data points to also leverage the AI capabilities to take some actions.
Great. Thank you very much. And so with
any other audience questions?
I have a question for Shahab. Shahab, based on our understanding of your operation in semiconductor and mostly outsourced manufacturing, so you talked about how you're offering AI capabilities to your customer and then within your IT organization. How about the partners on whom you are depending? Are you offering them to improve their yield and quality, or they're offering something to you? How you see this relationship changing in this AI world?
Very tricky question.
Okay.
Trinamix is trying to help us with that. So there you go. We have a POC that unfortunately we haven't been able to start yet, but that's exactly what it addresses. Sort of the B2B feeds that Trinamix helped us put together with our subcons, and then how they're coming in, and then doing the yield analysis and trying to figure out how could we improve. Right? There are certain initiatives over there, but unfortunately we haven't been able to start.
The concept of the weekly meeting for 1 hour dedicated on AI, that's really interesting. Can you share more about that?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like, it's a forum. So basically we gave generative AI to every single employee. So anyone can join in that forum to learn, and they can ask questions. It's kind of a knowledge-based, right? Sharing. And then we, based on the ideas, people will throw, hey, I want to automate this, or I want to do this work differently in my area of domain. Either someone will answer, you should think about this, or how should we connect? So it's kind of a very, it's a self-knowledge base, like inside the company. And then we host a monthly competition of the use cases, which is actually, we did 2 times now. It's great, right? I mean, it's eye-opening for people. Oh, you can do it. And then they're using it more and more. So adoption is getting much higher because of that.
And we have the same concept. We have people coming in each week, which talks about their use case. And they talk about the optimization and the monetary value along with that. They don't have to get their budget approved. It's there. We have open tickets and they come up with their own solutions.
Yeah, I mean, for us, like it's a Teams channel, so it's very easy. So it's like a Slack, right? So people just like.
Actually, it works very well as well because we have done the same thing. Change management, it drives. There is a uptake. There's a lot of hunger where people are coaching each other out and say what's going on.
Yeah, the use cases and the learning that we get from a use case is phenomenal because it opens up other channels which are not explored before. And you heard new ideas, you build up on those ideas across. This is a team and it's motivates the teams actually. It works very well, Amit. Yes.
Do you see a specific team who's kind of taking ownership of all AI initiatives, or it's kind of right now it's in more in a knowledge sharing domain?
On our side, our CISO, like Chief Security Officer, he created the forum and he organizes the competition. But no, it's like everyone is involved in it.
Okay.
So I really thank all the panelists here. Excellent knowledge sharing on AI. And with that, I will pass it on to Russ.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We're going to, for all those online as well, we're going to take, what is it, 27? And we're not good at counting here. It's going to be basically roughly 45 minutes. So we'll pick back up live at 2:15. So appreciate that. We'll probably go on mute for the online.
Thank you.
Just what you want. So don't leave me drown. Don't let me know. So, stop this before it's over. Over. No time. Don't wanna waste a few. Let me make it real. Don't wanna wait when you could be with me. Silence to please your beating heart. When you need it.
Viral's like one of the busiest guys we have.
Yeah, he is. Telling you.
So as we wait for the keynote speaker for our AI demo, Viral Mehta, who I've been doing quite a bit of work with over the last 5 months, a lot of interesting conversation around some of the different tables at lunch. A lot of the questions. See if we can get everybody back in. It's always tough on one of these kind of events. You ever gone to one of those events where you need the little chimes, ding, 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 you go up and down the hallway, maybe flashing lights. So somebody want to go pull everybody back in? Yeah. Are we ready? Oh, it's still on even though I turned it off. How does that work? I can't turn it off. Oh, nice. I have to keep it way down here. Alex, are we ring light here? We're good. All right. Thanks for joining again. Sorry for the 2-minute delay here from our kickoff this afternoon. We have Viral Mehta up next, and he's going to be doing a AI demonstration from Trinamix and some of the use cases we've been going through. So I believe he's going to do it remotely. So if we can go ahead and convert over. All right, let's do an audio check. Viral, are you with us?
Yes, Russ. Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Can you hear us, Viral?
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Let me know once we can get started.
Absolutely. We are ready. We've got probably 95% of all the local attendees here, and we're probably starting to have everybody come back on the internet. Had a large attendance this morning and lots of chat going on. So almost like the stock market, those chats were just flowing in. So glad to see that. So go ahead and do your introductions, Viral, and go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Viral Mehta, and I lead the AI practice and product development at Trinamix. Over the past few years, we at Trinamix have been building AI-driven solutions and products that are reshaping the way business plans, operate, and make decisions. I was really looking forward to joining you all in person today, but due to a recent unfortunate situation, I'm joining virtually here, but really thrilled to share what we have been up to and how Trinamix is helping organizations like yours accelerate their AI journey. So instead of diving straight into tools, platform, and other details, I want to start by sharing how we think about AI at Trinamix. So we did get that piece of information and insight from Amit today. But just to reiterate, we don't look at these capabilities individually, but in an interconnected strategy that enables true enterprise transformation. So, for example, when we speak with customer, we hear common challenges. One example was also shared by 10x Genomics, which I'll cover today as part of the demo from one of the solutions. So that's where we look at it, speaking with the customer, not a siloed system, but connecting the dots and building an end-to-end solution. So to solve, we have built a suite of AI-powered capabilities that align to real-world needs, group into a few strategic focus areas that have been highlighted here. So for example, resilient planning, helping companies manage uncertainty through scenario-driven forecast network optimization coupled with how I can improve upon my forecast by bringing in external factors from looking an overall network level strategic optimization. Then going into smart manufacturing automation, where we bring in AI and robotics directly onto the shop floor for better throughput control and insights across the 5 M's of manufacturing. Talking about data and intelligence, which is key and fundamental. For any AI ML to work, we need clean contextual backbone for an AI strategy, which is where we have tons of use cases in there solved through the product. And finally, to bring all of this together, uh, we have been hearing about Oracle AI Agent Studio, one of a true transformative uh, journey that will take on this. Along with that, how we can couple that with an enterprise level decision making, central decision making, which helps us orchestrate insights not only from the data that exists within the organization, but all other external factors. That's where we bring in command center, control tower, some productivity enhancement tools, and others. So together with this layer form the backbone of our AI vision, helping organization move from a disconnected decisions to intelligent and connected operations. So with that, let me introduce one of our key flagship product, which many of the organizations are using, which is Documentra, also highlighted as one of the use cases earlier by 10x Genomics. They have solved a similar use case. So what Documentra does is across finance, procurement, supply chain, teams spend hours manually processing documents, whether it's invoice, PO, contract. It's error prone, slow, frustrating. To share one insight from one of our customers, they have customer lead time of 7 days, but the order doesn't go into the system for 2 days. They don't have the manufacturing team visibility up to uh, 2 days. That's really slow in terms of processing this. Not only that, coupled with the enormous amount of team effort that will be required to process thousands of orders that may be coming in. So to solve for this challenge, Documentra truly uses Gen AI and OCR. Where it is different from all other solution is where it can self-learn, it is context aware, as well as it provides a confidence score. So red, yellow, and green light that we talked about, let's say 80% of the documents did not need human in loop, but some needs human in loop where some translation needs to be validated. So it does that with connected with the enterprise system. And once we receive human in loop feedback, it self-learns. So over a period of time, the accuracy keeps improving in transacting those documents. So we're talking about implementation time from days to couple of weeks, depending on the use case here. And it's very simple to get started with in very 3 simple steps. We have pre-built integrations, inbound and outbound. So we select out of those integration primarily supporting all the major ones like getting an email, attachment, reading Outlook, Gmails, OneDrive, or customer portal, email body, all those things together, and it translates that with the business aware information. So it has to validate items and other price level information and create sales order, for example, if you're receiving a PO from customer. So that's Documentra. I have a very small example where we are getting simulated example where we're getting an email uh, highlighting the order here. So we go into the Documentra tool. As soon as the email is received, it's processed already. Once we open it, we can see what the document is. We can find the relevant information. Given some may be sharing an email, some may be sharing as a PDF. It can make that context aware understanding, extract the critical field. And here is where we see green, yellow, and red. So in this case, it's all green. So the system has automatically released into the downstream application, which is Fusion for us in this example. So we can come here, cross-link it to the Fusion within the Fusion application and see the order is already created. And this all is happening just within a minute of receiving an order from a customer. Very short and quick demo that we have, but the use cases here are enormous. Sometimes the customer shares information with in an through customer portal. All those are captured in here. So this is about Documentra. Next, I want to shift to another exciting space, which has been truly transformational, as I mentioned earlier, where we are building Oracle through Oracle AI Agent Studio. We are building our own agents to support many use cases that we have been hearing from our customers. While Oracle is way ahead in this space, have 100 plus pre-built agents that are available, ready to use, and more coming up. We, based on our industry experience and where we are working closely with customers, we have created n number of AI agents, some already there, some coming out in the next month or two, where we're talking about supply chain planning copilot, where we look at a true assistant that can help us fetch any information that we are looking. Oh, how am I doing on the demand side? Do I need to evaluate any other SNOP scenario? What orders are getting delayed? What's the underlying reason? So on and so forth. So that's one flavor, but we have tons of other use cases all across different domains. And just to give you a quick demo for Trinamix build AI agents on Oracle AI Agent Studio, I'll quickly play here. We have here our supply chain planning copilot, where I'm looking in this example, which are the two demand that are late and are at risk. So the system is going, connecting with the Fusion objects and fetching that information in real time, highlighting these are the demand that are at risk, supported by its supply orders. I can check on documentation, so it's not me retrieving information from Fusion business object, but also through a knowledge base of what that means. And then I can continue, keep on asking questions or cross-link it, go into the supported analytics within Fusion Cloud. So as we have been hearing from Oracle, it's built in. When we look at this AI agent coupled with the application, it's going to be truly transformational. I have a couple of questions that I'm asking here, but we have basically this co-pilot that can answer any question in reference to supply chain planning suite of products. In interest of time, I'll transition to the next one. While Oracle provides a very strong native AI foundation, the reality also is that many of us may still be in hybrid environments with legacy apps, third-party tools, siloed database. This is where Trinamix has created similar product, which we call Enterprise AI, where we have built-in decision intelligence platform that uses a knowledge graph to connect data from varied sources with the information of user processes, and this with a unified chat-based access to information across multiple sources. It truly acts as a decision intelligence platform. And the best part is we are not talking about implementation in terms of months. Here again, we are talking about implementation in terms of weeks, because of the way we create knowledge graph dynamically based on the systems that you use. It truly helps us connect all systems together in a much innovative way. So let's look at one quick demo in practice here, where I'm searching for which item is, again, similar question, at higher risk, then which sales order are impacted. It gives me supporting information that these sales order are impacted with the context of external risk associated to it. And what can I do? So it also acts as a recommendation engine. It evaluates what cost level impact it may have, and then I can centrally take action from here. So that is where not only Q&A based, but also self-serve analytics. So it understands who the person is based on his login. It provides supporting details and ability to create self-serve analytics across different varied data sources that we may have. So to summarize, we believe that the next generation of enterprise transformation will be AI powered and modular and intelligence driven, whether it's automating documents with Documentra and enabling self-serve agents on Oracle AI Studio, or connecting siloed systems through enterprise AI. We truly believe that will can help you in this journey. So very much interested in deploying and customizing agents tailored to your business, and we would love to collaborate. And thank you for the opportunity to allow us to present here on
Hey, Viral, can you go back to the enterprise AI screenshot just for a minute? I just want to highlight that. So people who attended the previous session, I think we talked about, Ankur talked about asking a question and Snowflake was able to give the answer real time. That's exact same example using all the Oracle infrastructure here. So you're talking to the plan real time. You're asking which item is impacted, which order is impacted, what can I do? So plan is not only answering you real time, a plan is able to make some changes for you as well. So again, that's the level of communication you can have with the system, with the plan, or with any analytics that you have in OCI.
So we did have one online, and maybe if you want to kind of touch on this, Viral. Santiago said, how is Documentra different from the functionality found in standard Oracle Fusion? I think there's some big gap differences there, but maybe you can just point that out again as to how that structured, unstructured data looks for the content, whether you're being in order management or whether you're talking about things like we've done before with inbound contracts.
Correct. So while the order management or core functionality within Fusion may support many things, which we should definitely continue using, but many organizations truly need tools that may be cross-functional and can be used across variety or varied use cases primarily. That's where Documentra comes in, where we have tons of manual processes we want to automate. Not only that, where it additionally helps, today in the example, it reads email and automatically creates an order within our order management system. That's just one flavor. It can also go to customer portal and read details out from there, fetch that information, validate across our ERP data points. Is the price correct? Are the item details correct? So not only just translating details out of document, it also validates before creating that order. And it can connect to varied sources with different frequency as customer portal and many other use cases I highlighted. In certain cases, it can also read emails where we have many of our customers implementing this. Just send me 2 truckload of XYZ commodity. What does 2 truckload translate to? By when do I need it? So all that it is able to fetch based on who am I receiving the email from, what does 2 truckload represent. So that added context can also be added in the Documentra. So as one example was being shared earlier by 10x Genomics, there can be also a knowledge base that can be created. What does a truckload represent for this commodity item? How do we translate that? So that knowledge base along with ERP data and the incoming email together then gets translated as a human would do as an order in Fusion Cloud. So there may be some overlap, but certain use cases will require a little more flexibility, and that's where Documentra will be helpful.
So hopefully online, Santiago, that is a little bit clearer for you. So any aspects, and it's just a reminder, so as we're trying to have a lot compressed into a short amount of time today, we're going to move on to the finance section. But for those of you guys that are in the room that aren't logged in to do the chat, feel free along the sessions to send us email responses to your RSVP so that we can gather those, because the goal again is that we're planning to take, like we would inline chats, answer those in aggregate, respond back out to everybody who's done an RSVP with some of the answers, so that everybody can take value from some of these questions. So I'd like to call the table now up to the stage now, the next panel session in terms of the finance session. So we're going to have Mohan Ayar and team. I'll hand this off to you. Thanks, Mohan.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Going to invite my panel members here so we could start. Ashwant, Vijay, Sanjay, Sudhakar, and Ram. Please. Go ahead. Ram? Oh. Thank you. One of the things that I think I want to talk about is most people already know finance is pretty dry, and this is after lunch. So I'm hoping that it's not too dry. One of the things I want to also think and be happy about is mostly in most process trains, finance is the last in the line of chain of line. So now we're not last. So I'm happy about that. We actually get a chance to talk about before the last session in the day, and then people are not walking out for their last coffee of the day and walking home. So we actually have 5 panelists here. We've got one person who is actually online. Thomas, are you online?
Do you hear me? Yes?
Yes. Yes, Thomas. So Thomas is actually in Italy today. It's really early morning for him. So Thomas, thank you very much for joining us. And we also have Hetal Shah, who's from Trinamix, and he's going to kick this off, and then we'll start off with having questions and some discussion with the panel members here. And most of what you've seen already has been very exciting. A lot of graphics, a lot of pictures. We being finance are really dry. If it's not Excel, we're not going to show it. So we're not going to show Excel, but we're going to continue with a discussion that might be more meaningful without just having a distraction on the slide deck. Okay, go ahead, Hetal.
Thank you, Mohan. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Hetal Shah. I am one of the leads in the financial practice with Trinamix. As Mohan said, it's always a good sign when attendees show up after lunch. So thank you all for showing up after the lunch session. Hopefully we will make the session insightful and worth your time. Actually, wait a minute. Am I in the right room? Well, someone told me once, if you are the smartest person in the room, then you are probably in the wrong room. But today, looking at our esteemed panel of speakers, our AI enthusiast participant audiences here, both who are attending in person as well as virtually, I can say it with 100% surety, I'm definitely in the right room today. So thank you all for, hopefully I will get a little bit smarter having interacted with and having listened to all the sessions today. Let's jump right into the finance session. Before we go to the panel and ask them what they are up to in terms of AI, we would like to discuss present to you a couple of real world AI-based scenarios that we are actively working on. If we can switch to the next slide, please. Thank you. So one of the exciting AI-based tool that we are working on is called AI Allocator, or AIA in short, which is catered to real estate industry for now. There are, I'm sure, use cases for other industries that we venture and expand into. But for now, we'll talk about this tool that we are actively working on. So, what does the tool do for us, right? What problem does it solve? So let's talk about it for a minute. Real estate service firms like property managers, facilities management companies, they accrue thousands of hours of labor cost and overhead every month that needs to be allocated to individual properties or projects or cost centers so that they can be billed to appropriate customers, clients, or properties, right? Now, these are all contract-based properties where you have specific contract. Each contract varies definitely from one property to the other. or one client to the other. There are markups, bonus scheme, there are cost roll-ups, cost thresholds, and revenue share clauses. So all this also requires that we maintain, or the client maintains, 100% auditability back to the actual time, the payroll cost, as well as any corporate overhead that needs to be allocated. So this makes the allocation process very, very tedious, time consuming, and error prone. And it takes several days, if not weeks, to get to the month end every time. Now, add to the complexity, this cost allocation rules change very frequently. They are not static by any means. Every month there are different rules which needs to be incorporated. For example, tenant TI or leasing commissions can change, SLAs can change. You need to allocate at a more granular level, multidimensional level. Someone needs to run a what if analysis on the fly just minutes before closing to find out what if we bump up, let's say, common area ratio by 0.5 percent point, so on and so forth. So what does AIA offer as a solution, right? If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So AIA or AI allocator, it's a sophisticated AI-driven cost allocation tool, right? It analyzes multiple data sources in real time. You're like data coming in from your HR payroll system, your client contracts on the other hand, and any natural language prompts that your user is feeding it to it. For example, change allocation of such and such department from X percentage to Y percentage, or for this month, this particular person or the team is working on XYZ property instead of ABC. So change allocation there. So all those rules are very difficult to write at the back end of it. Some people who are familiar with calculation manager or Oracle allocation calculator, they know very well. It's not a child's play, but that is the intent of this tool, right? It brings natural language processing capability and adaptability to cost allocation complexities and make life easier for accountants. So it also does, in addition to this anomaly detection, it does predictive and trend analysis, and it also provides you with forecasting capabilities. So now, needless to say, Trinamix is building this tool, so it has to be integrated with Oracle ERP, right? It's a no-brainer. So the tool obviously seamlessly integrates with Oracle Financials, HRMS, and payroll systems. In addition to it, we also have the capability to source data from any other third-party HR system like SuccessFactors, Workday, so on and so forth. Let's talk about how the tool works in practice, right? So data ingestion, as I mentioned, it could be either nightly or real-time APIs to pull data from time entries and payroll. It takes in the contract metadata like billing rate, markup tables, bonuses, caps, also the chart of accounts, the project structure, everything is fed in terms of metadata to the AI tool. Cost classification is done automatically. It's a very granular cost classification. I'm not going to bore the audience with the details. And the end result is we derive the cost allocated journals and transactions, which can be fed to Oracle ERP. And ultimately, it will allow the Oracle ERP to generate billing out of ERP, financials, AR, and PPM to respective clients. So if we can go to the next slide, please. And, all this sounds good in theory, but let's see what are the potential benefits quantitatively. So the anticipated benefits that this tool provides is your allocation cycle time, as I mentioned, can be reduced from days to hours. We can do the error and reclassification. Generally, it amounts to about 0.8% of direct cost. It can be reduced to less than 0.2%. The unbilled labor leakage, now this is probably the best and the biggest advantage or ROI, is from 0.12 or 12 cents per labor to 0.01 cents. So it is a 91% reduction in your revenue leakage or billing leakage. Again, the question may arise, what got us to make these tall claims. Now, these are based on benchmarks that we have sourced from our client, and we have done the analysis, what the current revenue benchmarks are, compare them with what the tool offers. So, and also if there is any, obviously there is an FTE reduction, the FTEs can be deployed to do more strategic work. And last but not the least, the scenario turnaround can be done in minutes using this tool rather than few hours using Excel. So this is as far as AI tool is concerned. In interest of time, we can quickly switch to the next slide that we have. Do we have enough time, Mohan, to talk through this, or do we want to skip this? I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
I think if we can skip this, it'll be great, Hetal. I'm just going to go over to the panel. Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. So over to you, Mohan. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So one of the things I want to do is, Thomas, I'm going to come to your introduction last, because then you can go on to the first question. And I want to make sure that you're not here. Oh, sorry. You're not here longer than you want to be, because I know it's the middle of the night there. So I'm going to start with having the introduction of the people on the panel here. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sudhakar. I'm responsible for worldwide applications at Synaptics. Synaptics combines AI and IoT with human interface solutions. So it's your touchpad on your laptops or your car display touchpad, or anything to do with your cell phone, or the Wi-Fi products, the low power Wi-Fi products and processor. Synaptics makes those cutting edge technologies. So of course, today I'm not going to talk about AI content on your video processors or anything that Synaptics makes. So I'm here going to discuss about how Synaptics is using AI in the finance areas.
Thank you. Sudhakar.
Hi, this is Ashwant.
Sorry, Ashwant. Yeah, thank you, Sudhakar. Yeah.
Hi, this is Ashwant Vaidishwaran. I work as part of DocuSign. I support the procurement and payable business functions at DocuSign. I'm working on Oracle Cloud for almost 10 years, and I'm also being recognized as an Oracle ACE from Oracle ACE program as part of it. I also support OATG community, and also I am a coordinator for GenAI and AI SIG, which is called as a special interest group. And I would request, if someone is interested to join the SIG, feel free to connect with me. And at DocuSign, we are also having certain GenAI features which is being implemented. Oracle also, procurement is being already integrated with the DocuSign e-signature one. I'm happy to share some ideas about it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vijay.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Vijay Krishnamurthy. I'm part of Oracle GenAI team. I lead the GenAI for Oracle Global Industries org. And prior to that, I was part of leading outbound for GenAI and AI at Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. I also have worked for a couple of years with the Fusion team. Looking forward to sharing what is coming in GenAI from Oracle.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Hello, everyone. This is Sanjay Agrawal from Innogen. I'm responsible to enable the connectivity and digitization for our med device equipment. Innogen manufacture the oxygen concentrator. So we are looking forward to enable that analog device to the digital device to enable the IoT kind of connectivity, and then taking the data and doing the device diagnostic, patient monitoring. Those are our wish list. And I recently joined them. But prior to that, as Hetal was showing you the use case of property company, I was part of Lincoln Property Company as a CIO, and prior CIO of Everett Tennyson. So I will talk more about the property and other use cases in the discussions.
Thank you. Ram?
Hello, my name is Ram Subramanian. I'm based out of Chicago. I work for Opkey. Almost everyone in the room here, I think we some way or other invested in Oracle. We are hugely invested in Oracle ecosystem. And there is a huge amount of innovation happening in Oracle. And everyone would like to get to that innovation quicker. And that's what we help with. We help with accelerating your implementations. And then once you implement, how do you keep adapting to Oracle by your BAU being clean and faster and all of that. That's what we actually are invested in, and really looking forward to this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Thomas?
Hello, do you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so my name is Thomas Philippe, so I'm based in Italy, in Europe. So nice to see everyone today. I'm working in the IT delivery department for Itron since many years, and really excited to be there today to talk about also in a few minutes about tariff and what we have done in Itron.
Thank you. So I'll pose the first question to Thomas, and Thomas, if you feel like staying on, you're more than welcome. But obviously, knowing that it's kind of middle in the night there, it would be okay if you drop. So we know that we've heard that Itron has done a lot of work with automating tariff management in the ERP. Can you talk a few words about that so we can kind of get a sense of what's happening?
Yeah, sure, I can. So thank you. So the story for us has started basically in Salesforce because our sales department is using Salesforce to manage contracts, to negotiate quotes. This is really the place to go for the sales department. So it was logical for us when we had to manage tariff, okay, and we had to prepare for it. It was logical to create a new object. Basically, we created a new object that is storing the tariff data by customers, by products in Salesforce. Okay, and I didn't explain our environment. We are in an hybrid environment. Trinamix know it. They helped us a few years ago to implement a planning cloud. But the transacting system is still Oracle EBS 12 to 13 now, excuse me. And so after creating this object in Salesforce, it was logical again. We built an integration from Salesforce to Oracle EBS. And then logically, again, we implemented some configuration in advanced pricing, which is basically consuming this data that is stored in some custom table, okay? And then let's say basically it was done because with this configuration in advanced pricing, our sales operation, let's say, when entering sales orders in Oracle EBS, they had the tariff basically automatically applied to any sales order line based on the rules that we have implemented. And then I think it's clear for everyone what we had to do. We had also to update our customer-facing documents like sales order acknowledgement or invoice layout, clearly. I don't remember any impact on tax or anything else. But basically, this is what we have done. I hope it's clear for everyone. I'm also open to any questions.
Sure. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for that. We will be taking some questions, and if there's something that we can shoot out to you later on, or if they ask while you're here, we can have you answer them. Appreciate your time. And I think, Ram, you had some comments about tariffs and kind of trying to support that. I mean, do you want to add something to Thomas's point?
Yeah, definitely. I think thank you, Thomas. Good to, and I hear a few things that you said. Recently, last few weeks, I've been traveling across the country, talking to a few of the customers, especially manufacturing customers, and who actually have a very, very complex set of supplier network and across the globe. And they're trying to come up with ways in which how they can fast roll out the product and then have the right kind of product performance and all of that. And then now with all the supplier, the entire ecosystem is changing, and the biggest factor that's coming into all of this is the tariff, the source of country. And this is becoming a huge variable in any of these predictions they want to do. They are completely seem to be, there is not a solution today. Yeah. For every one of them. I think this is just one of the problems that I was talking to Mohan that everybody wants to solve, and there are so many of you here. I'll start bringing these problems that what I've been hearing across the customers that I visited.
At least half the problem is understanding what the problem is. So, we are kind of there.
Yeah.
Kind of. So thank you very much for that. What I'd like to do is kind of ask an open-ended question about some of the aspects that might actually bring out what you've been doing in your area of expertise. So we'll start with you, Sudhakar, on what opportunities have you seen in the finance realm? I mean, we're talking about, this is a panel about EPM, finance, and tax. We would like to have tax be managed by AI, but I don't think we're there yet. So we're going to keep that on the back burner for now. We're going to talk about finance and EPM and see what we can see as opportunities and what each one of these people on the panel who've done some work that they can bring out to us so we can talk a little more intelligently about it. Sudhakar.
Yeah. So at Synaptics, we have been able to successfully use AI when it comes to product launches, the customer interaction. But when it comes to finance areas, we have a unique challenge, right? We are on an R12, legacy R12, and our EPM is...
somebody here will ask you to upgrade, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, so we have this unique challenge of, how to, enable AI for finance groups. So one thing that we're successfully able to do that is in terms of narrative reporting. So when it comes to finance controllers and everyone, so they have been successfully able to use the narrative reporting. And of course, the profitability is an extremely important thing for an high-tech semiconductor industry. So how the product mix should be managed. So we are trying to use that. We haven't gotten there yet, but that's something that now we are exploring. And the most important thing for most of the companies is we're also working on revenue modeling, kind of. So the success where we had is the narrative reporting, wherein the controllers are able to use. The rest of it, we are still trying to figure out what's the best way, because getting data was difficult from EBS. Right. So that's where we were able to successfully use it.
Yeah, thank you, Sudhakar. Ashwant, do you want to add some of the opportunities that you've seen?
Yeah, sure. In DocuSign, if you look into it, we have AP clerk who normally enters the data and process the data. What the business is looking out is how do we transform making the AP clerk to an AP analyst? What it means is today they are being considered as a task executor, but it needs to be transformed to an insight generator, which means the data comes into it and instead of they doing the manual entry and things, it needs to be automated. Idea is one place where it needs to be optimized. But even with certain cases, the cost per transaction on the invoice is almost more than what is in the best in class. Best in class is always based on the IFM reports, it's $2 to $5, but it's not the same. So DocuSign wants to reach that one, and we are getting into that. And not only that, in case of procurement, I have seen the AIA use case, which was being demoed by Hetal. Similar to that, DocuSign is also having a IAM for PO is one of the things which they are generating it. How the contracts gets converted to a PPM, using the IAM, the contracts, whatever the document comes into it, it will be converted into the supplier onboarding process. And in case of procurement, we have a big issue where we don't have any intake form where the business requesters can start documenting it. Requisition has few fields, but the business need to enter a lot of things over there. So either it needs to go outside. So I am for procurement, which has a very flexible and web forms that can be created and that can also transform integrated to Oracle ERP system, which is already going on in multiple ways, where Oracle and DocuSign is already integrated. So this is also going to be a pretty much seamless integration.
Thank you. Vijay, I think you will have a lot of experience because you're not just one company. You're actually a company working with other companies. So hopefully you'll have some more opportunities that you can throw light on.
Yeah, I think for GenAI in finance, right, the opportunities are plenty. I think I'm sure in the morning session you've seen what are all the different kind of agents and task-specific assistants that we are releasing across EPM, ERP, and the other applications in our finance suite, right? But what I want to talk through is that we, from Oracle, we look at opportunities in kind of across the board, right? And you could look at on one end of the spectrum, you could look at assistance, like how do I help the how do we help our customers to interact with their business data, finance data with a natural language, so that they could get the right information at the right time, like NL to SQL kind of use cases. Like we call it data assistance to your finance data or contract data or any of this data. It could also be knowledge assistant to your contract repository. You have various kinds of unstructured document and you want to be able to ask, you could do that. You could also do various kinds of summarizations of filings, analyst reports, various kinds of documents. Those are all and also code related knowledge assistant. What does this finance code mean? What does that finance code mean, right? This kind of use cases we see across our customers quite a bit, right? And this is where majority of our customers, use our generative AI services to implement on top of what is already available in EPM and ERP. But then we do see the customers moving into more like automation, first draft generation kind of use cases, which is like generate a narrative report on a quarterly performance, or generate a narrative, generate the first set of draft of Q&A that I can expect from our analyst, or generate a first draft of the contract based on the prior contracts, or compare the contracts between the few parties and then identify these kind of first draft generation. You still have the human in the loop to really evaluate how good the answers are and how good the draft is, but at least it helps you with the efficiency of generating the first draft. Like that's one. And then the third phase that I see is the deep research, right? Which is where everyone wants to head to, right? I want to hook up all of my enterprise data. It doesn't matter whether it's a finance data or manufacturing data or quality data or returns data or whatever, because all of them at the end of the day affect the finance. But it only affects the finance after people have transformed those data and then provided a financial implication of it. And why wait for that? Why not just connect all of them and then help to generate insights and also help get the system, get the agents to really provide customer specific or a segment specific scenario analysis based on the current information that is available within the enterprise, also outside of the enterprise, what's happening in the market or a competitive thing. This is a place where we see a couple of customers have asked for that, and they are but this is I wouldn't say that this is in production. This is kind of in the early phase of, kind of exploring how we can do, because this requires multi-agent workflow with tools configuration, because some of the risk assessments, you won't give it to generative AI. You would use the machine learning AI model, so you have to hook up the tools. So this is the progression that we are seeing. As you can see in ERP, EPM, as well as some of our front office finance applications, assistance and automations are plentiful. We are introducing a lot, making it easy for our customers to use. But we will be starting to see more and more deep research type features that is popping up over the next few quarters when we are starting to add them. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Vijay. Sanjay, you want to talk about some opportunities that you've had?
Yeah, so let me start with the real estate company, that Lincoln Property. If you think about technology perspective, they are much behind than the other industry. They were operating two years back on JD Edward. Think from that journey to the AI journey. That's what I'm going to share with you. And they are in the property management business, as this situation was. They signed the contracts, those contracts in the 200, 500 pages contracts, managing the large Chase building, Goldman Sachs building, kind of those, managing the building. Those contracts have tons of terms and conditions, and every contract is lying into somebody's computer, not even in the centralized database. That was the as-is situation. Now we are implementing Oracle with the help of Trinamix. Now we have to get entire master data extracted. First, identify those thousands of the contract, where are those contracts are. Second problem is that once you know the contract, how to extract all the terms, condition, pricing condition, how we should be charging everything. And then converting into the real master data and then uploading into the Oracle. And they put 100 people to do that work first. It was very difficult. And one more problem I forgot to tell you, that the revenue recognition process, there is no invoicing from Lincoln property to their customer. But whoever the property manager of the Lincoln property is sitting at the customer place, whatever he or she say, hey, this is what the revenue, they create the invoice, they put the check and send back to Lincoln. And that's what the revenue recognition process was, that at the actuals. Now, keeping this two problem statement in this, and let me know if I'm slow.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, first problem, I think the mantra tool, and that's what Amit and team came up with the idea, hey, why not you use our tool? And we utilize the tool. We put all the contract, definitely those contract has to be find manually. There is no AI can help us from the different pieces at this moment. But once we find the contracts, the tool took it, and we did the iterative model for the iterative corrections, probably 2 to 3 weeks. And I think we are able to extract at least a 96% perfection data with the perfection. It's still the 4% we need to still tweak it because of the different regions. So that the master data migration, that's a use case I would like to call this by using the AI. And number 2, now revenue forecasting. Now we do not have any revenue forecasting because everything depends on the human intelligence. So based on those contracts, based on that what revenue we are going to receive in the future, and based on the AI tool, we are able to create a model, revenue forecasting. But let me ask you a question, every one of you. How many of you have heard from your COO or chief revenue officer or someone, hey guys, at the end of the quarter, guys, ship, or let's catch up the revenue, guys, we are running short. I'm sure. Does everyone heard that kind of thing?
The 11:45 shipment doesn't stop.
Yeah, but how to catch up the revenue at the end of the quarter, especially just in time. So that was the situation that we got what is going to be revenue forecast globally, regionally, by property, and then taking the actual fit, how much we are basically getting the revenue, how much is remaining, by which salesperson, which property manager, where to follow, where are the pitfalls are there. And this AI tool was providing the real-time information, and real-time those information was fed by email to those respective leaders or property leaders so that they can take the actions. So rather than people are just shouting over the email, let's catch up the revenue, this time let's catch up the revenue based on the data and who need to do what action.
I think thank you. That's really insightful that we got a couple of things actually covered by that, just the master data and capturing of the contracts, as well as the revenue recognition and the future revenue ARR. Ram, you want to add something on the opportunities you've seen?
There's quite a bit said. I just want to synthesize some of these stuff from an opportunity perspective. One of the one that I think finance always had the luxury of being the source of truth. Right? Ultimately, if you go to any company, the source of truth, system of record, the undisputed one is finance, right? And which is changing right now. That's the example that you just gave. And most of the finance sensitive data, especially the master data, now whatever used to be there, it's now moving to the edges and it is changing. And then what happened is, with the example that you are giving, a lot of customers are now looking to solve this problem by having data assistants which can come in, because finance is not used to respond to this. They are like upstream always and downstream your problem, right? And then now it's kind of reversed. Whatever master data is a config related item. You cannot mess around with this. So this is where the data assistants, some of the work we are also trying to challenge with our customer. These data assistants can do the impact, but how do you change the config? So we are trying to accelerate some of that stuff using the config operations that we are doing in OpKey. So this is going to be an important set of activity, especially with the edges are changing so fast. And whatever the business is changing fast, that's what it is. It's not that finance systems are changing. The business is changing around finance, and then finance need to respond because revenue forecasting, modeling, all of that need to be much, much more real-time enterprises you need to create. And that's where I see huge opportunity, at least for the next 2 years. This is going to be the huge responsiveness, every company to create a real-time enterprise.
I think, thank you, Ram. That's perfectly on the point. I think one of the things that becomes important here is like all of us have been saying that the finance is at the tail end, like I said, when we started this discussion, right? And now it's initially finance was accounting. And I think what's transforming here is that finance is just not accounting. It's actually all of the data that comes down, trickles down to what needs to be, like you said, the moment of truth. And that's what gets reported onto the streets. And if that is not accurate, there is something that is not just at the end where somebody makes. At the end of the day, a lot of people say, finance, it's debit and credit. You can pass an entry. You can, but you spend a lot of time passing those entries, not because you actually create the journal entry to pass the entry. How do you find out what to pass? And that's where I think most of these people are looking back at the initiation of the transaction from a contract, from a master data set, or wherever, to understand what should be and what you should have there. So if you have the master data up in front at the initiation of the transaction flow itself, you probably may not need to make that adjustment at the end of the month. It will actually shorten a lot of the pieces that happen at the end of the month, and then they'll become analytics. It'll just be analysis, which they do rather than sit down and do all of these machinations and calculations to pass the journal entry at the end of the day. So I think what happened in this case was we were going to break this up into opportunities and actions, but I think we actually kind of melded that into one, which is great. But I'd like to just reach out here and ask any one of you, do you have any other action items that you think from an opportunity perspective? I mean, I think you had a very great point that at the end of the day, the narrative reporting did make it, but on the revenue and the product mix, that's something that you have not been able to achieve. And what action are we taking to kind of get there? Is there some thought process that you can share with us, or is there something that you're still thinking of? It may be just worthwhile to probably put that out if it's okay with you, and maybe there'll be some input and some feedback, and maybe from the audience as well.
Yeah, I think Vijay rightly pointed out the challenge that we are having is we are loading this data right now because we are on legacy R12. And then the finance accounting team is able to come with that narrative reporting or anything that you mentioned, what could be potential investor questions and so on and so forth. But it's not, we wanted to make it more business value that, hey, bring it to the upstream process, whether it's FP&A teams who are managing this or the revenue management teams. So that's the challenge. That the way we have to bridge that is, one is, of course, EPM, work with Oracle is one aspect. Is there a way that we can get into this profitability? That's something that we're working with Oracle. The other aspect is my partner is here at work, Anand Siarat, so he's working in trying to bring that together in a different, I would say, platform for us to be able to look at our forecast, the demand, as well as forecast from an order fulfillment. Is it possible for us to be able to get to that while a person is shipping and everything that, hey, how is it impacting? So now we are stuck with challenges here because we can't use Oracle right away.
Well, that's exactly the people you have here. So you could probably push them a little bit and ask them what.
So I think that's so we're trying to do it ourselves.
Okay.
So that's the way we are trying to bring in data, and then we're trying to do it ourselves.
Sure.
So hopefully this automation, the second piece that Vijay mentioned will be released, and then we should be able to use that.
Waiting for that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Do anyone add anything else?
Yeah, in our case, it's more business team is mostly looking out in automating the things. The reason behind is the more the labor entry comes into it, there is more time taking and costs are going into it. So the action, what they wanted to look into it is what are the other ways which they can automate it. So the first step, what we try to do it is what is the time spent which is happening for each of the action, we calculate it. So we first calculate what is the ROI which is going to come out of it. And while calculating the ROI, we also look into it, what all the other options which comes into it, that is the cost perspective. Sometimes when you put the solution, you can use the easiest one also. It's not mandatory. You need to go for all of them with the Gen AI kind of it. So sometimes the easiest one, even the solution can be done in an Excel or it can be in a different way. So what is the best one which can come out of it? So calculate the business value, then go for the cost which is going to incur on it, and then calculate the ROI. Because finance team always looks out on the numbers. They trust the numbers rather than they look into what the product which is going to come out of it.
You said the magic word, numbers and Excel. So I think those align with what most accountants and finance people think about. And I think, Vijay, I know you're chomping at the bit to say something. Go ahead.
I think, I want to give an example of an implementation that we did recently, and that might give some indication on how things go, right? This is not with Fusion. With Fusion, we have out-of-the-box agents, but this is for a customer who's using PeopleSoft. It's a legacy application, and they use that for finance as well as HR data. And in fact, some of the challenges that you talked about, like I have the schema, but I don't have the data catalog. I have the data catalog for individual tables, but I don't have it for the interconnected like ontologies for them. And I have SQL log, but I don't know what was the question that was asked related to the SQL log. Like all of these issues that we had for the first couple of months, right? So it took us a little bit of a time to really prepare the data catalog, like table description, column description, grouping those tables into, if you're talking about finance related to contracts, this is the group. And if you're talking about finance related to profitability, this is a table, grouping those tables and using the SQL log to come up with the ontology to know which tables are usually picked together, which tables are, not picked together typically, coming up with those kind of a heat map related thing. And then once we had those documentation, right, then it was easy to do the data assistance. Because simply by understanding the semantic meaning of the question, classifying that question into which group of tables that is most relevant, and then picking those group, and then using a schema reduction agent to say that given all these tables and given all these columns and the ontologies and the heat map, even with the relationship, some arcs are going to be stronger than others. So how do you use that to come up with reduced number of columns and tables in the business logic so that you can auto-generate a prompt and then send it to the LLM? When we did something like this, we were able to release it within a few months to the customer, and the customer.
A couple of months, that's about it, the whole effort.
Yeah, so it took us about, the data preparation was the biggest challenge, right? It took us a while to get those data and then get the data catalog, get the business logic documented in the knowledge doc, and vectorize them with sentence embedding and all of those. So once we have done that, this is a company which has about 135,000 employees, and out of which good 25% of them are wanting to always ask question on their finance data. We did the same thing for their HR data too. That is also in the PeopleSoft. And now they don't have to have business analysts answering these questions. They can just do it in the chatbot. And now they are extending it not only for select statements, but also for update. Because kind of update, not updating profitability, for example, but updating specific transactions with, but checking the SSO on whether that person is authorized to do and keeping the lineage of it. So I think that there are challenges to jump to the data assistant. I 100% agree with you, but those challenges are addressable if some of the DB and SMEs can sit together and then create that missing data set on data schema and ontology and SQL log with examples, then I think it is easy to jumpstart.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that they were able to do it using legacy system. It's not like they have to
because all of them are stored in Oracle DB. So anything that is stored in Oracle DB, we can talk to it.
So one of the things that becomes more clear here is also something that we talked about when we had the connection was, whatever you do with this, the two aspects that come out very clearly here. One is the design aspect, for which you have to spend some time to actually get to the result that you need. You always know the result. You know what data you have. Designing that data to be able to reach the goal is the key. That's one. And second thing is, because the data may not be always verifiable, and by verifiable, I mean it may not be accurate, it may be disparate, it may be in different shapes and forms, just to use some words. What that means is that now you've got to get them in a manner, like she said, to understand which pieces of data work together to get to the goal. So there are two things that happen. One is you need to spend some time on the design, which means that what's the best way to reach the goal? You have all of the data sets that you have available in, like you said, Oracle database or wherever you want to do it. You can aggregate it into a data lake if you need to. That's one. The second thing is that as you refine your questions, as you refine the amount of data that you store and tag for the appropriate genealogies, then you'll be able to get to the goal. So it is time gets taken to refine your output. So those are the two things that come out, I think, when whatever all of us are talking about, is that it takes time to get to where you need to get to, like anything else. Right? Sanjay, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think at Innogen, they manufacture oxygen concentrator. And today, like during the testing process or whatever the validation process, we connect with the USB drive, suck a lot of data from the device. But finally, what to do with the data? We were not knowing. And on the problem statement was that another problem statement about cost of the repair. If any device comes back, cost of repair is high because the person, they check there is small screen of the device, find out what is the issue. Still they can't read or they can't understand. They change one by one with the parts, and especially the cost is very high. Now, what we are working almost in the MVP, we are very close that we are taking all this data. As soon as a device comes, automatically we suck the data. It goes into AI model, and AI's model tells that which part is bad and which part is good. So we are planning to reduce our total repair cost for the device.
Or also, you'll also find out which is the part that fails the most.
Exactly.
Which then can get
Yeah.
to maybe a design
and-
change on the
and-
manufacturing
and
aspect of
yes.
it. Right.
So if the motherboards are getting bad, then ensure that those things are
changed. And I think one of the things that comes out again is that even though it's at the finance level that we're looking at this data, it actually starts way up ahead.
Exactly.
It's not at the end of the tail where it starts. Well, one of the things, just for the timing check, I want to do is I want to actually find out from each one of you, what are the challenges you're facing today to actually introduce AI or not just the components, but the AI thought process into the finance realm? I mean, we heard some of the sessions before this for SCM and for planning and for all of the other stuff, which is plain, which is very, very objective as to what you do when something happens. Unfortunately, finance is not always like that. Market forces, what other people think, what your industry is, what kind of a roadmap you're looking at over the next 5 years, all of those impact the decisions you make today. So it's not necessarily objective. Very often it's subjective. Probably, I think 50%, if not more, is subjective than objective. And I think you probably have some thought process on that. So could you add to that and the challenges?
Yeah, I think finance is a highly factual and specific kind of a business function, right? Like, there is not much creative element to it, like kind of marketing where I could, use generative AI for coming up with personalized email or personalized promotions or videos, kind of. Whereas in finance, like it's a sort of like, I want to know what this is, I want to know what this is, and how, like, what if I do this, if the margin will increase by 0.0125% or something like that, right? So as a result, like, I think there is quite a bit of hesitation to use, and it's some of them is justified because generative AI models are not great at specificity on when and reproducibility and consistency and sort of these aspects, right? But I think what we are encouraging our customers to look at is that how to look at AI and generative AI as an assistant and collaborative agent to finance team members, so that finance team members can actually don't have to do some of the repetitive and
spend their time in a different,
and more like use the human effort in coming up with scenarios or validating scenarios, like maybe getting the collaborative agent to come up with scenarios and then you validate the scenario based on your experience. And also like helping the user not sitting and writing 2 pages of summary report, but getting you a draft so that you could actually start from something rather than empty page, right? So those are the places we are suggesting to start first. But also, as a part of this, one other aspect that is missing in most of this data is why we can't completely automate is because we have only the transactions, but the reasoning behind the transactions is missing. Reasoning behind the transactions is not recorded anywhere. Like, why did we do certain things? It's like some reasons are recorded, some reasons are not recorded. So by having these collaborative agents, there is also possibility for these agents to capture those reasonings so that 6 months and a year or 2 years down the line, you have a rich set of data that is collected through these collaborative agents that you're able to attempt to do some of those automations. So that's the way that we are encouraging our customers to look at it. Yeah.
And I think the other challenge, I think, Sanjay, we talked about this before, is because you're collecting it from the oxygen concentrators that you talked about, is the actual challenge of compliance, data compliance, right? Because that's something which is a big, huge impact if something happens.
Yeah, I think definitely one is the like HIPAA policies, compliance. Like another thing is like we would like to connect to our patients through the chatbot or through the agents calling them. But as per the compliance, we can't do that basically unless we ensure
You can't do that.
Unless we ensure those data remains within our own premises.
Right.
We have our own LML models. Unless we do that, we can't do that basically. So compliances and a lot of other challenges are there. Like that's the biggest worry. Where is our data is going? Is our data is secure or it is getting into a wider place? So I think that's a common challenge. Security, the data AI security is still a lot of unknowns are there in that area.
And I think you also had the same concern, right? Yeah.
Yes. So one aspect is the governance compliance. And we have offices located in many countries. Country-specific laws are changing. They're always evolving. That's one big challenge. But the other one is what works for finance may not work for product marketing and
vice versa.
So the challenge is that do we really, how do we standardize it? Maybe we can't, right? So that's a big challenge that one group is trying to do something, but then if you want to add value in another group, the same group, then they have to use two different types of AI tools or technologies. That actually is bringing a huge challenge for us to, why can't we standardize, but there's no standard solution.
And I think
so it's a very nascent stage, right? So,
one of the other things that I think we heard also was there are so many tools available today.
Yeah, exactly.
And that you don't know what to use, like you're saying.
Yeah. You might go to the finance person, hey, this is great, let's work on it. And says, but then, hey, now you want to work something else? No, this doesn't work. Now you need to.
And it's evolving. It's also evolving. So that's another challenge. Go ahead.
Right. I think business also comes up, hey, this particular AI
I heard about
tool
this.
can do this work. Can IT can do this?
Yeah.
And we take them into the bureaucratic route. No, we have to look into this. We have to look into this, and that's a challenge for us.
Ram, do you have anything to add?
A few things that I thought worth noting is you talked about your PeopleSoft experience. I think now when we are talking about digital agents and agents, and why do we focus on digital transformation when we can send the digital workers to deal with the legacy, right? And let the humans deal with the experience that is we do in the Agent Studio. That was one thing, because I spoke to one of the CIO last week. He said, not the Oracle technology, by the way, it's a different technology. And they said the brownfield is going to take like 4 years and the greenfield is going to take 6 years. Who has time for that, right? So do not focus on the digital transformation. Rather, leave the agents deal with the legacy or the modern legacy and focus on the experiences that you are creating is one thing that is opportunity here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So sorry to interrupt. I want to add to that. In fact, that's the kind of path that we are taking with some of our legacy applications as well, because particularly those applications are used in conjunction with 2 or 3 applications. So they are the most ripe opportunity for agentifying, right? You could do an agentic overlay and all of the data is stored in Oracle DB. So you could actually do the data assistance very easily. In fact, for one of our government customers, we are working on completely agentifying user personas, all of their interactions through agents, which is like a Uber agent with the which is an orchestrator router agent with the agent catalog, and the agent catalog include task-specific agents as well as automation agents.
Right.
So depending on the question, it is routed, and the sequence of agents are called. So this is something that we are implementing currently, and it is all feasible. Again, as long as you have the data organized and then it could.
It takes a lot of time, and you achieved already data compliance. And then it is factual. Why anyway, you're not manufacturing anything. It's a factual data. And then data compliance is done. Then why with the whole transformation is like they put the money into, intelligence. Because one of the reasons that to bring a real-time enterprise, the last mile is finance.
Yes.
That's its biggest challenge. Why do you want to go there? Leave it there, right? And then bring the real-time enterprise through the intelligence that you can get out of data rather than, that's another thought that, it's, coming.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one aspect we haven't covered is the M&A integrations and due diligence. So we
One of the opportunities that
we
you
are
can-
seeing a
yeah.
lot of opportunities there.
Okay.
Wherein you could actually, it's very easy to look through those contracts and the target company.
Hopefully know whether you should buy it or not.
So
or
who knows?
merge or divest, right? So in the interest of time, I think we're right on dot. A minute late. Sorry about that. We're finance people, so we have a little bit more work to do. So I think I want to thank all of the panelists. And Thomas, are you still on or are you going to sleep? But if you have, thank you very much for staying up and being participating in this. Thank you, Sudhakar,
Thank you.
Vijay, Ashwant, Sanjay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Never seen finance people smile and laugh so much. Great session.
All right. We're actually pretty close, 2 minutes here, guys. So let me go ahead and call to the two over, two under. Good for government work, right? 2 minutes. So when I call OpKey they're already on it. They're coming to the stage. Are you plugged in? Or you got your own laptop?
Yes, sir. We're going to do a live demo for you guys.
A live demo. You've got already the plug in?
Yep.
Okay. Live mic.
I
You are
have one.
wired.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. You're going to be keying away.
Yeah, exactly.
As I see a few people sneaking out here based on their work schedules, if you'll do us a favor, especially if you were panelists as you're departing, if you could stop by the podcasting environment and take a quick interview for a couple seconds, that would be most helpful. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Do you have the slide deck still? Yeah. No worries. I can share my screen with the slide deck. Oh, perfect. Hopefully it's a good image. Yeah. Should be good. Yep. Perfect. Sounds great. Well, first off, I just want to say thank you to Trinamix and Oracle for putting this event together, and you guys for taking the time away from your families to join. Really appreciate it. I'm super excited to show you guys some bleeding edge ERP automation software that we have today. But before I do that, I have around 3 slides just to set some context. And before I do that, I would like to just bring to light some, skipping slides already. Perfect. Just some context around OpKey itself. So around 2015, we started testing the end-to-end flow between any web, mobile, desktop, mainframe application, which really laid a solid foundation for OpKey. That gave us that agnostic strength to really go across all ERPs. Speaking of which, around 2019, 2020, we broke into the packaged ERP space, starting to build out some advanced capabilities for Oracle Fusion, Workday, Salesforce, Coupa, et cetera. We're going to walk through some of those advanced capabilities today, but the really important piece is January, on our 10th anniversary as a company, we released 5 agentic AI agents, which are now listed here. So we have our PMO agent, configuration agent, testing agent, training agent, finally support agent. Now, with all of these agents, as the finance panel was just discussing, there's a lot of SaaS mess out there. We have one application to support one aspect of our ERP. As we all know, we have multiple applications, which leads to training and enablement for all of those applications just support this ERP system. So with that, to get past the UI training, the logic building behind developing these automated scripts, we've released Maestro. Maestro is a natural language prompting that will allow you to automate the configuration of an Oracle environment all the way through performing unit tests to those configurations, functional executions, finally developing job aids for those business users. Now, with that, I want to just show you what a day in a life would look like with OpKey embedded in your environment without Maestro. So first, during the implementation of the OpKey platform, we would perform a feature called test discovery. This is when we're going to be process mining that lower environment so we can identify any manual or automated scripts you're running in that environment today, and then build upon those with OpKey's 30,000 pre-built test script library. That makes the platform implementation turn into weeks rather than months, so you guys can get value as quick as possible. After that, we will send over the business just reports off of what we've pulled and what we've added to that environment for approval. And then the next part of the delivery process is us going in, building out the full end-to-end process flows for all applications connected to Oracle, as well as capturing any personalizations within your Oracle environment. Finally, we will build a full regression suite, separate them into sanity suites if you would like, and send those reports over to the business to, again, approve. Now, let's introduce a critical event, say a quarterly patch release. For that, one advanced capability that we have is impact analysis. This is where we will take a snapshot of that lower environment, pre and post change. We'll overlay those changes, highlight them using a RAG methodology of red, amber, green, and then give you the ability to self-heal those affected scripts. So gone are the days of going back into that Excel sheet, editing that line of code, and then re-uploading it into the lower environment. Now, not only can we give you the ability to self-heal and identify those scripts, but we can also group them together into a sanity suite. So you can test them independently from your regression suite. So we're cutting out any redundant testing as well through these critical events, whether that is a patch release or a BAU change that you guys might encounter. After that, we will just generate some reports. You can send those reports to the business owners, product owners, C-suite level folks. Again, just to get a full holistic view of your ERP environment. Now let's look at that same slide, but with now Maestro involved. You can see that really the only manual intervention that's ever needed are approval processes and capturing customizations. Maestro will be able to handle identifying those test cases, standing up these pillars and submodules, and building out full regression suites and executing those test suites. Now with that, let's actually look at Maestro and see what the platform looks like. So today I have two separate, perfect. So I have two separate prompts for you guys. This first one that we're looking at is for a greenfield implementation of core HR inside of an Oracle instance. So you can see we're identifying what types of submodules we're trying to configure out of core HR. Then once all configurations are completed, send me a notification. I want to approve those, and then run test discovery, that process mining feature that I was just talking about. Once that's completed, we'll build an entire sanity and regression suite, and then send over the test execution results. So I'm going to prompt that execution here, and we'll look at my other prompt I've loaded up once I select my Maestro agent. The second example I have is more on the ongoing maintenance piece, specifically using OpKey's configuration agent. So you can see here, I am selecting my source and destination instance out of those lower environments. Then I want to be able to select specific configurations from dev1 to dev2. Notify me when this export is ready. And finally, I want to execute that core HR test suite once I've implemented those configurations. So let me kick this off, and then I'll give you some more background on Maestro. Now, I'm sure since we're all in the industry, we realize that these prompts alone can take weeks, months of manual effort involved just to complete these simple tasks. Gone are those days with OpKey's Maestro. Now, you can see on the right-hand side, we will be displaying any logic that will show up. So we're revealing the full kind of reasoning model behind these agentic AI agents, so there's nothing left to be unseen. Once this will identify the prompt, start compiling the data, it might ask you some clarification questions like, who am I sending these approval emails to? What would you like me to name these test suites? Etc. What virtual machine would you like me to perform these execution agents on? So we're always bringing human in the loop with these agentic AI motions. So you can see here, it's spilling out all of the justifications. Now, the reasoning does take a little bit for us to identify what you're actually asking, how are we going to pull that data? If we can complete these tasks in parallel for higher efficiency, what does that look like? Now, you might have also noticed when I had that Maestro slide up that we are connecting to the internet as well. So that is great for consolidating Oracle's 24C patch releases, any Redwood releases that are coming up into a more digestible manner. Now, once this compiles, it'll offer some clarification questions. And once that compiles, it will build a pipeline showing you all of the tasks where those approval gateways are, where we're executing these execution suites, etc. Now, 90% of my job is customer facing, and I always hear, AI, we're unaware of what the potential could be, specifically connecting it to the internet. So for that example, we can always turn that connection off, and you can upload company-specific documents to our repository. So then that will be the knowledge base for Maestro. Now, we'll let the clarification questions load, and I'll show you what the output of this would look like in the meantime. Here is that greenfield implementation prompt fully baked out into a pipeline. So you can see we are applying those configurations, pulling it out of the config workbook that uses a standard BR100 format, and then performing unit tests against those configurations. If I scroll over to the right, we can see that now all of those configurations and submodules are being process mined using test discovery, which then we will go in and send out for approvals and build those regression suites. Now let's just say for sake of example, this pipeline is almost perfect. We forgot to bake in an approval process or something of that matter. It is still editable in this stage of its life. So if I come over to one of these middle sections and hit this plus icon, we have now added a task, and let's take a look at some of the options we can make. So first, we can name this task. Second, we have to select the action. We have some Oracle Fusion specific actions as well as OpKey specific actions. And finally, building a test description. So even if someone else does pick up this pipeline, they're fully aware of what we're trying to accomplish here. Now with this, I hope I've planted a small seed of curiosity of the unlimited possibilities that Maestro can offer, not only by how fast we can speed up implementations of net new Oracle projects, but the ease of maintenance when going through these critical environments like patch releases, monthly releases, BAU cadences. Let's just check if we have some clarification questions here. Oh, see, it didn't even need one. You can see we have generated this pipeline here. And all I want to do if I want to perform an execution, sounds good, create workflow. And then that will now orchestrate between all agentic agents that we've released and I talked about a little bit earlier to fully move through the process. Now, as I've mentioned, 90% of my job is customer facing. And there's really two main concerns that I hear regarding AI, specifically implementing it with ERPs. First, the hesitation of the unknown. We're still at the infancy stages of AI. In the next 2 to 3 to 10 years, it's going to be completely different than what we're seeing today. So as the opening remarks of today's session were, it doesn't matter how far you dig your heels in, the flow of time and innovation isn't going to sit back and wait for you to accept what's coming. The second is my team. Everyone is thinking that AI is going to be replacing their teams and all of that good stuff. But realistically, your teams have the industry knowledge and the SME knowledge that cannot be replaced through an AI agent. We still need people to approve and double check this work. Granted, AI is going to be taking a lot of this legwork, like configuring, testing, but we don't really need humans to be running through functional executions of these test scripts anymore, especially with OpKey. So to that, AI is really just there to enhance and create higher efficient teams so then we can have more projects acting in parallel, implementing more customers faster and more accurately. So with that, like I said, I hope I planted a small seed of curiosity. Feel free to direct any questions to the OpKey website. I'm also going to have some business cards on this table right here. So feel free to flag me down or grab one of those and send me a message. But thank you for listening.
All right, we are quickly getting connected. If I can call the stage, he's already on his way. Vinod Daduya for the final CX piece.
Thank you, Russ. I think this is going to be a fantastic session. Let me first invite our panelists, Sachin Patel, Jaideep, Peter, Prajit, Prashant. How are you guys today?
Good.
Good. Excited?
Super excited.
Super excited? Excellent, excellent. So we are going to do this a little bit different. Everybody's a little worn down, so we're going to bring some energy into this session, and we're going to do it a little bit different, right? So when I say a little bit different...
I cannot dance.
Oh, no, I won't let you dance. Don't worry. But, since morning, everybody has been talking about AI, intelligence. I have a trivia question for all of you, and that's how I would like to start. What is the basis for this intelligence? Can anybody tell me what is the basis for this intelligence? What is AI using? What is the basis of this intelligence? Human-generated data. Right? The last piece is the most important piece. AI is based on human-generated data. Everything that we have put out there in the internet, on our databases, it's the humans who have generated the data. And my next question, anybody in audience, anybody on the panel is, what's wrong with AI then? You got it. You got it. So, all this intelligence that you're building, all this sense, emotions that you're trying to build. Recently there was a Hollywood movie, you can have an AI built girlfriend, right? What if the data behind the AI built girlfriend is wrong? What happens? So this brings us to a very important discussion that we're going to have here. We're going to talk about customer experience. What happens with customer experience? How do you deal with customer experience, not only on the sales side, but also on the service side? How do you interact with your customers? In addition to that, we're going to talk about data and what are the different strategies that you have to do while generating data as well as maintaining data so that AI can do its job correctly. So that's our session, right? So let me begin with that. Let me first do a quick name introduction for each of the panelists, and then I'm going to talk for about 5 minutes on all the different things that Trinamix has done in this space, especially on the data, on CX, introducing AI in Sales Cloud, as well as the different use cases which exist out there on service, right? So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
First of all, thank you, Trinamix and Oracle, for inviting me and giving opportunity to share my thoughts and learn from all of you. My name is Prashant Motevar. I currently work at a company called CoreWeave, just 3 months or 2+ months in the job. And I lead business technology product management and enabling data and AI initiatives. Prior to that, extensive senior executive leadership experience at Equinix, productizing data AI, and also enabling business technology. And half of my career spent at Oracle building supply chain optimization products with some of you in the room. So that's my brief intro.
Thank you. Jaideep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jaideep Agarwal. And by the way, my name is JAI Deep. So, so I've been listening since morning AI. I thought AI is in my name. I work for a 140-year-old startup. It's called NCR Atelios. My role is VP of Technology. I'm responsible for customer services as well as supply chain and manufacturing domain, all the way down to what we call the product engineering. We are number one ATM deployed across the world. We run the largest ATM network, which is called Allpoint. If you walk around and you'll see an ATM, most likely it'll be ours. We have roughly about 600,000 ATMs globally that we support, and we support roughly about 16 million. So there's a large scale and there's expertise around it, and that's what we do around. And to talk about AI, specifically what we do today, we started our journey on intelligent dispatching, all the way down to, for a service to work, you need to have right understanding of the issue. So that's a diagnostic, as well as being able to offer the suggestion as to how to resolve an issue. So that's the 3 key AI use cases that we've been working on right now. Had pretty good success and excited to be here today.
Excellent. Thank you, Jaideep. Peter, why don't you go next?
Hello, everybody. Thanks for letting me have the opportunity to talk today. My name's Peter Brostowitz. I am with On2 Innovation. We are a capital equipment maker for the semiconductor space. We make inspection equipment for TSMC, Intel, so the big giant machines that are in the fabs. I've been with On2 not even a year and a half, and in that year and a half, 20 days ago with Trinamix, we went live on a greenfield ERP. Woohoo! Took 3 ERPs down to 1, an on-prem EBS and a mixed mode cloud. For what I'm going to talk about from an AI perspective is the foundational that we're at right now. We're 20 days after go live, so we are starting our next journey into AI.
Congratulations, Peter.
Thanks. My name is Prajit Maniat. I'm the Senior Director of Enterprise Applications at Star Surgical. I've been with Star for over a year. Before that, I spent half of my career in Big Four consulting, doing IT strategy, ERP implementation. Also had my own AI company, using machine learning before the generative AI was popular, and then in IT leadership role. We are going through a whole ERP transformation project at Star. We are going to go live in Jan 2026. I'll be talking more about how to utilize AI in IT operations applications. and what sharing my experience with the folks. Thank you.
Excellent. Last but not least, Sachin sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And before I introduce myself, thanks to Trinamix for hosting such a great event and to my fellow panelists as well. My name is Sachin Patel. I'm Vice President of Product Strategy. My primary responsibility is PLM and Product MDM. That's my core domain. I also have a second responsibility of late, which is a pillar lead for supply chain management AI. So I help our SCM dev teams deliver AI agents and AI capabilities. So that's just a little bit about myself. I've been with Oracle for about 28 years now, came from the e-business suite sort of lineage. So in tech terms, I'm an Oracle dinosaur, but I'm still there. So just a little
You have survived.
Yes.
All right. So like I said, I wanted to mix this up. Now I'm going to talk about some of the real use cases that we have actually implemented using AI, right? So like I was doing the trivia question and we were talking about, what is AI based out of? AI is based out of human generated data. When you talk about human generated data, what does it mean? Humans make mistakes because we are not machines, right? What it also means is when this data is generated, how do you actually bring governance? How do you actually bring cleansing? And how do you actually correct your data before you feed it to a monster, right? So at Trinamix, what we have done is we have leveraged AI for the exact same purpose, automated data cleansing. You take an example of like Onto, you have 3 companies merging together and 3 ERPs merging together. And now you want to cleanse the master data. Master data can be install base. Master data can be item master. Master data can be customer master, supplier master. The biggest thing that you're going to see in that master data is anomalies. Anomalies can be in terms of duplication. Anomalies can be in terms of lack of standardization. Anomalies can be in terms of lack of categorization. And that's where the contextual AI comes into picture. It is able to identify duplicates, help remove duplicates. It is able to prescribe standardization of master data. It is able to prescribe normalization and categorization of master data. And what does it do in the end? It enables the enterprise to use the right data set for AI, right? Now, just to take a case study, we were with a Canadian utility company, and they had millions of parts, everything from all over the place. We actually ran some of our machine learning models with them. And you guys would, be laughing at us. We actually use Python, right? And we use very simple concepts called COSIM, right? Very simple concepts which are available in machine learning can be applied to actually look at data, analyze data, and cleanse data, right? Those concepts are the real things which need to be the bedrock of any AI initiative, right? That was one use case. Can we go to the next one? Oh, yeah. See, clicker. Okay. And we talked about data governance, right? Data governance can be in 2 forms, pre-check and post-check. So when we are talking about agentic AI, and if we can train agentic AI to guide you while you're creating the data, is able to tell you what are the standards that you need to maintain, and most importantly, completeness of the data while creating. That's one use case. Second is continuous monitoring dashboard. Like we have created, a dashboard on PDH Cloud where you can continuously monitor your master data to talk about whether my safety stock values are correct or not. Isn't it, Peter? Right? Whether my lead times are correct or not, Jaideep sir, right? So and can I actually use to update my master data through machine learning, right? I go and look at what are my procurement lead times and how my procurement lead times have changed since COVID, right? And how do I go and update it? So governance is not just in terms of approvals, it's in terms of identifying anomalies, correcting those anomalies, and sending to humans for approval, right? That's the beauty of things that we have done at some of our customers when it comes to master data. That's one example. Second that we have done, and I'm pretty happy about it, is, how do you actually bring technology into machines, right? So when I say technology into machines, an ATM is down. You have telemetry data. How do you actually go and look at telemetry data and do remote diagnosis before a truck roll, right? And then you start talking about what are the parts that my technician needs to have in his van. Is this the right technician with the right skill set? So all these pre-checks actually help you do only one thing: avoid mistakes, right? Avoid wrong truck rolls, avoid wrong parts, avoid mistakes. So AI can be used extensively for avoiding mistakes, right? And that goes back to, work order anomaly detection, looking at different work orders being created against service requests, and then finding out how many of them took more time, how many of them took reverse, that the technician had to go twice, 3 times, etc. That's where real use case lies for AI, right? Now, Oracle has a beautiful product, Oracle Field Service Cloud. It can optimize route planning. It can do, a technician can go and order product. But imagine if there was a knowledge assistant to Field Service Cloud, which says, okay, these are the typical issues that are going to happen. And can they even avoid a truck roll? Right? And say, can we diagnose a problem remotely? Can we actually solve a problem remotely so that we don't need a truck roll? Or categorize the service request in a way that you can actually tell what kind of skill set and what kind of technician is needed to be rolled out. Those are the real use cases of artificial intelligence in CX. Enough of service, enough of master data. The real money lies in sales. Right? So when you look at sales, enabling our sales agents, templatized emails, standard content, talking about, this is the most efficient, emotionally charged content that needs to go out to your customers, putting it on templates. Onto is on that journey. They have already embarked when they went live with Sales Cloud to put AI-based templates, AI-based emails into their Sales Cloud so that everything is standardized and they are onto a better CRM platform. Now, not only just putting AI on the Sales Cloud for these tasks and automations, onto actually went ahead with a little bit more, that the Sales Cloud is integrated with analytics, CX analytics. So all the revenue data, whether it is getting generated from service, whether it is getting generated from sales, as well as milestone-based installation and payments, is all fed into CX Analytics Cloud so that they can actually predict their revenue. And not only for this month, this quarter, because sometimes things go across quarters, they can predict what's the revenue for next quarter. Right? That's the beauty of combining right kind of data and process being put in place and then leveraging analytics on top of it. So these are the things that I wanted to share, real use cases, real examples where combination of data, process, and AI can add value to customers. Prashant, how are you thinking about this? Does this, give you any ideas? What are you thinking in terms of AI?
Yeah, sure. So a little bit about companies that I worked. So CoreWeave is a hyperscaler company. So I would say probably only company which offers the HPC, high performance computing, using 100% GPU farms. So the way we do it is like we build the AI-ready, GPU-ready data centers across the globe. Right now, mainly US and EU. So definitely, what is important to us is how can we promise the capacity with a confidence? Because GPU is a currency these days, right? Like the compute is a currency, and the most constrained commodity is a power. So with the available power and resources, with the large demand coming from LLMs and Gen AI and all, how can you tell customers that, hey, 6 months down the line, 7 months down the line, I can offer this much capacity and I have all the resources to build that. So we have a lot of AI models, like in my current company as well as previous company. Quinix was also another hyperscaler, a little bit larger company across the globe in 40 countries. Similar problem, power is a constraint, and then a huge demand from AI. So what that means is like we need to predict the capacity, we need to predict the utilization, we need to look at the supply demand that creates the inflection point for the power, and then give some options to our customers like, hey, where I can build that capacity for you. If not point X, then what is, can I distribute across 3 locations? So that's one area where I say like this is a segment of AI where it distinguishes you as a business, because the AI use case, your customer directly understands because it impacts the customer, and then that can change the buying decision. And there are unfortunately few use cases which really distinguishes you as a business and create a competitive edge. But the large bucket that we deal with, and that's another area, is more of a risk avoidance, productivity improvement, efficiency. And a lot of those use cases, I think I heard in multiple panels, you talked about those in finance, supply chain, legal. There are many of those, like forecast accuracy, revenue forecasting, predicting churn, predicting invoice disputes. So the problem I dealt with those use cases, first of all, there are many of those, and it feels like boiling the ocean. Now, the problem is where exactly we should invest, because every use case brings some incremental benefit. The earlier use case, which distinguishes you as a business, that is like a completely different ballgame, maybe 10x, 20x kind of ROI. But these use cases are very incremental in the nature, and that's where you need a very robust decision-making framework that invest in use cases which really matter and bring the business outcome. Yeah.
Very valid point. Before you go and try to find a needle in haystack, you need to know what is the value of that needle, right? It's very important, because when AI comes into picture, everybody thinks like now AI is the next thing. It's going to do everything for you, right? It was the same thing back in the day when big data came into picture. Everybody thought like big data is going to solve everything for you, but you need to find those use cases which are really valuable, hard to solve, and need a lot of compute, right? Jaideep, what is your vision, as well as, where do you see AI coming into picture?
I would say, let's understand what is service. Service is a problem gets reported. How does it get reported? I don't want my customer to tell me you have a problem. I want to understand there's a problem. So looking at telemetry data, being able to correlate and understand and identify a problem. And as much as we understand, we can do remote resolution. I don't want to roll the truck. You talked about rolling the truck. That costs money. And when I roll the truck, then I send an engineer. Do I send a knowledgeable person with the right part so that I don't have a repeat? Because if I have a retrip, somebody not only went there, spent the money, wasted time, but my clock is ticking. I'm going to pay money for customer for being late. And then once the issue is resolved, understanding and identifying what are the issues in the product that I can go and design it right or manufacture it right. So the whole ecosystem has AI capabilities, possibilities around the scope. I mean, if you look at the way I look at it as an AI first strategy. This is essentially for my teams. Whenever we have an issue, we look at how, as a company, we have adapted what we call as a customer first or service first strategy, and backed it internally by AI first strategy for technology teams. And then underneath that is API first, because those are the challenges that we need to solve. And going back to your question, the key here is where do you pick up and where do you start first? You're not going to boil the ocean at first. So that's what I would say from NCR.
Excellent. Peter, 20 days old from a recent go live.
Yeah, we're 20 days go live, so we have a very solid foundation. We have sparkling clean data at the moment, but it's quickly going to drift. But if I look at where we are and where we need to go, and I apply the crawl, walk, run methodology to it, and I lay out a 24-month horizon upon that, if I were to look at it and then break it down to 9-month intervals, our first stage needs to be around our service area first and foremost. The main focus of our ERP consolidation wasn't just to consolidate, it was to put out a better customer interaction. That's why we put in OFSC, the CX Cloud, and Cloud for Sales. It was all customer focused, and we need to continue that journey. So from an AI perspective, getting the service request information that those engineers are doing in those fabs, getting that information, getting the repair manuals all into an AI agent, having them do natural language queries about it, telling them what happened on that tool from an install base in the past is just going to accelerate our customer interaction in a positive way. If I bundle in with that, in that first phase, I'd go with supply chain as well. How can I optimize my manufacturing floor from a shortage perspective? What we manufacture are very precision, very leading edge optics and lasers, and our suppliers have a tough time delivering on time. Where can we find out where we can predict our shortages in the future? And then lastly, where we're going to focus in that crawl space is around tariffs. Our customer base is almost all Asia. We source throughout the entire world, and we're getting hit left and right now by, is this part classified as a new tariff or not? So those are the three areas we're going to go at from a crawl perspective. We'll move into more supply chain. We'll move into more finance in the walk, and then we'll move into a full go for run.
Why don't you also talk about how your company's strategy has changed, more focused towards service from, a regular manufacturing company shipping tools out, and what has that focus done in terms of creating recurring revenue for you?
So we're one of the smaller players in the capital equipment space, just about $1 billion. But as we increase our install base, that's a huge opportunity for continuous revenue from a service contract perspective. So Vinod touched on it earlier, knowing what our future contracts are going to be from a billing perspective, when they're expiring, and when we can take advantage of that to extend that warranty for additional sales, and to know what's going on just from an overall interaction and hotspot from a customer perspective is just going to drive more service revenue.
One more, Peter.
Sure.
There is something unique that Onto has done, is that they have empowered the technicians. So when a technician actually goes out into a factory and is inspecting a particular machine, the technician can also find out there are 2 more things which are potentially wrong with the machine, and he may have to come back. The technician is actually able to create a service request from the field service cloud application itself, right? Empowering your intelligent engineer to do the thing right then and there itself, to say what kind of parts are needed, what kind of failures are there in 2 more machines which are adjacent to the machine that has been reported right now. So adding that human aspect of proactive maintenance, right? Through visual inspection, through checks, and being able to, on a real-time basis, sitting in a Samsung factory and telling, these are 2 more machines and 5 more parts which are needed, is a game changer, right? Back in the day, you had to call a call center, or customer had to call a call center and say, oh, now this machine has failed. So this mindset and this approach of being proactive is what I really liked about it.
I would totally agree with you, Vinod, on that. And in 20 days, if I were to look at all of the departments, the tracks, however you want to call it, and classify it, the ones that have embraced it the most is the service team, hands down. They're struggling because it's new. They're now using their tablets or phones instead of EBS, but hands down, they are by far the most, they're embracing it by far over anybody else, without a doubt, because of the ability to order a part for any tool right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter. Rajit, I know you want to talk about IT and how AI is being used in IT. I would love to hear that. I think it also jives well with what our co-sponsors Opki spoke about a few things, right? Please go ahead.
Sure. From a longer term standpoint, right, looking at all the AI augmented decision making, embedded AI within the applications, right? And then having, like previously it used to be predictive, all the models would be, now it's more prescriptive, right? Taking the output of those prescriptive models and then using the agentic AI and stringing the whole whole thing through, right? Through the intelligent automation, right? With your team, like Sachin's team would be coming up with all the agentic AI agents and using all that, right? So from a longer term duration, that's what we would be really excited about. There are certain things on like the close checklist, right? Like for finance, that's pretty important. From a shorter term standpoint, right? Like what we are going through a transformation project itself. We have this AI testing, basically the automated test generation. So it's something different than just testing what was there in the test scripts. It's looking at the data, trying to figure out where are the gaps, using all those testing to de-risk the implementation. So the more testing you have, the more bugs you find. So after each of our, before we start any of our cycles, right, we do this smoke testing, and we use the automated testing tool to run through and get that testing done. The other piece is the whole digital adoption, basically having the user manuals, right? Previously, it was pretty static. Now we have tools like OGL, the Oracle Guided Learning. OPKI also has the training agent. So using that even during the implementation time, previously all those tools used to be pushed towards after implementation kind of support, but making sure people are comfortable with the system, they know what the processes are. As we go through all this AI related stuff, data is key, right? The better trained the people you are, the better data you're going to get. There are lesser mistakes they would make. So it's very important that you invest on the training and getting the data right. So the whole digital adoption, having this guided way of going through a transaction, helping them out rather than static user manuals is something that's pretty neat that everybody should be looking into. Then we have something like we look into a support agent, right? Like once if there's an issue, there should be a way for a person to record that transaction and create that ticket, get some kind of in context regarding that transaction, like what errors are, right? Just help on that regard also is pretty important. The last but not the least is the low code, no code, like VBCS.
Correct.
I mean, we have been pretty adaptive with all the changes, right? Using VBCS. That's something that being iterative, being pretty quick at it, right? Not taking months to do certain things is the opportunity I'm seeing.
Before I go to Sachin, I have one more question for Jaideep. Jaideep, how about automated testing?
Oh, we are a huge fan of OPKI. We've been using automated testing and it's been pretty good experience. It cut down our cycle time significantly. And by the way, the demo that was shown today, we saw it probably about a month back when you guys are just ready. And we continue to innovate together. There's a lot of opportunity.
Yep. Yeah. So why I say so is Prajit is also, I think, maybe an OPKI customer.
We are already, yeah, exactly. Like we have the training agent, the testing agent.
We are using configuration agent as well.
Yes, yes, yes.
Excellent. Over to you, Sachin. What's Oracle's roadmap?
So, so before I get to the roadmap, though, I did want to have a few minutes just talking about master data because that's sort of near and dear to my heart.
Absolutely.
That's what I live and breathe and have done so. So as we were talking about, one of the things is, and master data is not something new, right? It's been there for the past 15, 20 years as a focus area, but we still see a lot of companies reluctant in adopting, and getting onto that master data maturity curve, right? And one of the challenges I feel is that even after implementing data standardization, a lot of it is still manual, right? So with AI, I believe the adoption of master data management is going to increase significantly because you're sort of taking out that equation of cleansing that data and then following that process where now you have tools to automate some of that, right? So rather than a business user worrying about, oh, did I enter the unit of measure in the right format or whatever that standard is, if the AI system or the system or the application can do that for me, I don't need to worry about that, right? So I think that's one important part. I believe this is sort of an inflection point where we will see an acceleration in adoption because there's automation that can now help you kind of do that.
I have a follow-up question on that.
Sure.
And then that question has been in my mind for last 10 years, right? So go back to AT&T or go back to Comcast or go back to Rogers. All these companies use standard parts.
Yep.
You know, the manufacturers are Cisco's of the world. My question to you is why these corporations could not use standard item name and standard item description, published by Telcordia. Why do they continue to use their own generated data rather than using industry standard data? What's the challenge in adopting industry standard data set, at least starting with naming convention, actual names, descriptions to make it standard?
Right. And I think there are a couple of reasons for that. We don't really know why, but I think a lot of it is also culture. Generally, companies want to control their data. So they think that, hey, I'm going to create a better version of it, even though they might have something from the original vendor or manufacturer. That's one of the reasons. And I think in general, there is no standard. Right. So if you look at industry, if you look at med devices versus high tech, there's so much variability in terms of products and solutions and the processes that companies follow. Right. So I think those are all the reasons why it's sort of contributing to the proliferation of different ways people and customers sort of name their parts. We've also seen that if you look at traditionally, companies had a lot of intelligence somewhere in the description because they did not have systems that could capture that structured data, right? So they put all of that in a description. So somebody who's been there for a long time could look at a part number, and I've done that myself. I used to remember as a manufacturing engineer all the parts that I had to deal with, right? So that's something that I believe has been just traditional process that sort of seeped in. But I think now as we look at AI and newer technology, I think that's going to hopefully be solved through that. So
how do you actually avoid people from creating wrong master data or incorrect master data?
That's correct. So again, I think that's where that automation helps, right? So again, as Oracle, we've had a product MDM and a customer data master solution for a long time. We were one of the first vendors to recognize the need for that, being a data company in general. So I think, now with more of these AI agents and, having more of that automation, I believe that's where, we'll be able to help our customers sort of address that challenge, so to speak.
Thank you.
Yes,
that's the next thing. We all are looking forward to what's Oracle's roadmap.
Yeah, so if we can move on to the next slide. Okay, a safe harbor because I'm going to talk about some futures, but I think we've seen that in the previous presentations as well. But I just wanted to kind of, I know we touched on AI Agent Studio a little bit in the previous, my colleagues were out here, but I wanted to give you a little bit more perspective on this. And so we were talking about low code, VBS being the low code, no code. So one of our strategies has been to enable agentic AI and in general embedded AI, as we talked about, right? And Gerald kind of referenced that. We've taken an approach of building our agentic framework right on top of our business applications because we believe that without data, and that is extremely important for agents to operate on, right? Without that, you don't have agentic AI. Building it on that platform is extremely critical, right? So from a strategy and a roadmap perspective, this is where we are investing heavily in. This is our first release, 25C, where we are releasing the Agent Studio. It's something that has been built in a single release, one of our fastest development roadmaps that has come out, and that too on a brand new technology. And the advantage we get out of the Agent Studio is that, again, it has direct access to business objects, which really house your data. So when you create these transactions, it's not a separate system. It's not in a data lake. You don't have to sync it. You have direct, or your agents, so to speak, have direct access to this business data. So that gives them that context to drive that automation. And then secondly, from a security perspective, all of this data is already secure, right? So for customers who are using Fusion applications, that we have very robust granular role-based security. So that layer is already being honored both by the agents as well as the business users that are creating that data. So that's a key part. And that's why we call it built in and not bolted on, right? So strategically, that's where we are invested in. This is our first release. We've released about, I would say, 20 or so, pre-built templates, in supply chain, and then many more across different pillars. Next slide, please. So if you look at one more, yeah. So if you look at AI Agent Studio, it will have pre-built templates. So this will give you as a customer or you as a partner a starting point to start implementing and deploying these agents across many different processes. We also have an advantage of being a hyperscaler. One of the, we are the fourth largest now officially. So that gives us an advantage of having the compute to deliver these LLMs natively so that our customers can benefit from this. And then broader from a framework perspective, again, this is a low code, no code environment. You can literally create agents. We had a hackathon when we released this, both for the field as well as our internal development folks. And within about 2 or 3 weeks, we had about 700 entries. Okay. And when I was on one of the judging panels, and what we saw, which was unique, is people who had no technical knowledge, like myself. I mean, I do have some, but people from strategy pairing up with QA and coming up with these great ideas, right? So this platform inherently, and I think the previous guests talk about how easy it is to create these things, and that's going to radically change how the adoption goes. And then finally, we're also not just releasing a platform for you to build these agents. We're going to bake in the testing, validation, the evaluation, which is going to be an important part of you deploying agents to make sure that the responses, it's not hallucinating, etc. That's all baked into this Agent Studio. That's upcoming in the next release. So we're just getting started, but a lot more exciting things coming for our customers and partners and us, frankly, to build upon. So, okay. And this is just, again, I think this was covered by Arvindan, but we've released about 20 odd templates across the board, specifically talking about this was one of the first things I wanted to do is to have a master data governance standards advisor where it can answer questions on your master data. This is our first step. We're going to, of course, extend this to more robust governance processes. And I saw Trinamix is also working on a data quality agent, so I'm looking forward to that as well. But this is just sort of giving you a sense of where we are. And then I think the next few releases, we're going to keep churning out, right? And there are more and more sophisticated patterns coming, like the sequential workflow where you'll have conditional logic to branch off, looping, many exciting features upcoming in our next 25-day release.
By the way, we are taking one of the PDH agents to the telecom company in Philadelphia next week.
See, and one term I think just to key off your view, and this is something that we're using internally in development as well, is velocity. Okay, so things that took X amount of time are now just going to be done in a very short amount of time, right? So that's the key thing why this technology is so exciting.
Prajit, any last comments?
No, really excited and looking forward to this whole the agents, right? Like as we get more agents, right? I think the core piece of LLM and what Oracle is doing is the security layer, right? Typically, what you do is you put a lot of data, and then like there is a chatbot or something that goes in, but it doesn't honor your security. Now with a role-based access, you only get the information that's what you are supposed to know. Not with the previous LLMs, right? You just send a lot of data, and then you need to figure out what is exposed, what is not exposed.
Peter, any last comments?
So from a company perspective, once we get through our stabilization, we probably won't get to take a big deep breath. We're probably going to move right straight into AI enablement across the company. We just can't wait.
Excellent. Jaideep, any last comments?
Yeah, I think you said it's about velocity. What used to take years and months is now taking weeks and days. And I think that's where we are. We are jumping into it. We have defined a strategy. We know what we want to do. And people are empowered to make fast moves and make a difference.
Prashant, any last comments?
Yeah, sure. So I would like to make two comments in two areas. One is master data management, and then the second specifically on the Gen AI. So where I practically struggle with MDM to secure right level of funding from my leadership to invest in MDM, and where we realize the importance of MDM is because of AI models. So we had one AI model, very sophisticated model, where the physical robot used to take pictures of data center, aisles, and then used to find out the hotspots because that consumes the power and that ruins the customer experience. And based on that location and hotspot, with the image recognition, used to finally send alerts to right technician and right customer contact to fix it. Great model, but the value wasn't there simply because our customer data was so bad. We were contacting weird people at customer locations, sometimes CEO of a company, because when that customer record was created, it was a small company. Now it's a public company, and the CEO is getting alerts about, some panel is open or something like that. So that was one area we could highlight, like, hey, we need to clean the, our master data. But also we did a lot of A/B testing, like using ML, showing that whenever I have a clean contact, those sales cycles are pretty fast. Those quotes are getting approved very fast, like at least 2x times faster than the bad contacts. So some of that we had to do. And then the other areas where we realized the importance of MDM, we had a very good 15, 20 great models capturing customer journey, right from the sales and service, everything, and new product release. But then cohesively, they were not giving us the good customer 360, simply because every model used a different definition of customer. Sometimes they used DNB, sometimes they used Zoom info, sometimes internal. Internal, we had 3 or 4 ways to identify customer. And that's where we struggle to get the value from the AI. So that's where the MDM importance. Quickly on the Gen AI, what I learned on the Gen AI is identifying specific use cases and putting your team to solve that is not going to give you much value, because you'll spend a lot of time doing the simple thing. But what I learned is, like, rather invest into the platform. And I think Oracle talked about it, VG talked about it. It's very important because there is a huge common denominator to build a vector database, build the RAG, making sure that the right data is going into the RAG, and LLM calls are governed. So example, like we built a very sophisticated, very good, decent LLM model to create a sales content during the sales motion. And then, but we use the platform approach, but the same platform was used by legal for completely different use case, where they compared the contract at the time of renewal and then found out the anomalies with the contact, because it's a text recognition, content recognition, and then getting action. So yeah, that would be my advice on the LLM.
Thank you. I think that closes our session. Thank you very much, everybody. Good time? All right. Ahead of time. See? That's good.
We're actually ahead of time, which means we can ask these poor tired souls that are trying to escape off stage a few questions today. Does anybody who's standing, sitting? I know you've been sitting all day. So does anybody have a question in the audience?
Different conversations.
Go ahead.
Sorry, can I get your name?
Yeah, Sachin.
Sachin.
Yeah.
Sachin, a question is for data refinement. One important thing is data modeling. When you deal with different products, they may have different product models, the data models as well. So how do you combine, how do you rationalize it when it comes to data cleaning? So that becomes an important aspect, because certain fields may not exist in the ERP applications. And how do you combine data when we can do that?
So, so the way we, at least at Oracle, support that, and we have a very flexible, so we have a data model that supports the standard product types that we've known over the years, right? Because we have a lot of customer experience in terms of different industries, etc. So we sort of know, you have configured products within that, you have assemble to order, pick to order, etc. So our data model sort of covers that out of the box, but we also provide a very easy way for you to extend that using what we call extended attributes. And then when we have functions like data quality, we make sure that not only the seeded data sets are exposed to that function, we also make it very easy. It's almost transparent. It doesn't matter whether it's extended or pre-seeded. We allow data quality or cleansing on top of all of those attributes, right? So we cannot sort of support every variation of the product model out there, but with this combination, it's worked quite well. I think we have customers from, med device manufacturers to, toy manufacturers to, food and beverage companies, and we've been able to, cover pretty much all the product modeling using that sort of strategy.
Okay, well, then I get to get my questions in. I had to wait, Sachin, because we've known each other for a while. So, and this is going to be a question that fits to both the sales cycle that we're talking about downstream, like from a sales and operations perspective, but also talks about that whole new product introduction to engineering to supply chain. So what I've seen over the years from applications back in the days since, we've been around into cloud is applications do some pretty good handoffs. But now with the advent of AI and AI agents, forcing the collaboration between some teams that sort of go through the motions. So seeing that collaboration. So I'm kind of curious about your strategy and thoughts on how to tightly tie the engineering to supply chain to procurement teams, because we all know it can be as high as 20 times the cost as it goes down cycle, and if it leaves the door because the quality is not as good on the product. And then to tie this together on the sales and operations, we know how we have calendaring, but how do we do business process automation similarly in that collaboration, getting the calendars, getting the people pushing, and getting that focus?
Yeah. So great point, and it's a big challenge. So from an Oracle applications perspective, we have made, and that was one of the reasons why we built our PLM and supply chain on a single product master foundation, because that was absolutely critical. Prior to that, we had an acquisition through Agile PLM. A lot of our customers having data in there, pushing that data into e-business suite, right? Automatically creating that fragmentation. So that was our first sort of step into making sure that we minimize that fragmentation. But I think as you talk about AI agents, we are actually seeing those walls being broken down, because now the agent doesn't care. Today, a human has to have a role. I have to go into, PIM, do something. If I want to get some information from procurement on a BP or a purchase order, I have to have a role there. But with agents now, I don't need to have that, right? So I can have a workflow that kind of spans across multiple applications and automate that whole process, right? So I think, we're, of course, from an internal architecture perspective, we are trying to bring all of these processes together, right? So, and we still need to do a much better job at it. But on same thing on the CX side, right? So we are actually now starting to discuss how we need to have, a lot more, a reference from the product master into CX rather than creating that data on that side, right? So, but I think with agents, it definitely allows us to.
And CX closes the loop, right? That's the real customer experience. And then you can go back and get feedback as to how device is performing that you created in front, or what parts were used to create the device. So it's all together. It doesn't stop at supply chain. It goes up to deep into.
Correct. So, and naturally, like if you look at product lifecycle, traditionally it's been called the lifecycle, but from a traditional PLM application perspective, it stops once you release it from engineering, right? But it has to sort of continue on and, keep getting that data, right? So we're very focused on making sure that master data allows us.
And I see it even extending into outside the four walls, into the prototyping cycles as well with your supplier. So I think that whole collaboration, I think there's huge opportunities to exercise AI agents in this arena.
Absolutely. Yep.
We do have one more question, and it falls right up your alley again, Sachin. And if other folks are using some of the Oracle PLM tools, we're kind of curious for you. And this may be a simple answer that we'll see what you have here. What AI tools are available in the PLM, Oracle PLM? Are there any that will help with determined data required during SKU creation? I think I know this one, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I think we've talked about AI agents, but we have also introduced what we call embedded or Gen AI features. These are typically called AI Assist. And this is a class of features which allows you to generate content, right? So for example, if you have to we released a feature called item description generation. Typically, this is entered manually or copyrighted by some third-party company. That's something now we are able to do at a click of a button. So those are the kind of features that we're introducing to help with SKU creation. But then we are also planning agents that will help you enrich the entire product with different humans in the loop. and to be able to automate that process. So, yeah.
And that question was coming from Charlie Tidd online. And so he's also extending his question saying he's a supply chain user working across multiple simultaneous manufacturing models, ERPs, et cetera. So having that kind of one-off PLM working across multiple ERPs can, from a SKU creation, be huge. So I can absolutely, in your thoughts, envision maybe an assistant that starts asking questions, allows the data to go right in from a templated format.
Absolutely. And one of the things I forgot to mention in our Agent Studio is we talked about how the Agent Studio or agents have access to business objects in Fusion applications, but we also have the ability to have an external REST API tool, which really allows you to connect to any data source, right? Whether it's Oracle, on the cloud, on-prem, non-Oracle, and that will really allow our customers to expand beyond the Fusion applications in order to, have collections coming from ERP or some other systems as well.
No, I mean, I said for somebody who's been around, ERP and older, aspects since the on-prem days, since back in the 90s. So I told somebody kicking off this event earlier today, when you saw things like cataloging from Granger back in the day to track and trace, first innovators of track and trace, who I used to work for years ago, you kind of go, you'd scratch your head and go, I think that's going to be a thing. Yeah. And so now you look at AI and it's exciting times we live in because there's so much opportunity from business process management and assistance and, tying it all together versus just standard applications. So
absolutely
exciting times.
And the good part is you can actually automate the data cleansing function. So let's say somebody in some ERP enters some data, they might not be aware of the overall standards, but the agent, before it goes and populates or comes back to you, might already standardize that data, right? So those are things that were a little bit difficult. Yes, you could do it, but now, with agentic AI, a lot more of those use cases are going to be.
Well, and I think from the Oracle perspective, looking at Oracle applications that have been around on the CX side, from master data management to the product side, arena, now you can start to bridge the gap between those type of advisors, those AI agents that now ask questions, may still behind the scenes interact with applications, for MDM or product data in different ways in the Oracle world, but it contextualizes it and helps them get to that point.
Absolutely.
Simplifies their jobs.
Yep. That's why it's now not going to be called prompt engineering, it's context engineering, right? So
exactly. Precisely.
So just to add to that, right, like one of the problems that the hyperscalers, because of technology innovation, is so fast. So there's a design team and the supply chain procurement. That was a good segmentation. But how do you get ready the supply chain team while the product is being designed? Definitely, there's a process automation can be done. Yeah, so that's the precise problem we are dealing with. Like our supply chain team is not ready when the design is ready, basically.
Correct. And that also comes back to velocity, right? So previously, just having visibility to that data would have sped up the process, right? And today, it's not possible. So some of these, just query tools of getting some information and early, long lead time items, if you can get visibility, I think it helps a lot operationally.
Because all the tribal knowledge is not always in the engineering team. Sometimes downstream, they said, no, you can't use that supplier. No, you can't use that product, from a procurement or whatever the case may be. There's feedback loops that need to happen. Right. Yeah. Well, this is great. Appreciate it, guys. This way to wrap this up.
There was a question, I believe. I don't know how much time we have.
Another one.
So engineering team won't release the parts. There's a application, there's a requirement for supply chain team to have product release as soon as possible, but the engineering team has not finalized the design. And that creates a rub because the part is not finalized. There's a long lead time of parts and the parts are coming from nowhere. So the supply chain team ends up giving a PO to the supplier to raise POs without a part number. And that creates a problem underlying because data is not released at that point. And that creates downstream impact when actually the parts arrive. So that's the contrary to the question, but it's the reverse side because the engineering is not ready with the parts yet, right? So how do you deal with that situations?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to solve that problem. The way AI we are going to utilize like during the design cycle, if AI can predict some common denominators and start intimating supply chain team like, hey, there is some risk buys you can start planning for. It may change, but there is some common denominator and pattern based on the previous designs.
This is where politics comes into picture and power play comes into picture. Okay, as simple as that. When supply chain is pushing you to do the thing which is not the right thing for your organization, there has to be governance and control in place, some kind of cross-functional team which actually sits down and makes the right decisions, right? You can make a lot of haste, and Peter knows about it, right? We're not going to talk about it though, but that's where, how do you actually pivot your organization towards the right direction and make the right decisions? And that's where leadership comes into picture, cross-functional decision making comes into picture, right? AI is still AI. That means artificial intelligence, right? The humans and the decisions that humans are going to make on top of it, whether they are the right decisions or not, will still matter a lot. AI is automation, and automation based on sensing intelligence, but decision making is still with humans.
We have time for one last question. I know you've been patient over here. Thank you. Oh, and one more over here too. Okay, two more questions.
I got. Okay, so I'm Jin Chong, and this question is really related to the anchors, maybe somewhat related to the question. When we talk about CX integration, and I was holding my breath to want to hear someone comment on the security, the role-based applications. And I think the beauty of it is AI. You can see everything. But the result can be role-based, right?
You're a great lead in for the next last session, which is all about AI security.
Oh, seriously? Well, I hold my question.
So hold
Please.
that thought.
I can speak, let me speak to that.
Go ahead.
Quick sec. So as part of our CX analytics in our whole CPQ deployment, a big problem we had when we quoted our tools is we're aiming for a particular margin in the company. And the sales guy is not doing it on purpose, but inadvertently he's aiming for us to meet just that particular margin. So if our goal is 60% for a product line, hey, I'm going to meet that 60%. I'm not going to go higher because I want to make it best for my customer. So unfortunately, they had information in the past that let them go ahead and understand that they could do this or that to keep it within that 60% margin, to keep that relationship with the customer. But it was from a company perspective, it was still too low. We could have gone higher with that customer. So we've removed cost, price, and other information that would allow the salesperson to reduce the overall margin on that particular order. So now we're going to hopefully, and I expect, to have higher margins on our orders going forward. Now I have a lot of upset sales guys that they don't have the information they used to have, but from an overall company benefit, they understand it.
Hi, my name is Shankar Das. I'm from Trinamix. Thank you very much. Very nice session. My question is a little bit different. Anybody can answer. As we see that the AI is going to drive the whole business, all the organization. Are you guys see that there will be a different organization coming up within the organization called AI organization, and we are going to see a new role called CAIO, like Chief AI Officer? Like many years back, we did not have Chief Supply Chain Officer role at all, but we see now there is a very well-established role. Or do you think that IT is going to drive that, or IT will be renamed? So if anyone can take up that question and can put some light on that.
I can take a stab at it. So this is real data. The life of these titles, Chief AI Officer, Chief Data and AI Officer, industry standard is 2 years. After 2 years,
The way I look at it, it's going to be role-based application, right? So AI is not going to be separate in my view. It's going to be how a particular technology team use it differently to generate the code to build. However, the business teams are going to use it for more analysis, understanding how to sell more, what should be the product feature for engineering teams. Again, it depends on what is your use case, and then how do you use it? The business people may not be generating code out of it, but they'll be using AI for different purposes.
Actually, Amit and I were having a conversation last night while we were dry running this whole thing, right? You know, one of the things that Amit and we were talking about is what has actually AI done is it has created a level playing field. So a company which is $1 million revenue versus a company which is $1 billion revenue, it has created a level playing field in terms of access to knowledge, access to creativity, access to getting the right kind of responses generated, right? So I just don't want to say this, but Big Four is in trouble, right? Because now it has created such a big level playing field across businesses that whoever takes this assistant with them and starts applying that assistant in the right way will have table stakes, right? It's all about table stakes. And in order to get to that table stakes, you need to learn to use this in the right way, right? But the question still remains, when it has become a level playing field, what is going to be the next competitive advantage, right? And I'm looking for that answer. Amit and I find that answer last night. We are still looking for the answer when it becomes table stakes and level playing field. What is it that's going to drive competitive advantage?
That's the domain expertise and the data you have. Basically, is going to be your competitive. And I think on that question regarding the organization, it's the skill set. What kind of people you recruit?
Yeah.
So the skill set you're looking for is different, and the whole creative part of it, right? Like thinking out of the box, right? Because you don't need that technical skill set now, because you're not going to go and create an LLM. What you need to know is how do you going to use this knowledge and the overall business and the domain knowledge to effectively implement this and implement it fast before somebody else does it. So that's the speed of execution, and the data and the domain that you create as you go through it is going to be important.
Yeah, so just to complete my original thought, right, about the title.
This is becoming interesting now.
Yeah, so going back to your title question, right? So I was telling like the industry standard is maximum 2 years, the life of such a roles. But there are people who are successful in this role, as a chief AI officer, chief data AI officer. What distinguishes them? Two things. One is they have productized AI and data like heck out of it. Productize and democratize across the organization so that it becomes easy to understand and implement, right? That's number one. And second thing is these titles, they very well align with their peers. They don't operate in isolation. So the person is buddy with CFO, person is buddy with chief supply chain officer, chief operating officer. And the investing in the use cases, those really matters to their peer. And that way it becomes like a cohesive team. So again, like my answer is the strategy is more important, how you execute that AI strategy. For that, if you need a role to create some capability or a democratized platform, maybe that role will be effective. But answering like what that role is supposed to be doing is more important than the role. Yeah.
And I think just a very quick comment. So I think every function is going to be touched by AI. There's not a single function that would be, right? So I think the question is going to be, how do you have your resources be skilled in using AI to, again, generate that velocity where you have a competitive advantage of delivering much faster than your competitors. I think that's what's going to happen.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the team.
Thank you.
Yep. So as Tripti joins the stage for our security conversation and demonstration, I said two things come to mind. I said, I think it's an evolution of existing users. Said some of the most successful companies I've ever seen, when you see, it's oftentimes in IT, they have business process managers that don't have any IT backgrounds, right? That lineage of understanding the business and communicating and transferring that. And the other thing that probably has anybody come up today and thought about all this AI that's playing out and come to realization that as we get more time back on our schedule to think more creative thoughts, in North America. Are we going to switch to a month off like some of the other nations around the globe? Like in middle of August, we just kind of like, no, that's not a thing. Okay, just checking. Go ahead. Thank you. Thanks, Tripti.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. A very good afternoon to all of you. Are you enjoying? Excellent. I know I'm between you and coffee or networking or other exciting evening events you have planned for yourself. So just bear with me for another 15 minutes. And before I begin today's presentation, I want to answer a question from previous session that wonderful lady asked about static role-based controls, right? So what has happened in the world of LLMs, agentic AI is we are seeing unpredictable output. Even if we ask same question again and again, there is no guarantee we are going to get the same answer. And that is precisely the reason why we need to have dynamic attribute-based access controls instead of static role-based access control. Why, how? Maybe I can talk to you offline. Then the second interesting question somebody asked about the chief AI officer, right? I don't know about the chief AI officer, but we definitely need chief ethical officer going forward. Today we discussed the power of LLMs in a good way. What about the bad guys who are there to monetize weaponization of LLMs, right? So we have to think about abuse and misuse cases and definitely need to get ethical AI officers in our organizations. And with that, let me get started. So I'm Trupti, and today I'm going to talk about securing AI-assisted to AI-driven coding. This one use case, we talked a lot about how coding has multifolded the speed of AI application, but we didn't talk about the abuse cases. So we are going to talk about that a lot. Before I begin, I want to express gratitude to Trinamix for giving this wonderful opportunity. So thank you, Trinamix. Lot of good content, lot of thought-provoking thoughts, and really good line of speakers. Thank you. I love meeting new people and connecting with them. So if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn for any security question, here is my QR code. Besides talking about the AI-driven assisted coding, I'm also going to talk about the latest phenomena called vibe coding. Raise your hand if you're familiar with vibe coding. Anyone? Two? That's it? And then we have to talk about security guardrails. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the day President Trump joined the White House, on the first day, he canceled President Biden's executive order on AI safety regulations. Does anybody know why? Because he wants USA to become superpower in the race of AI innovation, and no red taping should control AI innovation. What that means for security folks, CIOs, or people who care, we need to build those guardrails from the get-go. If you're already using a trained LLM, and there was 1% data corruption, or somebody has purposely put wrong data, you will see avalanche effect in your AI-driven application. Those are the things we need to be aware of. Little bit of basics and history evolution for those who are new to this topic. I bet anyone, but let me cover it anyway. So between 2010 and 2020, we saw deep learning entered the space of coding assistance. And then soon after that, 3-4 years back, we saw GitHub Copilot rising quite a bit. After that, we saw the boom of cursor AI, windsurf. Anybody using here cursor AI or windsurf for coding or development, or your team members using? Interesting. A person from AV team is using this. Very interesting. And today we are in the middle of this agentic AI that we have been talking since morning, right? Have you guys noticed the recent news? Google just acquired Windsurf executives for 2.4 billions. How amazing is that? And rest of the company was acquired by someone else. These companies who have come forward with fast vibe coding platforms, they are generating a lot of economic value because they are able to help developers create application 10 times faster. It's been 20 years I did coding, and I was able to create a productivity tracker in less than 1 hour using Cursor AI. And when I was doing that, I was simply glued to it. And even though I'm a security professional, I didn't think about security for a second. So forget about those developers who are so busy delivering the next prototype or trying to convert their idea into a feature, thinking about security. Usually, when a vibe coder starts creating application or feature using vibe coding platform, this is how they operate. There is a plugin installed in their regular IDE, and this plugin connects with the LLM host. Then we have our MCP ecosystem to provide that value to our developer, which will help them build the code faster. But what we have seen is, as developers are writing and building more and more code and applications, the newly generated code from these vibe coding platforms and agentic AI platforms have lot of vulnerabilities. Not only the code generated has vulnerabilities, but also the ecosystem that we saw, the MCP servers, the agent, they also have vulnerabilities. And this is so addictive, just like a fast food. Nobody has to time to think about security or guardrails. Our research team at Backslash, when we looked at all the prominent vibe coding platforms, we found 70% of vulnerabilities coming from this faulty code. These LLMs, which are generated or created over really long time, nobody has the data transparency. Nobody. We cannot tell what kind of data was used to train these general purpose LLMs that we are leveraging in our existing enterprise application. Is anybody here has played with MCP servers? 3 people, great. So currently there are more than 15,000 MCP servers which are already public, and they have serious security flaws in terms of insecure configurations. And we will see that briefly in the demo. We heard a lot about governance and visibility through dashboards, but do we really have those real-time dashboards built to monitor our developers' activity to help them support? Probably not. In the interest of time, I would like to request Alex to play the demo.
Hello, everybody. This is Bachelor Security Vibe Coding Security Dashboard. In this dashboard, what you can see is all the discovered coding agents, including common options like Cursor, Windsurf, and GitHub Copilot. And we can also monitor all the developers that are using these agents. The solution works by having an extension installed on these specific coding agents that allows us to monitor them for different configurations and different environmental and tools related risks. For this specific coding agent, we can understand which tools they are using. Starting with MCPs, we can see all the MCPs that are actively being used. And for each one of them, we can analyze and see different security risks that they might have. In this specific example, we can see that it has some local MCP server that is bounded to this IP address, which is basically exposed to the local network instead of to the local host, making it exposed for anybody on the same network. So that's just one example. on the MCP server types of risks. And with that risks, we can also have control. We can block this MCP for all the developers that are using that if we want. And of course, we can also create a policy with a allow list of which MCPs are permitted in our organization. So that's one type of findings that we have, the MCPs that are being used and the security risks and policies that we want to enforce on them. The second part is the rules. So basically, whenever you're using an AI coding agent, it's very, very common to use AI rules that enforces different patterns on the AI agent, mainly to create consistency across sessions. And as part of these rules, they might potentially hide suspicious instructions inside of them. So we also analyze their content. It also allows security teams to review the rules that are being used by developers. Even if they don't have malicious content, they might create unintentional pieces of code as part of the creation of AI-generated code. And lastly, we can also monitor the actual AI models that are being used. So one very basic use case is to create an allow list of models. One reason might be data leak. So a lot of customers don't want to use DeepSeek as a model. And it is possible in Cursor and in other IDEs and coding agents to just select, hello, everybody.
So thanks, everyone. What we just now saw is all the security guardrails are proactively placed in your IDE, in around your models, around your MCP servers. In today's time, we do not have any time to reach out to our security teams or privacy teams seeking their expertise. That's just going to create hindrance to our innovation. So we need to have all those guardrails in real time. And this is what Backslash does. We have placed a lot of guardrails and we provide real-time monitoring and capabilities through the dashboard. I have written this white paper which talks about vibe coding and agentic AI coding related challenges and how should be the guardrails look like. And it's free for everyone to download. If you care about security, then definitely go to that website. And if you trust me, then yeah, simply scan the barcode.
Did you use AI to write that white paper?
No. All the images in the white paper are hand created by me by using classic tools. I'm a little bit sick and tired of AI, and I want to use my own creativity wherever I can. With that, I'm open for questions.
I think people have to be technically very advanced to ask questions of this.
And I already answered the 2 questions asked in the previous session, right? On security. Yes.
Hi, Tripti. My name is Phil. I work in AppSec, and I see this conversation happen every day around AI, and it's not going anywhere. It's just building speed like a big, snowball down the hill. And this is kind of enlightening to see a security talk about AI because everyone likes the rainbows and the sparkles about what AI is bringing, but they're not concerned about what else it's bringing. So I guess my question to you is, as this is growing in speed and mass, and people, you asked a question earlier to raise a hand, who's using Cursor AI, and no one raised their hand. But every company everyone in here works for or with, they're using Cursor AI, whether or not they know it. And it's like, it's like ChatGPT. When you ask a ChatGPT, it's like everyone in here basically is like a teacher in high school checking papers, making sure they're not using AI to come up with the answers. And this is where we all are. So my question to you is, where do you see this going? Where do you see this, the finish line for how to secure AI, right? I know it's not a finish line, it's a moving finish line, but like, how do you think about moving forward with this concept and kind of coming to an agreement with both developers and security teams to keep developers encouraged and security teams satisfied as they move forward?
Great question. Thank you. So if you guys remember from the keynote session, Amit mentioned, in fact, he quoted somebody that if you're not using AI tools, you're already late to the game. Those who have used this AI-assisted or AI-driven coding agents, they know the power. And great power comes with great responsibility. So it is the responsibility of executive teams and security teams to not become hindrance to their innovation. Let them do what they're good at. Unleash their creativity, but place those guardrails. And that is precisely why we have to look at innovative vendors who have exclusively built the tools that can operate at the same speed as innovation, that can leverage the same workflows as the innovation platform developers are using. And most importantly, we just need to understand the standard lifecycle development for an enterprise application is very different from enterprise AI application. The ML applications, their training and different phases are very different. So we need to pick the tools which match that type of life cycle. Did I answer your question? Thank you. Any other question before the coffee networking break? Yes.
I think as an end user, like you were saying, whether you realize or not, and I'm definitely acknowledged end user, I think where this is going to evolve is not just putting up the guardrails, but one of the things Oracle's always done over the years, and I guess maybe I'm biased because I've worked at other companies with three-letter acronyms, et cetera. Oracle's always tried to go out of their way to make sure it's not in a black box, that you can see where things are coming. But when I see the LLMs, or I even see enterprise level chat GPTs, as an end user, even if you got the guardrails up, I want to know where's that data coming from inside my enterprise. Easier as an end user. So as I'm making decisions, it's making recommendations. Okay, that's nice, but I'm still a human being. I've got the information. I've got the tribal knowledge. Tell me where that came from. Where'd that number come from? Am I wrong?
Yes.
And also that, yeah, that's two use cases, right? So as like a management team, you want visibility into what your developers are doing, what they're using, all that stuff, right? And then as a developer, that's a different use case, right? That's like, how do you help me ask AI for code and then make sure it's secure on the fly? It's like, I call it pre-mediation in my mind. I'm like, how do you get away from I've been in security forever, and like going back and forth between security teams and development teams is an endless chore where developers go, I don't want to fix that piece of code because it's vulnerable, but it doesn't actually affect that much, but you're making me fix all this stuff that doesn't actually matter. Could you get in front of that, right? It's like a huge shift left, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking.
I like the word you use here, shift left. So let's say everybody is using prompt engineering to create the next app. And to do prompt engineering, you don't need a 4-year CS degree, right? So as a security person, I would suggest create a layer of secure prompt engineering, which is transparent to the developer, TPM, product manager, whosoever is doing prompt engineering. In this way, we still allow them time to be creative and not hold them back. But when the LLMs receive these prompts, they interpret it in secure manner and they return secure output. Any other final questions? Yeah, sure. So let's say I'm like, hey, ChatGPT, send me XYZ's birth date, one of my family member. So ChatGPT, if it is configured in full save memory mode, is definitely going to give back the birth date of XYZ person. Let's say my ex-husband, right? And what we have to notice here is I'm tricking ChatGPT to reveal a sensitive information about a person who's no longer associated with me, or let's say ex-employee. This is where we have to place guardrails. The AI engine rules behind ChatGPT should recognize this is a sensitive request and this person is not eligible to ask that data anymore. So this is where the ChatGPT should respond, hey, this is a sensitive information. Please contact XYZ directly or, So this is one of the example where the guardrails are already in the LLM chat or AI agents or in the coding environment. Great question. Yes.
That's exactly looped right back to the question I asked earlier. Because if you allow infinite access to user, ask the question, the LLM in your enterprise application, you could get the CEO's salary or whatever's. So the role-based restriction security is extremely important, more so in the enterprise application. So when you hire someone, implement it for you, make sure that's on the front of their minds.
Absolutely. We can implement this role-based security for the rules that we are aware of. But because the LLMs and the whole agentic AI environment is so unpredictable, there are a lot of things that we are not aware of. And this is where prompt injections are happening. But yeah, great thought. Thank you.
Just to add to what Jing said, I think having a role-based approach plus having the right policies and rules in place would enable the level of protection that you are considering before that leak happens.
Sure.
So I think that just to add to that.
Yeah, that led to another layer of the thoughts I want to share. For enterprise applications, you have user interface-based roles, hierarchical roles, data set roles. All the security levels should align, because sometimes, like say, if I give you the user interface layer of access, you can see certain things and couldn't see other things. And if you forget to configure the data layer, you still get breach.
Absolutely. We definitely have to look into defense in depth and implement security at every layer. And the stuff that you guys are talking about, data classification, data level access control restriction, that must happen in training phase, not when user is doing prompt engineering. So yeah.
But to your point that at least I can't promise all the other stuff outside your enterprise, but inside the AI Stadio, inside the AI agents that have been, all the RBAC, our role-based access security, et cetera, from Oracle applies automatically. So if I'm in this plant and I'm not allowed to see this one or this one or this one, or if I'm not at right HR levels from role-based security, I can't see the CEO's salaries, et cetera. That automatically transfers over, because the last thing you want to do is do it 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times for security. You want to have one role-based model for user types inside your enterprise of what they can see and the restrictions, and then it's just from tier up. It's so important.
Actually, this gentleman is waiting.
Actually, the Oracle Security Council grant you the tool to do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I like to make a comment. I think there are 3 levels to the security here. First is what you talked about. Can I get somebody's salary or some sensitive information? And there are certain guardrails you can put on that based upon the security predicates on the database. But there's a second level, which is deriving an information. Let's say you want to know somebody's age. You don't need to ask the person about the age. You could ask about everybody else to derive the age. So that's the second level of guard, right? The third thing is when you're passing information to the LLM, you got to be careful about even the prompt. So I'm going to ask about how does a supplier AT&T work? So now you're teaching the LLM that you're searching for AT&T, and you should have a level to mask the value of that supplier data when you're going to the LLM itself, so that the LLM doesn't learn that a lot of queries are coming about this supplier. So, there's 3 levels I would think about any kind of guardrails when you look at this.
Absolutely. And that was a great example. And this example actually reminded me of Netflix challenge back in 2006. Netflix used to have $1 million reward for those who can suggest the best recommendation algorithm. And what happened, there were 30,000 anonymous data sets where people's name were removed, but all the movies they liked and recommended were stored and given to a researcher. And within very little time, researchers were able to identify which set of recommendations belong to whom. And they did this by scraping the information from IMDb. So by training our LLM, doing all sort of scrubbing, we think this is it, that's the only source. But in today's world, that's not the only source. So yes, inference attacks are very possible. You can still trick the LLM into answering something that they are not supposed to. And this is precisely why we need to have some intelligence around what's the dynamic attack going to look like, right? But great example. Thank you.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much. I guess this means that everybody won't be pulling their information only from Wikipedia anymore. We'll get the security up. You'll know exactly where it's coming from, and you'll lock it down. So it's exciting stuff. Well, thank you very much, Tripti.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the wrap to our event today. But please, we're having a networking event outside. We've got coffee set up for those who are panelists or other customers are here. If you give us a few minutes, you'll see the session going on where we're taking a couple of quotes and thoughts. So even though you weren't a panelist today, if you'd like to give us a few of your ideas and thoughts as if you were kind of a short-term panelist, that'd be awesome. So you'll see the sign set up. Thank you very much.